I've had the honor of being a global citizen ambassador since the very beginning. And over the past 5 years, it's given me a great sense of pride to witness the growth of Global Citizen Now, from an annual summit here in New York City to one of the most impactful platforms for ideas to meet urgent action in cities around the globe. From Rio to Detroit.
The power is back in your hands now.
Johannesburg to Berlin.
There's a lot of work to be done.
Artists, advocates, and international leaders have come together to create solutions to the world's most pressing issues. Those solutions become reality, with campaigns and commitments driving real change and measurable outcomes on global citizen stages worldwide. This year, while our world seems more fragmented than ever, we come together to continue to drive progress and set a global agenda for action to expand education access, increase food security, scale clean energy, advance global health, and empower each citizen to be the change they want to see.
These young people aren't waiting for the world to change, they are the change, leading the way with innovative solutions to the world's most pressing issues today.
Real solutions are within our reach, and the time for us to act is now. Welcome to Global Citizen Now.
Please welcome actor and global citizen ambassador Adam Lambert and artist and global citizen advocate Ira Starr.
Hey, good morning. Morning. So I'm super excited to be here with all of you today and to be sharing this stage with this amazing talent who recently became a global citizen advocate. Congratulations, Ira.
Thanks, Adam. You know, I made my global citizen stage debut in 2023 at the Power Hour Planet concert in Paris, a campaign that was launched right here at Global Citizen Now that same year. So this is like a full circle moment for me today. And I know most of you probably know this, but I have to take a moment to talk about Adam's history with Global Citizen. Not only did he headline the festival with Queen in 2019, he co-hosted the show last year, and he's been working as a Global Citizen ambassador on so many campaigns.
And as a Global Citizen Ambassador, I've seen just how much Global Citizen Now has grown in the past 5 years. From an annual summit here in New York City to an international launching pad for action and impact that plays out on stages and cities around the world.
This is where pop, policy, and the private sector join forces. Impact is your entry, and taking action on today's most urgent issues is why we're all here. I'm talking about major international artists, committed world leaders, and CEOs and business executives who put people over profits. We're here today along with young innovators, our Global Citizen Prize recipients, who are showing us the way. Together, we are standing on business.
Standing on business. And we're not simply talking about the problems. Global Citizen Now is about solutions. And today we're diving into challenges that stand in the way of meeting basic human needs. The fundamentals like education, sustainable energy, economic opportunity, nutrition, and access to healthcare.
And the good news is we have people in the room who are getting it done in these areas already. So throughout the day, we're going to take a moment to recognize them. I think there's no better time than right now to get started. Ndi Pant is one example. Ndi, raise your hand. Hello. She's the founder of S4S Technologies, turning farm losses into life-changing income for farmers across India with solar technology.
There's also Ann Austin and Sarah Swanson from the Women's Tennis Association Foundation, who, through the Global Women's Health Fund, have already reached over 1.5 million moms around the world with prenatal vitamins.
Of course, we have to recognize our 2022 Global Citizen Prize winner, Barji Esquerdor. Bobby, where are you? She has fought to put food security and dignity at the center of the movement.
Look around this room. This is what the solution looks like. And we're going to hear from more of you out there in the audience and up here on this stage. Everyone in this room is a vital part of the solution. So let's get Global Citizen New York 2026 started.
Please welcome President and Editor-in-Chief of DevEx, Raj Kumar, former Taoiseach of Ireland and Global Citizen Board Member, Leo Varadkar, President and CEO of the Bezos Earth Fund, Tom Taylor, and PayPal Chief Corporate Affairs and Communications Officer, Amy Bonitadibus.
All right, good morning. It's great to be back on the Global Citizen stage. It's wonderful to be with all of you. Look, I got to start with an apology as a journalist. We publish a lot of news that's pretty tough to read. The headlines can be difficult. We actually had a story this week where we sent a DevEx reporter, this is a first for us, to visit a prison in Spain where a UN official is facing extradition to the US for a big corruption scandal. And there's stories like this all the time. But I want to say those aren't the only stories, okay? There's a lot that's actually working at a time when it feels like everything is broken. We've been covering, as an example, what's happening with lead poisoning. This was a real eye-opener to me, but 1 in 3 kids around the world is affected by lead poisoning. It's in the soil, it's in the air, it's in spices. They make the spices look colorful, right? Using sometimes a lead-based ingredient. But knowing that, companies, foundations, governments have gotten together and actually started to address it, and it's working in a lot of places around the world. Moms who were getting exposed to lead while they're pregnant aren't anymore. And kids are growing up healthy. And you can do this even in a time when aid budgets are being cut, when countries are looking inward, when there's a sense of real despair out there. So I want to say that because I want you to know that even though sometimes the news is challenging, there's a lot of good that can happen, especially when the kind of people represented on this stage come together across sectors, but with a common mission. And so I want to just start with this amazing group to break down a little bit like what's going wrong and what's going right. Leo, you led the government of Ireland. What's a system that you look at there or anywhere else that you think is broken, it's failing, and then what's something that's actually working?
Yeah, well, there are so many systems that aren't working at the moment, but the one that is top of my mind is our housing system. And it's not just in Ireland, it's here in New York, it's London, it's Barcelona, almost any place you go in the developed world, housing is increasingly unaffordable. People aren't able to become homeowners until much later in life. People spend so much on rent, they can't spend that money on other things, whether it's art or sport or buying the electric vehicle or making the green transition, and also it's creating an intergenerational divide between older people who have housing wealth and younger people who don't, and that can create a big disturbance in our societies. And there's very few places where they're getting it right.
I think it's happening in rich countries and in poor countries. In capital cities all over the world, it becomes unaffordable to start a family, and that's maybe one of the reasons you see a lot of popular discontent.
Yeah, I think it is. And people are starting families later in life for lots of different reasons. There are good reasons. People are in education for longer, and people have more access to birth control. But definitely being able to become a homeowner, having space to raise a family, is harder than it was before. And there's very few places where you can see things working well, but definitely the mix that works well is is abundance. First of all, having enough housing stock, and then having a large amount of housing stock that is public in some way. And that means that the government can provide subsidized housing to a lot of people, which then means they're not competing in the private rented sector. And that's something we used to do well as societies, and we've forgotten how to do it. What is impressive in some countries where they really think big and they're building whole new cities with tens of thousands of homes, and they're building them as green cities from scratch. But we really need more of that and at scale.
Yeah, I mean, there's different models that work. We're obviously in a city where there's a mayor who's taking a lot of the approach that you talk about. There's other cities taking different approaches, but the point is there are things that are working, right? There are things that are working. Tom, let me bring you into the discussion on the same point. People know, of course, the Bezos Earth Fund. They might not know you're one of the people who brought the world Alexa at Amazon from a long career there. So I'm going to ask you the kind of question we might ask Alexa. What is the system that's failing? What's the system that's working? How should we think about this?
I can't answer in the same voice, but I came from, as you said, a career in industry, and now I'm in philanthropy focused on climate and nature. And I've learned this phrase that I think is helpful, which is, if you just need $1 million, talk to philanthropy. If you want $1 billion, go to the government. But if you need $1 trillion to solve the problem, you need to bring in private industry. And so I think anytime, in the restoration conservation space, I think philanthropy's done some great stuff, and it's been working with governments, but you need to change the economics on the ground. You have to get to the final part of the finance and the economics work. You have to make it better for the farmer to not cut the tree down than to cut the tree down. So where we've seen that, and I can share some examples of where you've seen all those players work together, it's durable, it's sustainable. Otherwise, philanthropy's writing checks forever, and that's not working.
Yeah, I think we'll come back to this theme, but I think this idea that we used to live much more in silos than we do now because we're forced to find these opportunities across those silos. It was easy to say, well, I'm just going to be a philanthropy, write my checks comfortably. But if you really want to make an impact, you've got to bring those other sectors in. So speaking of that, Amy, I want to bring you into the discussion. The internet as we know it wouldn't exist without PayPal. Right, the e-commerce revolution was created because there was a way to make payments. And you guys have unlocked so many small businesses around the world to be a part of that revolution. So I'm really curious from your standpoint, when you think about all the popular discontent, all the sense of frustration that's out there, what's not working, what is working?
Yeah, I think we're definitely still seeing some gaps. And the biggest one is really access. It's access to capital, it's access to tools, and most importantly, it's access to skills. We've heard from thousands of small businesses globally, and particularly in today's world where agentic commerce is taking off, we conducted a survey and 82% of them said they know adopting AI is critical, but 3/4 of them said we don't feel that we have the tools and training necessary to do that. That's a problem, because that's how you see industries and businesses, certainly small businesses, get disrupted very quickly. So for us, it's all about that cross-sector collaboration. We can't solve it alone in the private sector, but when you think about governments coming together, nonprofits coming together, now frontier labs coming together, that's where you see that unlock. We announced this week, actually, that we're gonna commit to helping 25 million small businesses and people help thrive in the digital economy. And we're gonna do that by 2030. And so I think, that's the kind of collaboration you need commitments from the private sector, and then you need the right partners at the table to be able to really help small businesses grow in today's economy.
So I wanna come back to you, Tom, on this, because you said you got some examples. I wanna give us a sense of when you say bring industry to the table, as somebody who's spent most of your career in industry, what does that actually mean, and what are some examples you're working on at the Bezos Earth Fund?
Yeah, we have an example, maybe there's a slide we can show that, so we were working through an organization called Terra Fund in East Africa. So this is, I would say traditional philanthropy, 150 local farmers and restoration work, created 1,500 jobs. It's working capital, it's education. And over 5 years, 80% of those businesses, these end up turning a profit. And that's what you have to do. It can't just be plant a tree, put up a fence. It's, can you help these people have a new a new economics, new farming. So I think this is a great example of traditional philanthropy. But if I can add another, where we're also adding focus is think about how invention can make this even better. So we're looking at how can you make these trees grow faster? How can you get roots that go deeper so you store carbon further down? How can you have crops that cows eat that they produce next methane, right? So these are inventions, scientific inventions that are changing the game, and that's what brings industry in. Now suddenly the economics change. Industry can say, great, I can provide new fertilizer, I can provide new trees. So we're particularly focused not only on starting the money, but it's like, how do you change the economics for the industry so they step in? How do you help the businesses be successful?
And it's a pretty exciting time for that, as Amy was saying, because the AI tools in particular, they start to change the economics of some of these solutions, and business models that might not have worked in the past, that was hard to include populations that are normally excluded from the economy. Now there's ways to actually do that. I think it creates a lot of unlocks. I wonder how are you seeing this revolutionary moment we're in, Leo, where AI is going to change the way governments work. It's going to change the potential solutions to these policy challenges. How are you seeing it?
Oh, look, it's hard to predict, and I think a lot of policy response to AI is going to have to be reactive because there are things that we just can't understand, can't predict. I remember I used to say that AI was going to change the world as much as the internet did. I no longer say that. It's going to change it more. I think we're going to live in a hybrid world made up of humans and AIs. It's going to be a very interesting place. But one of the things I think that is very promising is things like access to healthcare. And people find it hard to get access to a doctor, find it hard to get investigations. That's all going to be transformed. And I think there's a real opportunity there to make healthcare much more affordable and much more accessible to a lot of people.
I agree. I think it's going to be really transformative in countries that might not have enough trained healthcare workers. There's a chance to kind of leapfrog that. And in some ways, AI is really democratizing because you don't necessarily need to be trained on it. You can just start using it and talking to it. And I think there's a lot of opportunity. Maybe I just stay with you for 1 second before I bring Amy back in about small business, because Ireland has kind of an outlier when it comes to the degree to which small businesses drive the economy there. And I wonder if you could say a word about that and what the opportunity is, because so often, and we talked about Amazon, so often we think about the biggest businesses in the world, and they're driving this revolution in AI, certainly, but small companies are key.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, in Ireland, we have a lot of big businesses, a lot of big tech companies, big pharma companies, have European headquarters in Dublin, have operations around the country, but they still only make up about 10% of all employment and maybe 20-25% of the tax base. More than 2/3 of people in Ireland work in small business. And they are all over the country and employ people with all different types of skills, bases and backgrounds. And there's 3 things that we've tried to do to help. One is access to finance, which can be very difficult for business. So having partially backed government loan guarantees to make finance more accessible and also to bring down the cost of borrowing. And then the other is a whole system of vouchers, because we know the future is going to be green. We know the future is going to be digital. But small businesses sometimes struggle to find the money to invest or even to know what to invest in. So in every county, there's a local enterprise office, and they can give you advice on what to do to make your business digital, helping retailers go online, or to reduce your business's energy costs by going green. And the government will give you financial support to do exactly that.
Yeah, that's a great example of a policy lever that still sort of exists. There's a sense that democracies aren't delivering, governments are really strained, but there are policy levers out there that are working. You famously were the leader when the constitutional reforms passed in Ireland that led to an expansion of rights for Irish citizens. So I guess the point is things are still possible in this moment, right?
Yeah, and you got to keep trying. You won't always be successful in politics, and you can't always drive a policy change over the line. But it can happen, and there's always reasons for hope, and I'm very hopeful about the future, just because I see some of the good things that we see going around. News inevitably is about the exceptional. I remember somebody saying to me once, if the news was only on once every 10 years, what would it say? it would say life expectancy has increased. Fewer people are experiencing extreme poverty. More people are educated than ever before. But it's not. It's about the bad thing that happened yesterday. And I think that can give us a skewed impression as to what's really going on in the world.
Yeah, Amy, I want to bring you into the discussion again on small business and on particularly the impact of natural disasters and where they can have an effect. Because we're living in a world of the changing climate. Natural disasters are becoming much more commonplace, and they're affecting more people. And often the front line are the small businesses of the world. So where do they fit in, and what are you doing about that?
That's exactly right. I mean, we're talking about AI as disruption, but imagine an event like we saw with the LA wildfires or like we saw in Florida with hurricanes Milton and Helene and so many others, where that can put small businesses out for years and sometimes, ultimately forever. And so that's, when we talked about the cross-sector collaboration, you have to think ahead because small businesses are thinking about today and tomorrow, and they're thinking about inventory and how they scale and how they grow their workforce, but they don't always have time to plan and have those business resiliency plans that the government has in place and that private sector companies have in place. And so what we've tried to do is partner with nonprofits. We have one in particular, Mercy Corps Ventures, where we infused a ton of capital and sent it to them so that they are in those areas that are prone to, climate, natural disasters and other climate conditions. They're working directly with those small businesses to say, hey, we know hurricane season's coming up. We have a ton of capital here. If something happens, feel free to call us. We will immediately infuse that capital to you so that you can quickly rebuild, quickly build back that inventory, and be able to serve the community where you live and work. And so getting ahead and starting to force that planning for them, but more importantly, express to them that we're here to help you. We know this is a nerve-wracking time for you, for your employees, but we're monitoring closely and we have the tools and most importantly, the dollars to be able to quickly get you back up and running should a natural disaster strike.
Yeah, because small businesses don't have the ability that large companies might have to just weather the storm. They got money in the bank. They got a bank who'll just give them a quick loan. They need that kind of support. Tom, I want to come back to you on a point you made earlier about innovation. Because I picture you at Amazon around a whiteboard, with a small team, dreaming up some big idea that later turns into something huge. But I don't know that people think about that same kind of image when they think of the social sector or the climate sector, when they think of nonprofits and philanthropies. Do we have the opportunity to scale things like that in this space too?
Absolutely. There's a whiteboard in my office, I'm telling you. Think about energy. Energy abundance is another big issue. We need, it's what drives prosperity. It's what drives growth. It helps people keep their houses cool. All these things that we need energy for. And so advances in nuclear power, advances in geothermal power, which could dramatically change, who has access to energy, I think are really important. And these are scientific breakthroughs. And so we're trying to look at that, how could we advance something that maybe the private industry does over time, but if we could bring that in 5 years or 10 years, it would dramatically change things. Genetics, right? Modification of crops, so just more efficient from basically we take sunlight and at the end we have food. How can we make that whole chain much more efficient? And a lot of that is going to be around breeding, traditional methods of breeding and genetics. And these are modern technologies that I think are going to make a huge difference in the coming years. So,
crops that can resist drought, that maybe need less water.
Talk about wildfire, right? It's California, Maui, they have they ultimately will have the financial resources. The forests in Canada, a little harder. So how do we use satellite monitoring to identify wildfires in places? So we're using satellites, you're using drones to fight the fires. I mean, these are technological innovations. Wildfire is going to be the biggest driver, or was the biggest driver in 23 of carbon emission, way more than anything else. So we have an emerging threat to our planet through wildfire, and technology can help.
So wildfire is the largest contributor. That's amazing.
In 1 year. How many people experienced smoke in the United States in the last year? Like pretty much everybody, all parts of the country. It's a really big factor. Yeah.
It is. It's emblematic when you open your door and you see the smoke. It really sends the message, right? Like the climate is changing. Whatever the debate is, you can see something different is happening. Leo, maybe we've started to touch on this, but look, people in the audience might be thinking, there's a war going on in Iran, right? There's public discontent in so many places. People on the streets, young people on the streets. There's a sense that the world has fallen apart a little bit. And here we are saying, but there's opportunity. How do you, in your own mind, how do you think about the macro environment? And is it possible in this tough macro environment to really make change at the ground level? Can you really do it when you've got wildfires spreading around the world? Is there a way to get ahead, or is this happy talk that we're having here?
Well, look, there are 67 conflicts of some sort ongoing in the world at the moment. Some get more attention than others for reasons that I've never fully understood. But there is a bigger picture, which sometimes can be hard to talk about because, of course, we focus on the bad things that are happening and trying to fix those conflicts and end the injustices that lie behind them. But we live in a world of 8 billion people. People have never lived longer, healthier lives than is the case now. We've never had fewer women die in childbirth. We've never had more children survive beyond the age of 5. We've never had literacy levels that are as high as they are now. More people survive cancer than die of cancer, and we see that the number of people living in extreme poverty in the world has actually fallen. Watch the TV news, spend a bit of time scrolling on your phone, you would not think that is the truth, but it is the truth. And I think it's important that we don't deny the real problems that are happening in the world, but we should also accept the enormous progress that each generation is making on the next generation, because if we see that progress and accept it, then it can drive us on to do even better for the next generation.
Yeah, and I think it's important, if you see the progress, you're less likely to give up hope in this idea of solidarity, that we can solve things together. And I think part of why people turn inward and say, well, let's not worry about what's happening elsewhere in the world or in another community, is because there's a sense, well, nothing's going to go right. There's no way to do that. Let me just worry about my own problems.
Yeah, well, hopelessness leads to defeatism. And then people stop trying, and that's actually where things could go backwards. So we need to be the people and have as many people as possible that are hopeful and can believe in a better future and work towards it.
Amy, thinking about hope, give us a sense as we end.
Yeah.
What is the opportunity that you see? What should give us all a sense of real hope?
Well, I think you talked about solving things together, and I think all of us up here would agree that we're here because we believe deeply in Global Citizen's mission and in their partnership with companies that span all sectors. For us, it's been such a rewarding opportunity to be able to get into the communities where we don't have a presence maybe. And so last year, we launched the Small Business Impact Award with Global Citizen, where we awarded 5 small businesses in 5 different countries with tens of thousands of dollars to be able to adopt AI tools or build that inventory or hire 5 more employees to be able to get their business to the next level. And this year, very excited to share that we are expanding that to 15 small businesses, hundreds of thousands of dollars across multiple countries. We'll find out, I guess, more once we hear and learn more about the winners. That'll open on June 15th, and we'll announce some at the festival here in New York. So excited to see hopefully many of you there.
So Leo, look, we're breaking some positive news on the stage too.
Well, he inspired me. I was like, I gotta have something. So I just came up with it. No, just kidding.
Listen, I want to thank all of you on this panel and in the room for taking a little bit of a detour with us into a sense of what's possible, even at a time that's really challenging. I hope you walk away as I do with a sense that, hey, you know what? There are people on the ground working every day, not just at these highest levels, but in the field. The people who are making a real change in communities around the world, and we should stick behind them and stand behind them. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Raj.
and their global citizens, it's good to have this opportunity. The importance of energy cannot be overstated for jobs, growth, resilience, and human development, and not least environment and climate. With the world facing an unprecedented energy crisis, we are reminded of this every day on every continent. It is critical to expand energy access and to ensure that new energy is predominantly green and renewable. For this reason, my country, Norway, actively supports Mission 300, an initiative that will deliver electricity to 300 million Africans. And we are making progress. Norway is committed to doing its part with concessional equity, guarantees and grants that can help de-risk investments, and with an active and competent private sector. I am proud, on behalf of my country, to co-convene the second summit on clean cooking in Africa together with Kenya, the United States, and the IEA in July. So I invite all good forces, including global citizens, to join in this effort. Together we can bring access to clean cooking to the 1 billion Africans that today live without it.
In 2019, the world watched in horror as 30,000 human-lit fires burned across the Amazon. And just when we felt that all was lost, we got a call from Global Citizen's long-term partner and supporter, Coldplay.
It began with a single voice, directed at the governors and the states across the Brazilian Amazon they represent, and it grew into a movement.
Pedimos a cada de vocês.
A response from a place.
Congratulations for getting COP30 to your state, to host it in your home.
And the chorus committed to protecting it.
We can save the Amazon!
So when the world refused to listen,
nós somos a floresta, assim como nós também somos a solução.
We built a stage too big to ignore.
Very excited to share that the Global Citizen Festival Amazonia is happening on November 1st at the Estadio Olímpico do Pará.
We brought the biggest names to the forest. And the forest to the world. Because the Amazon isn't just a place. It's a people. And in concert, capable of reversing currents.
Viva Amazônia!
Please welcome back to the stage Ira Starr and Adam Lambert.
I'll never get tired of relieving our power planet. Not just because I got to perform in Paris with some of the biggest artists in the planet, but because of the massive impact that one concert had on climate justice.
That's the energy that Global Citizen now brings to the table. Advocacy with massive impact. With budgets getting smaller, while conflicts and climate crises continue to grow, the urgency of now has never been more evident.
Since 2018, the Global Citizen Prize has recognized young people who not only understand the urgency, but they are leading the way and doing something about it. And our past recipients have gone on to have major impact and have truly changed the world for the better.
And today, 5 more young people will join that legacy. Today, we celebrate our 2026 Global Citizen Prize recipients. So let's kick it off with our first award recipient.
Despite receiving less than 1% of climate financing, smallholder farmers still find creative ways to bounce back when disaster strikes because they know their communities and about 30% of the world's food supply is depending on them.
Where most people saw waste, Dismas Kasilu saw an opportunity. He combined his passion for empowering farmers and increasing food security with renewable energy and innovative technology to reduce food spoilage for small-scale farmers in Kenya and across East Africa.
Please join me in welcoming 2026 Global Citizen Prize recipient, Dismas Kasilu.
A bit of space in the freezers. It's like an Airbnb, but for vegetables. I grew up in rural Kenya. I had a chance to see a lot of small-scale farmers doing agriculture. My grandmother is also still a farmer at this day. Most of what she was growing went to waste even before it got to the market. It was a huge loss. A country like Kenya produces a lot of fresh produce, so you go to any local market, you see a lot of waste of produce. It's a huge problem that needs to be solved, and I believe that the young people in Africa have the solutions. I started thinking about how renewable energy can be of impact. That is what really made me think about solutions for people like my grandmother and many others like her across Kenya. Solar Freeze provides access to solar-powered refrigeration and cooling. We run water around solar-powered containers. Essentially, the water keeps the temperature inside cooler than ambient temperature around. So for a lot of produce, that gives them a chance to stay maybe 2 or 3 days without it going to waste. So it's much cheaper and more innovative. Also, at the same time, we increase farmers' capacity to get markets in the city by connecting them with better clients like schools, supermarkets, and hospitals that need their fresh produce. I'm particularly proud of the fact that Solar Freeze innovated a technology that people actually need in their day-to-day lives. I hope a lot of other young people will be inspired by what we are doing.
Please welcome CNN anchor Zain Asher, artist and global citizen advocate Ira Starr, co-founder and CEO of Solar Freeze, and 2026 Global Citizen Prize recipient Dismas Kasilu, and CEO of Octopus Energy Generation, Zoisa Northbond.
Thank you so much, everyone. And, you know, one of the things that I really want to get at when it comes to energy poverty is really when you think about beyond the numbers and beyond the statistics and beyond the headlines, what is it actually like for people who are growing up across the world who do not have access to energy? And it's not just about not having access to electricity and not being able to turn on the light. It's about so much more than that. I mean, it really is about quality of life. And I'm originally from Nigeria, and I can tell you that not having access to electricity for 1 to 2 days is certainly inconvenient. But when you're dealing with not having access to electricity for months, years, your entire life, it drastically changes the opportunities you have access to throughout your entire life. So we're talking about 750 million people around the world who don't have access to electricity. 600 million of them are from my continent, Africa. That is half of the population in Africa. And once again, it means limited access to education. It means quality of life changes. It means healthcare, limited access to healthcare as well. So Dismas, I want to start with you. First of all, congratulations on your Global Citizen Award. And I love the company that you have founded. I mean, this idea of cold storage units for smallholder farmers, what that means just in terms of extending the lifespan of their crops, that is hugely significant. Just talk to us about how that changes daily life for farmers across the continent.
Thank you, Asante Sana. So, first of all, the map that we just saw behind of Africa isn't that because we lack access to sun. In fact, throughout the entire world, I think Africa has one of the longest periods of sun in the entire world. So that's why we decided at Solar Freeze to harness the power of the sun to help small-scale farmers have access to productive assets such as cooling. So what we do is our technology is on a pay-as-you-go platform. So think about a farmer in rural Machakos, which they are producing tomatoes. So they have a very high chance of preserving their produce even before it gets to the market because our technology is right at the farm gate. And then we go a step further by providing them with access to data because most of them don't have any idea about where is the best market for their produce. So we connect them to the best schools who want to buy their produce, and also the best supermarkets and restaurants that want to buy their produce, because once all this information is at the farmers' hands, they can make a better decision and they get to reduce post-harvest loss. And this is not only a problem for Kenya, it's also across the board in Nigeria, where there's a lot of tomatoes going to waste and fresh produce. So we need this technology to be translated across the continent so that we can help small-scale farmers reduce post-harvest loss and also increase their income. That's how we think about this challenge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, such an important link you're making between renewable energy and, of course, agriculture, and just how that changes a farmer's future, what you're doing. So thank you so much for that. Ira, during your performance at Global Citizen Festival last year, you spoke about what it was like growing up in Nigeria. You and I have both experienced NEPA, having limited access to power. Let's roll it.
Growing up in Nigeria, we didn't always have power. I would have to wait until 6 p.m. for the power to come on so I could watch Hannah Montana. But even I was lucky, okay? Some children in Africa have no access to light at all. No child should be left in the dark. They need light to walk, study, practice. They need light to reach their dreams and watch their favorite TV shows. That's why energy matters.
Thank you for that. You bring up such an important point. But, you know, obviously people laughed about the Hannah Montana joke, but it's about that and so much more. Yes, it's about entertainment, but just so many aspects of your development as a child is affected when you don't have access to power.
Yeah. You can, like you said, we both went through the same thing. Every Nigerian child, has faced some type of electricity issues or like not having to depend on electricity to do to a lot of things, for even like food. My grandma used to sell tomatoes and pepper, and I used to have a sister, and we would like have to sell it quick because there's no lights to save it, and things like that. But yeah, what was your question?
So, just about how it affects so many aspects of your development. I was saying that, I lived in Nigeria. I was born in London, but I lived in Nigeria for 2 years when I was a kid, and I remember just nighttime was very different in Nigeria compared to in the UK, because what you can do and what you have access to and how you can spend your time, if there is no light, very different.
Yeah. The experience for me, I would say it definitely made me like who I am today, because I've had to, find ways to do things I had to do without the comfort of electricity and all of that. But I can't speak for every child in Africa or every child in Nigeria, but I know like the difference that would have made for me, having to come, like if I came back from school and I was able to, have AC or even fan in the heat and do my, my assignments, that would have made a big difference. So yeah.
Thank you, Ira. And Zoe, so just in terms of your company, Octopus Energy, one of the things that I find interesting and I want to really highlight is that you're partnering with Idris Elba to bring wind farms to Sierra Leone. 28%, that's pretty much about a quarter of the country, has limited access to electricity. And so when you think about sustainability, renewable energy, wind farms, what sort of potential does that unlock for a country like Sierra Leone?
Thank you, and delighted to be here. When I look to the project that we're building in Sierra Leone, which is for a population of about 14,000 people, it's a village called Bonth, and it's on Sherbro Island. It goes beyond actually just lacking light at night. When I look to the economies that are stalling on the island, so for instance, fishing is almost the lifeblood of the economy, but fishermen cannot refrigerate quickly enough the fish to sell on. And I think that's why actually solutions like yours are absolutely incredible. But it also goes beyond that. You look to schools where you have women cooking children's school meals using biomass, which is not only harmful to their health, but also to the environment. And then you look at some of the health organisations, and it's impossible for them to function and their equipment to work without electricity. When Idris and his foundation and Octopus began planning what could be created for the island, we actually had this phrase, which was, let's create an energy backbone. So something that could be truly catalytic and would be able to hook in and create light and electrify the island in a way that was going to stimulate the economy. And that's what we've done. We've got 5 wind turbines. It's the first project in Sierra Leone like this to ever be built. We've also bought solar energy and battery storage. And it's really important that we do that because actually it starts building resilience where you can get almost a consistent energy supply, so not just a solar farm, but the ability when the sun isn't shining or the wind isn't blowing to store it and also provide that back to the community. So for us, it was about creating something lasting, resilient, but we could learn lessons from and ultimately replicate not only on the island, but across Sierra Leone and hopefully West Africa. I know Nigeria has a lot of innovation of its own, but hopefully the whole of West Africa.
Thank you so much, Seisa. And this idea of replicating is so important, and that's where I want to bring you in, Dismas, because, you know, yes, you have found an incredible solution to food waste, and so many of us are so proud of you for that. But on top of that, you're also inspiring the next generation of clean energy entrepreneurs who want to follow in your footsteps. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so look, right now in Africa, out of 100 kids joining primary school, probably 30 of them will transition to secondary school. Out of those 30, maybe less than 9 will get to tertiary, university or higher education. So that means 90% of them don't have a chance to transition to higher education. So this is a continent, imagine, whereby 70 or 75% of the people are less than 30 years old. So what does it mean for those 90% who don't have a chance? This is how we think about it. Imagine when you are like a teenager and you wanted to drive a car. So the best person to teach you how to drive was maybe your brother or your sister or even your neighbor who was the same age as yourself. So look at Okadas or boda bodas or motorbikes in Kenya. Like, I guarantee you 100% of them, none of those people driving them have any license. It's one weekend their friend taught them how to like get on top of the motorbike, and then next thing they're carrying you to your next destination on time. And that's the same mindset we have about renewable energy. Once we set up these facilities in rural areas, you find there's a lot of interest from young people about what this technology is. And we started this program called Each One, Teach One, Train to Earn. So basically what that is, it's a peer-to-peer learning program where if like you're post-high school, we normally train you about the maintenance, installation, and repair of this technology. So it's sort of like a skill training program, and we make sure that it's less than 3 months. And to even add cherry on top, some of our facilities have free Wi-Fi. So you get there, you get on the internet, and then you take a course. And we have linked up with the technical institutions for like this training. So it's easy for them to show their certificate after that. And it's not just for solar freeze also. We are looking at other people are installing solar in these communities, like home lighting systems, like solar-powered irrigation kits. So once these technologies start breaking down, most people in these rural areas are like, these solars are from, I don't want to mention the country, maybe they're substandard. So if you find you have a young person within your community who can fix it, then the reputation of solar starts going up and it helps everybody in the community. That's how we think about it.
That is fascinating and so inspiring. Thank you for the work that you're doing, Dismas. And Ira, there was this beautiful moment on stage where you got the audience to turn on their lights, right? To support, I think we have it, yeah. To support energy access across Africa. It's just such a great moment, you know, that you were raising awareness in this way. So out of all the sort of solutions, energy solutions, renewable energy solutions that you heard, just talk to us about what you're excited about, what inspires you.
So before this, I didn't really know much about global energy solutions, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm learning so much from you, and it's so inspiring, and I just want people in Nigeria and young people in Nigeria to even know about this, however we can, because like you said, once one person does it, next person is gonna learn. Like a lot of young people in Africa, they are very eager to work and change the continent for the better. So even being a part of this is I'm so excited. Like a young girl can be watching this right now at home or something, and it's like, okay, let me try and find solar energy solutions for my country too. So yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that you have such a great platform is hugely important to raising awareness for this issue. I mean, Issa can talk about, the fact that she's partnered with Idris Elba and how much of a magnifying glass that was, just, in terms of magnifying awareness. It's huge, the fact that you have this platform. And so, Issa, my final question to you, we only have a couple minutes left. Obviously, I think with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the Iran war, we've all learned a thing or two about the importance of energy independence. How do you think that what's happening with this war that's a few months old really adds to the urgency of some of the work that you're doing?
I think this is one of the biggest injustices because the people that are suffering most are people in sub-Saharan Africa. And it's because, of course, through no decisions of their own, they are relying on diesel imports. It's a fossil fuel system, and unfortunately, this is what it creates, which is dependency on imports, and it takes the decision out of your own hands. The best thing that can happen is to build renewables, is to do the things in your own borders to create homegrown electrons for consumers. Africa can do this. It's got 60% of all renewable resources on the planet. It, in the last 5 years, has seen investment triple. It's on its way. It just now needs amazing innovation, and it needs investment to get behind it. Because actually, the most secure energy that we can be creating is the one that we generate closest to home.
And I think that you bring up such an important point about Africa bearing the brunt of this crisis. It's something that's not talked about enough, because once you have higher oil prices, it means the price of everything goes up. Transportation, food, and of course, the people who suffer the most are the ones who lack the resources. Thank you so much, everyone, for this panel. I've left feeling so inspired. And if today has sparked something in you, you can take action right now by heading to globalcitizen.org and adding your voice to the Renewable Energy Campaign. Leave a short message to world leaders about clean energy, the importance of it, why it matters in your life. Together, when we raise our voices and push for change, we can, of course, move forward. Thank you so much, everyone.
Please welcome Bloomberg TV anchor Danny Berger, founder, chairman, and CEO of Authentic Brands Group, Jamie Salter, Cisco Executive Vice President and Chief People, Policy, and Purpose Officer, Fran Katsoudas, and CEO of Bridgewater Associates, Nir Bardea.
Thank you, everyone, so much for joining. I'm so excited for this conversation because it is kind of the conversation of the moment. I'm sure everyone here has had these questions about AI and how it's changing things in some sort of form. And to be fair, how it's reshaping companies, it's not really a question anymore. It's not theoretical. It's happening now. Stanford's latest AI index that they published in 2026, 88% of organizations are now using AI. And I think it's fair to say that these leaders on stage are helping for joining. Fran, I want to start with you because it's a good day over at Cisco. For those that do not watch the stock market like we do at Bloomberg and others, it is Cisco's best day since 2011. Right. I think that deserves a round of applause. And
Fran's here.
Yeah. But part of the excitement, Fran, is the AI-led restructuring happening at Cisco. And a lot of that does impact the workforce. I know a very small amount announced that you were letting go, only about 5%. But I wonder, when you think about the workforce, not just Cisco as a whole, but the people how much are the people in the restructuring being made to the workforce to change in an AI-led way?
So the first thing I would say is that I think we all know everything is changing at the moment. And when you have that type of environment, it allows you to redesign very thoughtfully. And so from a Cisco perspective, we have seen tremendous opportunity around AI, but we are seeing job roles change rather quickly as well. And I think we have an accountability as a company to ensure that the workforce continues to get the training that helps them to stay relevant and to learn new skills. And so, Danny, I would say that's the balance for us. Generally speaking, I think for all of us, we talk about learning a lot, but there's a lot that we have to unlearn too. Because for us to change all of the processes in the workforce and to innovate differently, it requires us to let go. And I think that's hard to do. The last thing that I would say from a Cisco perspective is that we have always been incredibly committed to training. And last year, we trained 5 million learners around the world. This is something that we will commit to do. We have a tremendous amount of training from an AI perspective. And so our goal is that when we have a restructuring or when we go through change, that we take care of our people. We ensure that they get the training and certification that they need. In previous restructures, we have placed 75% of our people, which we're really proud of. And I think this is just a new cycle that we have to create around job change because it's going to happen a lot faster.
Just quickly, does that ultimately mean, though, you need a slimmer workforce with those changes?
Eventually, I think what you're going to see is you're going to have new roles that are emerging. At the moment, our people, about 77% say that they're becoming a lot more productive, which is amazing. From Cisco's perspective, our headcount will remain the same. And so what we're doing is we're pivoting our skills and resources in new growth areas. But I think we're going to learn a lot more as we move forward.
And Jamie, you all are using some very powerful AI too. We were just talking about it before on stage. Your authentic AI, the breadth of what it can do is really impressive, from creative to legal work. How are you looking at your workforce? Do you now need less people because you have this huge, powerful AI that can do so much for authentic?
I think we're probably at a place now where, as we continue to buy more companies, we won't add as much on the workforce side. But as my colleague would tell you, you have to learn how to use AI. And there's lots of people in the organization, from young to old, and I'm one of the older guys, that learn how to use it. And then there's people that are really scared to learn how to use it. And I think that people, why workforce is changing, it's not necessarily that you're going to reduce your workforce by 25%. You may change your workforce by 20%. And the reason you may change your workforce by 20% is because 20% of the existing workforce does not want to learn and how to use AI. So, I mean, it's no different than, Excel. When I was, much younger, if you didn't learn how to use Excel, it used to say on your resume, okay, do you know how to use Excel? And if you said no, you never got that job. So I think it's just really important that the younger generation learns how to use AI, but the older generation also has to learn how to use AI in order to change their skill sets. And I think that what we've seen is, a really good change in our organization. We have almost, I would say about 80% of the people are now using AI. And we have reduced, I'll give you an example. In finance, it would take us 700 hours to do all the reporting that we have to do on a regular basis per week. 700 man hours or women hours per week. Today, it's 100 hours. So think about that reduction is 90% almost in man hours. So that gives you an enormous amount of time to actually do other things and spend more time with, the different, VPs and EVPs to actually, read those reports and do something about it.
Right. I mean, Nir, the conversations around AI and hedge funds and asset management, Bridgewater has been doing some form of machine learning really since its inception. But now you have a new, more powerful tool. And there is this narrative, Ken Griffin, for example, has said that AI doesn't produce alpha. I know you have a lot of machine learning powered, AI powered hedge funds, strategies rather. Would you agree with that? That there still needs to be a human element to create alpha, that AI itself cannot create alpha in your business?
First of all, it's so great to be here. It's never been more important to gather and talk about these topics. And even if there's like a become vibe to what's been said, I think what's coming both in AI, energy, geopolitics is going to disrupt the world completely. It will be unrecognizable, which is why this is so important. Just want to start there. Now let's go to hedge funds.
Let's start with the existential point.
Yeah.
I like it.
Let's go to hedge funds. Look, I think both things are true at the same time. Yes, we have a fund that we've rolled out 3 years ago that is completely focused on an artificial investor. That means AI generates the insight, trades billions of dollars, and competes with our expert system, which is the previous version of AI. And it's a close call on who's winning, and it's the worst that it's ever going to be. So on one hand, this is going to change everything. But the thing that it's going to change is the combinations between humans and technology, which is not to say humans will not be necessary. Even in that fund, that fund, for example, to your question, created an upward pressure on our headcount because we needed to build a team that is large to do that. So you'd have a different combination of human and technology. The thing that I would really focus on when thinking about this is the difference between a productivity increase, meaning we're doing something like humans would do it, but trying to do it more productively. I think that is an evolutionary change. Versus, I would think about AI like an alien technology. You know, AI looks at humans fold clothes, and that's mind-blowing to AI. They're like, show me yourself folding clothes, and maybe I'll be able to learn it one day. We look at how AI does certain things and we can't figure it out. How did you get there? Yep. And if we keep just focusing on using AI through human-led processes, we're only going to get to productivity increases. Once things start to get rebuilt, the factory get rebuilt around AI intelligence, you will find capabilities changes. I'll give one example of that just to make it visceral, because I think we're in that moment right now. We've been looking at Bridgewater for what we call kind of the Barnes & Noble's moment, right? Remember when a technology came and disrupted an industry so deeply that it led to almost to extinct. That happened when Amazon came and caught Barnes & Noble's off guard. It's happening right now. If you look at application software stocks, and Cisco is having a great day, but as an index, they're down 40% because they're going through a holy crap moment. How different are things going to be when the whole factory is wired in a different way?
By the way, are you a believer that what we are heading towards is this future of AGI that like completely reshapes humanity? Is that what you're talking about? That some of the freak out in markets, it's calmed down now, but is warranted because things are going to fundamentally change?
The thing I will bet completely on is that things are going to fundamentally change, yes. What that's going to look like, I think, is a very hard question. Let me just expand on that for a second and why I think it's obvious that things are going to change, why they're already so different right now. Think about three reinforcing dynamics that are happening. For years now, we've been in the biggest investment cycle because people are banking on exactly what you're saying. They're like, the prize is so big that I'm going to spend everything I've got. All the tech companies that had tremendous amounts of cash spend their balance sheets down, governments are spending their balance sheets down with that promise. That is already, forget about what you think is going to happen, changing everything. That followed with capability changes. Coding, 3 years ago or 2 years ago, AI could do 5 minutes of coding. Today, it's 12 hours of coding, and scaling keeps going on, so that's going to keep expanding. If you look at Anthropic's earnings a year ago was $1 billion. It's now $30 billion as of this month. These are wild changes, and couple that with what's happening in the world, which is we've left one paradigm in the world of globalization that we've been in for decades and moved to a much more adversarial world, which feeds AI also. Because nations, China and the US are saying, well, it's a winner-take-all world. I got to invest in capabilities that are going to make me win the geopolitical race. No matter how you cut it, the world is going to be a radically different place.
It feels like there's no break in that, but Fran, I mean, you live the here and now and see daily how people are using this. And I wonder, one, if you agree with Nir that we are going to a fundamental change, and two, how quickly that will happen. I think about there's this great FT report basically saying that there are a lot of employees at Amazon, and Amazon had been pressuring their employees saying, you need to show us that you're using AI. And basically all the workers just started using random tasks for AI to prove that they were using tokens and to make themselves look good in front of their bosses. So is that change actually happening now? And do we get, again, to that place, to Nir's point, that is a fundamental change?
I do think that things are going to change fundamentally. I do. I don't think we know the timing. But we can't forget the role of the individual. And so I think a stat that's really compelling at Cisco is that for those people that are active AI users, they feel more proud of the Cisco brand, and their retention is a lot stronger. And what that means is I think that employees want to feel like they're working on the most important parts of the company and the broader mission. And so we can't forget just that connection to work, to progress, to impact. I think that makes our people really proud. The other thing that I would say is the two groups right now at Cisco that are using AI most actively, the first is employees that are with us for less than a year. I don't think that'll surprise you. The second group is employees that have been with us for more than 20 years. And so what that tells me is that it's an opportunity for everyone, and we have to look at it that way.
Right. Jamie, I would also love a very specific look at how AI is impacting your industry. I was speaking with a Citi M&A banker legend, Christina Moore, yesterday, who said IP is more important than it's ever been because of AI. Are you seeing the same thing? Just because of the sheer volume of content out there, that valuable IP is just that, even more valuable now?
I mean, look, there's so much muck on the internet now. Is it real? Is it not real? Is it AI? Is it the real person? And you're seeing a lot of that. So I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of new laws that are going to be put in place, you know, where you have to say whether it's an AI ad or whether it's sort of a real person's ad. But I'll give you a real example. Marilyn Monroe. So we own the estate of Marilyn Monroe, 100% of the estate. And Marilyn Monroe, you know, sure, we can put her to work, but now we can really put her to work. And the truth of the matter is, you know, if you don't own Marilyn Monroe's IP, then it's not real. But if you actually do own Marilyn Monroe's IP, you can put her in a commercial, and you know, Marilyn Monroe's got 100% brand awareness. She's the original influencer. You know, she started the red carpet. So you use somebody like her, and all of a sudden, because you own that IP, the value in that has gone up tremendously. But then you switch to someone like Kevin Hart, which we just did the roast, okay? As everyone saw, it was pretty funny. But you take someone like Kevin Hart, where he's one of the biggest in the world. He's got 300 million social media fans, and he is the exact opposite of Marilyn Monroe. He's like, I'm terrified of AI because I don't want you to actually use AI, okay, when you're doing a commercial. I want it to be me because I'm Kevin Hart. So I think that, you know, the consumer is really going to look at AI and say, is that a real ad or is that sort of an AI ad? And we as people, we have a tendency of actually backlashing against sort of what's happening. And I think COVID's a really good example, right? We all went into our houses. We all said, we're never gonna go out. Okay, this is where we are. This is where we're gonna live for the rest of our lives. Oh my God, right? COVID's over. What is the hottest thing going now in the world? Entertainment, experiential, restaurants. Everyone is taking their money and spending it on things that they traditionally did not spend their money on before COVID. So I think you're gonna see the same thing with AI, which is if you own the IP, you're gonna be able to tell a lot of good stories. But if you don't own the IP, it's gonna be much, much harder.
We only have about a minute left, but Nir, I'd love to leave it with this idea that, again, you know, Fran and Jamie are just talking about huge consequential changes for your business and for your employees. And there has been this growing idea that with everything that's happening in the world, with disruption, with energy prices as high as they are, that all that matters is AI. is AI the new macro? Is AI the only thing that matters now for this economy and for this world?
If you only remember one thing, if you all remember one thing from this conversation, remember this, because I think it's so critically important. It's not just that. You have to think about what happened in the world when we had massive productivity shifts together with global order shifts, together with technologies that could promise world dominance. 200 years ago, Industrial Revolution was amazing from a productivity shift perspective, but it started 200 years of humans killing one another, tens of millions of people dead. 100 years later, 1930s, you have disenfranchised people because of that, saying this doesn't work for me, making political choices with a nuclear technology kind of in the backdrop that leads to a world war and the Holocaust, and the weakest people in the world suffering. Bretton Woods, Germany and Japan get disarmed, leads us to today. To your question with AI, all these things are happening at the same time. We have a productivity shift that's akin to what happened 200 years ago. We have a world order shift. We have technologies that promise world dominance, and whether this ends up with a Holocaust or with a world war, yes, it's a big deal. And if we keep telling ourselves that it's not a big deal and we don't take responsibility over it, the people that will suffer will be the weakest people in the world. So we should be optimistic and bank on all the goodness, but we got to take responsibility for what that's going to do to the global community.
Well,
You should be a politician.
I was going to say, I do feel confident that so much of this technology is being led by you three on stage, so that note of responsibility, I think I feel a little bit more comfortable after hearing from all of you. Thank you so much. Everyone, please join me in thanking Fran, Jamie, and Nir.
Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage, Jamie Salter.
Can I continue to talk about AI? The one thing before I actually start, I'm going to say one thing about AI, which I didn't get to say, which is AI is magic, and everyone should know that. But just remember, you need a magician to make magic. So make yourself a magician if you want to embrace it. So when I think about all the brands that we've been fortunate enough to build over the years, they all have something in common. They have a clear point of view. They are built on real heritage. RVCA is one of those brands. Everything RVCA has built comes from an authentic belief that creativity changes people, that those people then change the world. Please welcome to the stage our president of RVCA, Mark Tinkus. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. I grew up in Santa Cruz. Surf and skate culture wasn't something I discovered. It was the world I grew up in. And what I understood early on is that the surfers, skaters, artists, the kids who were doing both, they were building something real, a language, a community, a way of seeing the world that was their very own. For over 2 decades, we've been building a platform for those people through our Artist Network program, the ANP. It's not a sponsorship, but a community for artists and athletes who push boundaries and use their work to move culture forward. This morning, I want to introduce you to two people who represent everything the ANP stands for. Please welcome the artists behind this incredible piece, Valia de Ulis. And also please welcome a professional skateboarder and RUCA advocate, Kevin Spanky Long. Nice rolling entrance, Spanky. As one of the longest running advocates on the RUCA skate team, do you want to tell us a little bit what the ANP means to you?
Sure. Thanks, Mark. Happy to be here. From a really young age, skateboarding taught me how to move through the world, and art taught me how to make sense of it. ANP was the community that could bring all that together, and that's why we're here, and thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Spanky. Valia, tell us about your art and also this wonderful piece that we're here standing seeing.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's wonderful to be here. ANP provided me a creative community and with like-minded people, and I really appreciated that. I paint both endangered and thriving species of flora and fauna as a way to celebrate the resilience of nature at all stages. And I really appreciate that ANP allows me to celebrate both my action in conservation and creatively. This painting is of wonderful orchids, both thriving and endangered, and it will be given to one of you lucky folks today.
Thank you, Valia. Today, RUCA and Global Citizen are formally announcing a partnership, rooted in the shared belief that art has the power to drive lasting change. This year, we'll be announcing programs that support emerging creatives and change makers around the world, so please stay tuned. And don't miss what's waiting for you by the elevators, the chance to win Valia's original canvas and 2 custom skateboard decks, one created by Spanky, by taking action here today. Scan the QR code on the screen now and answer one question. How did your favorite artists inspire the way you see the world? And submit. Spanky and Valia will be by the activation today, so stop by, say hello, ask them questions. The canvas will be shipped to its winner, and the 2 skateboard decks, you can take them home today. Wow. Thank you very much. Enjoy talking to you.
Boa noite.
I am very excited to share that the Global Citizen Festival Amazonia is happening on November 1st at the Estadio Olímpico do Pará.
So thanks to 4.4 million actions that you took tonight, we have seen incredible impact to protect, restore, and rewild the Amazon. And we wouldn't be here tonight without you, without your passion and your actions.
Please welcome to the stage Global Citizen Board Member Diego Scotti, President of Amazonia Plus 21 Institute, and FAIS Marcelo Tomé, founder of Costa Brazil Francisco Costa, and Chief Financial Officer of Banco da Amazonia Fabio Maeda.
All right, bom dia. O Brasil está na sala ou não? Sim? Okay, give it up, give it up. I was just watching the video and remember last year Global Citizen made a promise that if millions of people took action for the protection of the Amazon rainforest, the world was going to respond. And just to recap, as part of the Protect the Amazon campaign, more than 4.4 million actions were taken by global citizens. Over $1 billion in commitments were raised. Remember when we said we were, I don't know, an objective of getting $1 billion. 31 million hectares of rainforest were saved, and 18 million lives were impacted. So that progress was only possible because the communities, indigenous leaders, business partners, and governments together share one idea, which was that protecting the Amazon and expanding opportunity need to go hand in hand. Now that work continues, more than 18 months since we started. We just announced a partnership with the city of Rio de Janeiro to continue our efforts to protect the Amazon. So in a few weeks, in good global citizen style, in almost 2 or 3 weeks from now, we're returning to Brazil with Global Citizen Now in Rio. And this next step is continue to build on the idea that the economy where the forest is worth more standing that cut down, and where communities who protect it are the ones who benefit the most. And we're building even more excitement on that because we're also bringing Global Citizen live in Rio with an incredible concert in Ipanema Beach. So if you're there, you are all invited on June 6th. Featuring Ms. Lauryn Hill and Wyclef Jean. It's going to be a historic moment, them coming together. Ludmilla is going to be there too. YG Marley and Zion Marley as well, so it's going to be a really historic moment. But first, let me welcome our panel, a full Brazilian panel here today. And let's talk about this more specifically. And I want to start with Marcelo, that through your work with Amazonia 21 and FAIS, you're helping reimagine what an Amazon economy can look like. The Amazon holds some of the world's most valuable biodiversity, yet deforestation still remains profitable. So what does a better model look like for the people that live there, and what's stopping us from scaling?
Good morning, everyone. For us, the next step is very clear. We need to show that the forest has value when it is standing. The Amazon is not only trees or empty land. It's people, it's families, it's farmers, it's small businesses. It's young people who need job and hope. If people do not have income, the forest will always be under pressure. So our work is to help create a new economy for the Amazon. An economy that protects nature, but also creates jobs, income, and opportunity. Many good projects already exist in the Amazon. Many farmers and producers want to do the right thing, but they need support, they need capital, they need technical help, they need access to markets. This is why, in partnership with Global Citizen, we are launching the Green Plus Rural Fund. That is where Amazonia Plus 21 can help. We connected local projects with finance, business partners, and technical support. We want to make it easier for people to protect the forest and also build a better life. And it's also why initiatives like the Sustainable Business Corp are so important, because we need to bring together business, finance, government, and civil society to help make this new Amazon economic reality.
You guys have been doing an amazing job, and we're really appreciative of the partnership because we're going to do a lot more together. Let me now talk to Francisco, and for the ones of you that know Francisco Costa, if you don't know him, he had a small job in fashion, replacing a guy called Calvin Klein. I don't know if you heard of him.
Replacing
it? But more than a decade running that company. And there was a point, Francisco, when you left that incredible role, went to the Amazon for a while, and you came up with the idea of Costa Brazil, which is an incredible brand. So tell us more about that. And I also want to understand, what is the world missing in terms of not understanding the true value of the Amazon economy and the culture?
It's interesting because I actually didn't understand it myself. You know, when I arrived in the first time into the Amazon, I stayed with the where I was in a visit. You know, the biodiversity, the people itself, the culture, it's something that's unmatched, you know. So I think it's it's fascinating, the opportunity, the land of opportunity that's there if you actually protect the people. In association with Conservation International, which I sat on the Americans Council, I had the chair of Americans Council for quite some time, about 10 years, we realized that in order really to entrepreneur to become really a force within the Amazon region, you have to protect the people, whether if the indigenous communities, the ribeirinhos, and really understand how it flows. I was giving an example. I went to Macapá, a region, bordering with French Guiana, and we have two Brazilian indigenous ingredients, which is like really the core of our brand. And I was to meet this one community. And I get there as one family. It's 3 generations of one family. And I could do anything with it because they weren't registered. They go into the forest for three months searching for those 3 ingredients. There was no really support in order for them to actually propel as a real business. So I think this is so important that, Global Citizen, you, Marcelo, is bringing awareness to the region and really creating structure that one could actually propel, have the real business sense, they'll support the people. I think bottom line, I call the indigenous communities like they hold the key to the Amazon. So it's very, very crucial that we look at the future of this collaboration with the Amazon as a real partner, not just a place in which you find ingredients and make them, part of your story. This story is the Amazon, which is like the core of this planet, and we need to protect it. Protect it by supporting the people who live there, because they are basically the army that's day to day are on the field really protecting the land.
And what I find fascinating about Costa Brazil is like you took these ingredients and you made it into a desirable luxury brand that people all around the world can connect with, which is not easy to do. So kudos to you.
Thank you.
Fabio, let's talk about Banco da Amazonia. The bank exists to finance development across the legal Amazon. So can you tell us more about the pipeline? How does it look like today in terms of sustainable finance? And what are the biggest gaps that we have today?
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here, talk a little about the bank and the work we've been doing here. We see it as a very positive, Diego, the environment for sustainable finance. We ourselves, we are a bank that was founded over 80 years ago to bring development to the Amazon region. So we've been doing this for 80 years, and we're starting to get recognition. So it's so good to be here to talk about what the success we have been having working exclusively in the Amazon region. And when we talk about sustainable finance, we ourselves have been able to bring money on the couple of last years from this metric. So we partnered with French Development Agency. We brought 80 million euros from the French Development Agency last year. This year we're about to close a deal with the World Bank of about $100 million. So there we see a lot of appetite to bring money to the region itself, to sustainable finance theme. So we have potential, we have capital out there, but what we see, and when we're talking about gaps, is that what investors want, what multilateral development banks want, and we have been talking to others, so they all want governance. They all want be sure that this is going to be technically put out on a good projects. And then when we go to the other side, we see a lot of a lack of structure. We see entrepreneurs that need more technical assistance, like Marcelo said. We see entrepreneurs that need more techniques on management, so the investors need to be sure that this money is going to be well taken care of. But so if we close this gap, we're sure there's plenty of money to invest in the Amazon and to invest in the sustainable finance theme.
Terrific. So, these panels go very, very fast. That's the whole idea of doing this conversation. So, I'm going to have one last question for each of you, and Fabio will end with you, because I know that you have a big surprise. But we are now 10 days from Rio and the work that we're going to do there. And I wanted to know, then, what can you commit to right now on this stage that shows the world that this future is being built not just protect it or just talking about it. So Marcelo, let me start with you.
Thank you, Diego. For me, the first thing is to work with local partners. The Amazon is very big. It's very complex. You cannot build solutions from far away. You need people and institutions that know the territory, know the farmers, know the communities, and understand what is possible on the ground. Many solutions already exist. We have good producers, we have good projects, we have people who want to protect the forest and build a better economy. But they need support to grow. So my ask is simple. Invest in local platforms and local partnerships that are already trusted. With the Green Plus Rural Fund, in partnership with Global Citizen, we want to help to do exactly that. We want to bring capital, technical support, and market access to the people who are ready to build the new economy. If we want scale, we need to fund what already works and help it grow.
Terrific. Thank you. Francisco.
I guess I think the more awareness I can bring into the world about what Amazon really is, the more products I can launch with indigenous ingredients. It's a true commitment. This year we are actually launching 2 more products which are directly linked into our sourcing capabilities within the partners that we have. So that's really my goal. And bringing the communities into the limelight. We had a great relationship with, and we have learned so much from the Waiwanawas, for instance. They have great partners with us. So the commitment is real. We can speak about it, and we have them as real partners. I think the conservation of that wonderful culture, whether the indigenous or the Ribeirinhos as well, it's true knowledge. It's knowledge of the forest. It's the only way we can protect. So my commitment is really to enlarge that commitment. Whatever we do, do it better, and getting to know them even deeper.
Fantastic. And now, Fabio, to you.
Well, thinking about the gaps we just said, thinking about the work that Marcelo has been doing on the Instituto Amazônia 21, and especially the Sustainable Investment Facility that we are building together, and the launch of the Green Plus Rural Fund, which aims to help entrepreneurs like Francisco and so others, and we need more, like hundreds and thousands of cases of Francisco, of Costa Brazil's. We are here very proudly to announce the commitment of $2.5 million to kick off the Rural Plus Fund.
Whoa, that's
We're
amazing.
very happy to be.
Well done. Well done. Well, thank you. That was a nice surprise for everybody. And I wanted to first ask you to help me thank the panel. Marcelo, Francisco, and Fabio. Thank you very much. And I tell you, I'm so proud because the future is being built in the global South, and this shows how Brazil is leading the way. So it is our privilege to be working with all of you and with an amazing country. And on June 4th, Global Citizen Now Rio will bring together the leaders and the solutions to move from commitment to action in good global citizen fashion. And then on June 6th, as I said to you before, we'll all be in Ipanema Beach. Hopefully, the beach will be big enough to have everybody that we expect is going to join us. But a lot of global citizens taking action, a concert, a movement, and a signal that, again, that the world and the future are being built right there in Brazil. We hope to see you all there. Thank you all very much. Thank you to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
For a place that I've never been to, I sure do feel like I've been here before. This is bigger than us. Princess or queen, tomboy or king. It's bigger than me. You've never seen what
the earth, Mother Mary rise to the top. Divine feminine, I'm feminine. Woman, let me be a woman. Woman, woman, woman. I can be a woman. Woman, woman, woman. Let me be a woman. Woman, woman, woman. I can be a woman. Woman, woman, woman.
I want everybody to make some noise for Global Citizens for helping set this all up. This was one of my most fun shows I've ever done. I love you.
Please welcome to the stage Forbes Chief Content Officer, Randall Lane.
All right. What we're doing. We just saw in that video how live music can move an audience. But what I want to talk about with you guys for a little bit is how live music can move a continent. Who's been to one of the Move Africa events? Couple. Who's heard of it? All right. Well, we're gonna talk about with one of the kind of the godfather of this event. We have, well, first, the very first event, 2023, was in Kigali with Kendrick Lamar, and it was hosted by our next guest. We have via WebEx, His Excellency, the President of Rwanda, Paul Kagame. Mr. President, the whole idea of Move Africa is to create an ecosystem, create an infrastructure for the entertainment business in Africa. Why is this important to your administration? Why is it important to Rwanda?
Well, first, I want to thank Global Citizen for the invitation to speak with you today. I look forward to our conversation. Rwanda became an early investor in Move Africa because it promises to propel Africa's creative industry forward. The potential is enormous. Our continent's creative the economy will reach a $200 billion valuation by 2030. For Rwanda and the continent, investing in this sector is about turning artistic innovation into long-term economic growth. Initiatives like Move Africa are vital because it takes us a step closer to this vision by professionalizing every layer of the industry. For example,
please.
For example, the concerts, a lot of the logistics, crews are sourced locally. This creates jobs and builds capacity at the highest standard. Ultimately, this will create more demand for internal and regional, international events. Lastly, our creatives get visibility. They have the chance to showcase their talent and even interact with some of the international artists that come to perform.
And Mr. President, you're showcasing talent, but you're also showcasing talent within Rwanda. I've seen you speak many times. You're very eloquent with numbers. Let's talk about numbers. The first time we did this event in Kigali, 75% of the crew was local. This year, it was almost 100%. So tell us what we can look forward to going forward in terms of how we create the sustainable, permanent jobs.
Well, it's very critical. We have always believed that we need to move away from the old narrative that engaging in creative activities is a hobby or a side hustle. All over the world, African countries' creatives are celebrated for their craft, and many are inspiring young Africans to pursue their passions. Our mindset is that instead of having our skill and talent go to waste, why not contribute further to this industry by investing in an enabling environment? For example, we now have a single ministry dedicated to youth and arts. This isn't just for convenience. From a policy perspective, we believe that the needs of our young people cannot be prioritized without combining both sectors. The earlier our young people are engaged in productive activities to channel their energy, the easier it is for them to contribute to our development.
You're excellent. Let's stick with that. You just mentioned youth. One of the great stats in the world is that, in Africa, you got 1 billion people, 70% are under 30. The growth for the next 100 years is coming from Africa. How much, so we talked about creating an ecosystem and infrastructure with this initiative for creatives in the entertainment industry in Africa. How important, Your Excellency, is specifically the young employees and the youth in terms of this initiative?
The issue of young people going abroad is real. To end this cycle, we have to create opportunities for them to stay on the continent. In the context of the creative industry, it is important to treat entertainment as a business. That's how you bring productivity and scale in this sector. If you want to put together a world-class concert, you need massive public and private investment in infrastructure. That's what Move Africa is encouraging us to do, and I hope everyone on the continent is taking this call seriously. But it doesn't stop there. These gatherings bring together thousands of fans from the region and beyond.
I think to underscore, part of what's important is not just creating this industry in Africa, but it's also the message it sends. Because right now, listen, Afrobeats is enormous around the world, but historically, for the last few decades, if you wanted to make it in entertainment in Africa, you had to leave Africa. So now what you're helping to do is allow people who are creatives in Africa to stay in Africa. So how can we support you in that very noble mission?
Well, to make them stay and spend and support our artists, you have to create the ecosystem around this infrastructure. And this means leisure, hospitality, wellness, and much more. That's what Sports City in Kigali aims to do. It is where BK Arena, Amahoro Stadium, and Zaria Courts are all located.
I've seen the clips from Kigali, and you were on stage there. You almost got as much applause as Kendrick Lamar. What was your favorite? Two questions? What's your favorite moment from Move Africa personally? Actually, answer that, and I got a surprise question for the end. So,
my favorite moment is seeing everyone sing and dance to good music. And I personally feel like, and many times I do, join a crowd that is dancing. So everyone is welcome to Kigali.
When we come back, who would be your dream artist to play Kigali?
Wow. I have many dream artists. Let me for the moment, reserve my comments as to who.
And that is why he's the president. We're out of time. I know we're going to break. Thank you, President Paul Kagame, Rwanda, a great supporter of this from day one. We're already planning for next year's event, so Move Africa next year. It's already on their way, so look out for that. You can check out, again, look out on the Global Citizen app. You know, you can follow Global Citizen Africa on Instagram, or you could just come to moveafrica.org and see what's going on. We look forward to seeing you, President Kagame, in your country again. Thank you for hosting.
Most welcome, and thank you.
Thank you. President Kagame.
Coming up on Global Citizen Now, Global Citizen Ambassador Hugh Jackman, and later, a special FIFA World Cup announcement with Shakira, and a surprise guest. Grab some coffee. We'll be right back.
When we come together, big things happen, and the world's biggest challenges get smaller. Global Citizen is a movement for the global generation to end extreme poverty. Take action today and ensure governments, businesses, and non-profits all play their part. Every action you take earns you points and a chance to win free concert tickets. Join us and be the generation to end extreme poverty.
Please welcome Z100 New York radio host, Josh Martinez.
Yeah. I know it's early, but we need more energy in this room. We're all here for the same reason. We're all here for an incredible cause. So let's bring the energy up one more time. Do you feel good to be in this room today? All right. It sounds like some of you may need more coffee in your system, and that's cool, because during your coffee break, you may have noticed there's photo spot signs around the entire room. It's actually really dope. Global Citizen has taken the guesswork out of the perfect selfie. Just find one of the spots, grab a homie, take a pic, and post it. In fact, where's Alana? I'll show you how. Okay, Alana, come around this way, Alana. You got it with the stairs? Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a selfie, right? You all know how to take a selfie, right? Okay, thank you. To the one person. Always take more than one selfie, by the way. Thank you, Alana, by the way. So take those pics, post them on Instagram, post them on LinkedIn, and most importantly, tag Global Citizen while you are here, and let everyone that follows you, let everyone around the world know that you are here to have a good time, all right? So once again, my name is Josh Martinez of Z100 and iHeartRadio here in New York City, and I will see you all a little bit later, and I hope to see your photos and your videos all across social media, okay? I am now putting that challenge to every single person in this room. So if you are able to hear my voice, clap twice. So you should all post a selfie. Thank you.
Please welcome co-founder and CEO of Global Citizen, Hugh Evans.
Good morning. I am so glad you're here with us at Global Citizen now. It is our 5th year, and it is such an honor to have you with us. And thank you for helping us reach this milestone, because without all of you, we wouldn't be able to achieve the impact we've all achieved together towards the end of extreme poverty. I'd personally like to thank every speaker, every artist, every participant for being part of the movement to end extreme poverty. Now, our next guest is a superstar with one of the most electrifying voices in all of music, and he's a passionate advocate for change. From commanding stages around the world with Queen to building a chart-topping solo career, all while serving as a Global Citizen ambassador, Adam Lambert has consistently used his platform to inspire, to uplift, and to mobilize. Please join me in welcoming the one and only Adam Lambert.
You know my love's gonna eat you alive. Swallow you up when you come take a bite. I want you in the night, sinking deep.
So we just heard a snippet of your new song, Eat You Alive. Congratulations. Let's give him a round of applause for this news.
Thank you. It's on theme, it's eating and ending poverty, and it's all the same thing, right? It's
true.
Yeah, a full plate for everybody.
Food security.
Yeah.
So Adam, firstly, thank you. It's
Thank
so
you.
great to have you with us today.
Yeah.
And as we were talking backstage, you have been the most extraordinary ambassador for Global Citizen. And I want to start with your first appearance on one of our Global Citizen stages back in 2019. I remember this one so clearly. When the first few notes of the most incredible song, We Are the Champions, played in front of 60,000 people on the Great Lawn of Central Park, we were singing together in this incredible moment of unity. I want to play a clip. If we can bring the lights down, I want to play a clip from that moment.
I paid my dues, time after
time. I've done my sentence, but committed no crime. And bad mistakes, I've made a few. I've had my share of sand kicked in my face, but I've come through. We are the champions, my friends, and we'll keep on fighting till the end.
Wow. That's an amazing memory. Oh.
Take us back there, Adam. You were there in front of 60,000 people singing one of the most iconic songs of all time as the lead of Queen. What did it do in terms of your appreciation and understanding of the ability of music to create social change?
I mean, you know, music is a channel to the heart, right? I mean, it's an opener, it's a primer. It gets people to let their guard down and also connect with one another. It's a unifier. You know, you saw everybody in the audience, you know, singing along and waving their arms. To couple that with important social movements, important, you know, world issues, I think it's the best way to get people to listen, to pay attention, to come together and understand that spirit of unity and teamwork, like you have in a great audience, singing along to a great song, if we can turn that around and apply that to these types of causes,
absolutely.
Think about what we can all accomplish.
No, that's so well said. I haven't thought about that way. And that actually, the juxtaposition between music as a unifier, yes, it's a huge, powerful multiplier of the movement, but in and of itself, it does that. So that's beautiful.
I mean, it's the universal language, right?
Truly.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So since 2019 and that debut, you've been part of some really important campaigns with Global Citizen, from One World Together at Home during COVID to Global Citizen Live in Los Angeles alongside the one and only Stevie Wonder, to our End Extreme Poverty Now campaigns. I think most people in the room know this, but all of the Global Citizen artists generously donate their time to support the cause. Yeah. You do that out of the generosity of your own heart. What keeps you coming back to Global Citizen again and again and again?
You know, I remember when we first met, you know, I was with Brian and Roger on tour, and you had proposed us doing the Central Park thing, and Brian and Roger were like, well, yeah, well, let's meet this guy, let's see what the thing is about. You know, they wanted to make sure they knew what they were getting into. The minute you came in and explained the whole, this whole opportunity to us, I was sold, they were sold. We were so impressed with your passion and your authenticity on this. And that's what keeps me coming back to it. The way that this is set up, the accountability factor is what seemed to stand out to me. I mean, we can all, you know, we've all been involved in things, and there's a lot of like good intentions and good talk that happens. But with Global Citizen, we have the opportunity to like not be passive about it, to put somebody on the spot who can actually affect change and hold them accountable. It's brilliant. I've never seen anything like it. It's incredibly refreshing. I felt that way then. That's why I keep coming back to it, because you can actually see in real time, real change taking place.
I'm glad you said that, and I'm just going to, well, thank you. Yeah, that's it. That does warm my heart, because our team obsesses internally at Global Citizen about accountability, about holding world leaders' feet to the fire, especially in this moment in history. And we obsess about how do you actually track and trace every dollar that is committed on the Global Citizen stage to make sure it ends up changing lives, education, food security, healthcare, job creation, the empowerment of girls and women. Accountability has to be at the heartbeat of all of that. So I love that you said that. Thank you.
It's like nothing else. It's so great.
Now, your advocacy has touched so many issues, from global health to the refugee crisis to LGBTQ+ rights. What drives your passion for advocacy, and how do you hold those, on that topic of accountability, how do you hold people in power accountable?
I mean, I'm so lucky, right? I mean, I'm somebody that because of timing and luck and a couple other factors, like I stumbled into an amazing position in my life, in my career. I have amazing opportunities that are given to me. I learned very quickly that, you know, doing it just for the sake of myself it's a closed loop. It's you know, you get a little kick from it and some satisfaction for so long, and then you ask yourself, and what I learned very quickly was, wow, I can make statements or get involved in things that create a ripple effect. I'm so lucky to have this platform. I need to use it for other things, other greater good beyond myself. That is important to me. Yeah. And I learned very quickly, too, that I have a rabid fan base that are very, very loyal, and they are passionate about what I'm passionate about. And I've learned over the last 17 years that if I bring an initiative to them or something that I'm really passionate about, they get involved, and they really show up, and they donate, or they repost, or they get the word out. That, to me, is just like, you know, those of us that have the fortune of being celebrities, like, you gotta give it back. You gotta like return the favor. You gotta reflect that good fortune back at the world.
Well, thank you for being so consistent,
Thank
because
you.
not everyone is, and you are one of those few people who have just stuck to the mission, and so
Yeah.
I respect that deeply.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to do something a little different, okay?
Okay.
So now we're going to do
Hopscotch? What are we doing? Jump rope?
Not jump rope. We're going to do rapid fire questions,
Ah.
and I'm going to bring up the metronome with 90 seconds on the clock.
So basically jump rope, yeah. okay,
Basically.
yeah, okay,
Tell me,
got it.
are you ready?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay, let's go. Pull it up. Okay, firstly, I want to know a song that changed your life.
Let's go with We Are the Champions.
Yes,
I think
come on.
That makes sense, yeah.
An artist who inspired you to become an activist.
Ooh, I think Lady Gaga has always done really good work. Big fan, yeah.
Okay, Lady Gaga, a song that you wish you had written.
Father Figure by George Michael.
Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
An artist, alive or dead, that you would most like to collaborate with.
I mean, the obvious is Freddie Mercury, because I never got to meet him. That would make sense at this point. I think we would have a nice time over a drink and a laugh and a duet. Also, Prince would have been amazing. Also, George Michael. I mean, I have a list, you know, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, your go-to karaoke song when you're trying to impress or intimidate someone.
I have two, actually. Back in the day when I used to do karaoke, way back when I was in my 20s, if I saw somebody in the crowd that I was attracted to, who I wanted to attract, I would sing Can't Make You Love Me by Bonnie Raitt. Heart melter every time. And then if I was wanting to feel kind of fierce and ferocious, I would sing Tell Me Something Good by Rufus with Shaka Khan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, the most surreal, wait, this is my life moment on stage that you've ever had. Okay, we're really out of time.
Buzzer.
Okay, but I want to keep going. Who wants to keep going with this? Okay.
When working with Queen took me to some pretty surreal, amazing places. When we sang for the Queen's Jubilee in the UK, I got to like start the number on like the steps of Buckingham Palace. That was like, what is this dream? Like, it didn't feel real. Yeah.
Okay, what is the most chaotic thing you've ever seen in the front row?
I cannot repeat it here. I don't think it's appropriate. I've seen some weird stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, we won't go there. Dream collab that you haven't ticked off your bucket list yet.
Kelly Clarkson. I want to sing with Kelly Clarkson. We've actually talked about it. It just hasn't happened yet. Like, we both want to, so put it out there.
Okay,
let's
maybe
keep our
next year
fingers
at Global Citizen.
Yeah,
now.
oh yeah.
Okay, best piece of advice for young creatives to channel their art into advocacy.
I mean, I think as an artist, I think especially now, authenticity is so important. And I think if you are creating from a place of honesty and realism, like you're being real with yourself and with your audience, I think that goes so far. And that can easily segue into advocacy because people believe you, they trust you. And when people trust you, you can take something to them and hopefully have them pay attention to it.
And finally, your favorite line from your new song, Eat You Alive, that came out last Friday. What's the favorite line?
Ooh, some of them are not appropriate for work either.
You got to say it.
This aftertaste will never leave you alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
We're talking about a good breakfast. You know.
Okay, so Adam, we have one more very special guest who's on the Global Citizen Board who'd like to jump in and ask you one more question. Here he is.
Okay, Adam, welcome to the hot seat. Now, you've probably had some very serious, consequential questions, but I don't think there's any more consequential question than this. Here it is. American Idol or The Voice?
Oh. Well, I mean, okay, you know, I wouldn't probably be up here if it weren't for American Idol. It like was the door opener for me. It was my launch pad. Very grateful for my time there. But I also got to judge on The Voice in Australia
which
the
one
year
is
before
it,
last,
Adam?
and I had a great time being on the other side of the table. I'm not gonna pick one. Okay. I'll tell you what, the second one paid me more.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Adam Lambert.
So tonight, Global Citizen is very excited to announce a formal 4-year partnership with FIFA. We are announcing the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund.
I'm so happy that we are all here together!
We are honored to become a founding donor to the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund.
And today, MetLife Foundation is proud to announce a donation to the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund of $9 million to expand access to quality education and the power of soccer for children and communities everywhere.
Please welcome Global Citizen Ambassador Hugh Jackman.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Awesome, good to see you. Hi. The FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund journey started on this Global Citizen stage as a mission to provide access to quality education and football to children around the world. It was an honor for me to be part of that historic moment, and in the 2 years since Global Citizen and FIFA joined forces, the impact has been absolutely phenomenal. This initiative has played out on stages around the world, using the power of the biggest game on the planet and the biggest artists of our generation to inspire philanthropies, the private sector, and individuals to invest in a future where every child has a chance to succeed. This week, we proudly announced the first 27 organizations to receive funding from the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund. These beneficiaries are making significant impact and progress on access to learning and sports, with programs spanning the globe, from Canada, Colombia, and Brazil to South Africa and Rwanda, and right here in Harlem, New York. Yeah, come on. And we have some of those organizations here in the room with us today. I heard we have 4 young soccer players here from Street Soccer USA. Give us a wave. Where are you? Yo! Come on. Street Soccer USA is using the beautiful game to create opportunities for young people across America. We also have the Antonio Rudiger Foundation, based in Sierra Leone. This nonprofit blends football-based programs with health support and more to help children overcome barriers to learning. Foundation President Patrick Kamara is here. Patrick, where are you? Stand up. Here. Yeah. All right. Are you all Patrick? All 4 Patricks? You got it. Go figure. What are the chances? Welcome. This Harlem, we're also joined by Hit the Books. Hit the Books, Harlem-based nonprofit, combines mixed martial arts training with mentorship and after-school tutoring. I want to be part of that. It's led by Executive Director Jay Thompson, who will speak to us all later here today. Now, but I want to make sure you're all prepared for what else is in store later today. I'm super excited about this. Nothing unites people all over the world like the most popular sport on the planet, football. In 2022, 5 billion fans were watching and rooting for their favorite teams in the FIFA World Cup final. Take that in, 5 billion. This year, that audience is estimated to be even bigger. Now, you might have heard the Global Citizen is producing the first ever halftime show. I know you've heard about it, right? It's an incredible lineup, placing access to quality education front and center on the global stage. And we could think of no better way to close out Global Citizen now than with a special FIFA World Cup final halftime show announcement featuring one of the biggest artists in the world, Shakira. You're all right. Shakira! Shakira will be joining a panel moderated by Fox Sports' Jenny Taft, along with the CEO and co-founder of Global Citizen, Hugh Evans, and the president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino, plus a surprise guest to talk about how the world's biggest game is driving positive action to create real and lasting change. It is going to be epic. Are you going to stick around for it? You know you are. You know you are. That was like an order. You guys, you kids, you can stay. Yeah. You can miss school for like 3 weeks. You're all good. Tell them Wolverine told you so. Okay. That's it from me. It's going to be super exciting. Thank you so much for being here and supporting us. Community, we can do anything. Let's do it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends from the Global Citizen community, there is an old rule that every sailor has to learn. A compass does not tell you where the wind is blowing. It tells you where you stand. And it never lies, not even in the storm. Right now, as the world is in the midst of a storm, some want us to believe that our compass is broken, but it is not. We just need the encourage to follow its direction toward multilateralism, toward international law, toward the conviction that no global challenge can be solved by one country acting alone. Not climate change, no poverty, not war. This is the direction Spain has chosen. In 2025, we invested over 4.5 billion euros in development cooperation, the highest figure in 15 years. And we call on all governments to do the same. Step up, invest more, and match words with resources. But multilateralism needs allies beyond governments. It needs civil society. It needs the private sector, culture, and business. It needs you. Platforms like Global Citizens are doing an extraordinary work to remind us that citizen mobilization is real power. So this is my message to everyone here today. Use your voice, use your networks and your power. Put pressure on your leaders, because when people move, politics follows. We saw it last year in Sevilla at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, and a few weeks ago in Barcelona at the Global Progressive Mobilization. We want to keep building that momentum with all of you, because the global leadership our world so urgently needs is also built across the United States of America. This is the message Spain brings today. We are a country of sailors. We have been navigating for centuries, long enough to know that a compass is useless if you refuse to move. There is no time to stand still in the storm. It is time to sail together. Let's do it. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Global Citizen co-founder and Chief Policy, Impact, and Government Relations Officer Michael Sheldrick, and Vice Chair and Managing Director of 2.0, an IHC company, Her Excellency Mariam Al-Mahari.
Well, good afternoon, Global Citizens, and let's give it up for Adam Lambert, John Legend, Hugh Jackman. What an incredible morning.
Global Citizen Now is about what happens when the people in this room choose to lead and turn their influence into real investment in the future.
Now, what you've just heard throughout this morning is a powerful reminder of what's possible when leaders across government, business, sport, culture, music, citizens come together with one purpose in mind. And we've heard some incredible ideas, and we've already heard some bold commitments. Just now, you heard from His Excellency, Prime Minister Sanchez of Spain, and what he's doing is extraordinary. You see, he's one of the few countries in the world at this moment in time that is increasing his nation's support to end extreme poverty by a record 15%. So let's give it up and give all of the Spanish people a massive shout out. Now, this is Global Citizen, so we will have more announcements to come on that front because we don't let any nation rest on its laurels. We have a few ex-leaders here who've been subject and know us well. But the common thing throughout all of this morning and the last few months is action.
And on that issue, the leadership in the education has a vehicle. You've heard it. The FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund, which brings together public and private partners to fund education programs for children around the world.
Now, this incredible fund is designed to deliver real impact to some of the hardest working, dedicated, and community-spirited organizations around the world. And they are delivering real change to children in communities worldwide. It's incredible. And the thing about this fund is the rigor behind it. You see, we've reviewed thousands of applications, and one of the people who has played a critical role, she is the chair of the independent panel of technical reviewers who has literally reviewed herself dozens of those applications. To tell us a little bit more about the process involved, let's give it up for Professor Benedetta Audia.
Thanks, Mick. As chair of the review committee, I'd like to reflect on both the process that was undertaken as well as the standards that will guide this fund going forward. We received a highly competitive group of applications, all reviewed through an independent and rigorous review process. Accountability was central to our work. We strengthened governance mechanisms and introduced oversight procedures to ensure transparency, prevent mismanagement, and also ensure that every dollar that is entrusted to this fund is properly accounted for and directed towards meaningful educational impact. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Professor Audia and all of our incredible experts who dedicated the time. But at Global Citizen, we have an incredible board member in Mariam and others. We don't rest on our laurels. And that's why I'm excited to make another announcement today on how we are increasing the trust, transparency, and accountability. You see, together with Global Citizen, we're here today to announce that with Infinia Technologies, a subsidiary of Sirius International Holdings, another great IHC company like 2.0, we are announcing a very new pilot program to leverage ADI blockchain to verify, record, and monitor every single dollar from the moment it's donated to where it makes impact on the ground to create transparency and accountability every step of the way, and to create a model for development and restoring trust around the world. So let's give it up for Mariam, IHC 2.0, and Infinia Technologies.
Thank you, Mick. And we hope that this will set a new standard for many nonprofits around the world. So thanks so much, Mick. One of the reasons I joined the Global Citizen Board was because I believe in the power of individuals taking action to drive collective change. That when people decide to step up, to use their voice, their resources, their influence, real progress becomes possible. And today is a perfect example of that idea in action, which is why we're really excited to announce new commitments to the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund right here. Emerson Farrell has committed $1 million to the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund.
Let's give it up for Emerson.
Thank you, Emerson.
That's remarkable.
Another great individual, we're deeply grateful to Sunny Varkey and the Varkey Foundation for this extraordinary $3 million commitment to the FIFA Global Education Fund. For decades, Sunny Varkey, someone who I know really well, is the chairman of GEMS Education, has been one of the world's great champions for education and for teachers. He's built more than 80 schools around the world, and through the Varkey Foundation, he created the Global Teacher Prize, known around the world as the Nobel Prize for Teachers, helping elevate the status of the teaching profession globally. And through his Family First initiative, he has also reminded us that the values of care and compassion and solidarity begin within our families and communities. This new commitment will help expand access to education and opportunity for children around the world ahead of the 2026 World Cup. Mr. Varkey could not be with us here today, but he asked to convey his full support for this collective effort. So please join me in thanking Sunny Varkey and the Varkey Foundation.
Let's give it up for Mr. Varkey. That's incredible, $3 million. Now, with all of the pledges you've just heard, and with all of the pledges made by many great partners in the room tonight over the last several months as well, I'm thrilled that we've got a bit of an announcement today on where we are on our journey to $100 million by the time of the FIFA World Cup final. And it gives me great pleasure to announce with many partners in the room that we are currently at $47 million raised to the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund.
Amazing, amazing efforts. This is your moment, $47 million.
Now, we still have 66 days to go until the World Cup final. We don't know who's going to be in the World Cup final, but one thing we want to make sure that is part of it is the fact that millions of children around the world have the opportunity to get access to education, and that's where we need your support here to step up with us over the next 2 months.
We need your support, so please, exactly this is about action. So please support us in this.
And on that note, one thing you can all do if you're feeling inspired, because these are grants of $50,000, $150,000, and they make the world of impact from Tokyo to Kigali to Pretoria to right here in New York City. You can turn over the back of your lanyard. There will be a QR code, and you can click on that, and you can head to donate on the Global Citizen website. Please support us. We need all of the support. Let's show this July that it's possible for the world to come together to extend and achieve the literacy and education of children around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your support.
Coming up on Global Citizen Now, New York, a performance by artist and activist Kat Graham, and a very special FIFA World Cup halftime show announcement featuring Shakira and a surprise guest, plus Common, Rachel Brosnahan, and more. But right now, it's time to help yourself to some lunch. Enjoy.
At MetLife, our commitment to safeguarding financial futures and helping communities in the face of change spans more than 40 countries.
And MetLife Foundation will mark 50 years of impact and more than $1 billion in total giving worldwide.
We are so proud to begin a 3-year partnership with Global Citizen.
And today, MetLife Foundation is proud to announce a donation to the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund of $9 million.
Together, we're building upon the legacy that MetLife and the MetLife Foundation have championed for decades.
Please welcome to the stage Emmy Award-winning journalist and New York Times best-selling author, Michelle Miller, MetLife Executive Vice President, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer, Michael Roberts, and Hit the Books Executive Director, Jay Thompson.
Hello, welcome. I'm thrilled to be here.
I am as well.
And if you have any doubt about it, I just got off of a 15-hour flight from Johannesburg, so you know I wanted to be here. Thank you both for being here too.
Thank you.
You know, it's no secret that investing in access to quality education is truly an investment in the future. And the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund blends the power of the most popular sport on the planet. We're talking football, soccer, with the biggest artists in the world to inspire action today to create a better tomorrow for all of our kids. So this week, the first 27 beneficiaries who will receive funding were announced. I know you know them right off the top of your head.
I'm sitting next to one.
3 of those organizations in 3 different parts of the world are sharing their story and how the funding will help the kids they work with in each and every meeting their full potential across the board. So let's look and let's learn.
At Hit the Books, we are located in Harlem, New York. The majority of our students are 2 grade levels behind in both literacy and math. We use our mixed martial arts program as the hook for students to get what they need, which are additional educational resources.
Canada Scores helps children be anybody they want to be. We deliver free after-school programs supporting vulnerable children, and our curriculum is a combination of soccer, poetry, and community service projects.
Autism Rwanda ufite umwihariko cyangwa intego ni ukugira ngo umwana wese ufite autism nawe ajye kwiga education pour tous.
One of our key constraints is funding. If we get this grant, that means that we will be able to thrive.
If we're successful in receiving the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund grant, some of our most vulnerable members of the community, children from underserved communities, have the opportunity to reach their full potential.
Twifuza ko umwana wese atahezwa ahubwo nawe ajya kwiga.
Nuko rero hari imbogamizi n'urumva nta bushobozi bwo kumwishyurira amashuri yavuko mbafite ari na babiri nirerana.
If you don't mind, can you just read that letter for me out loud?
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations.
The FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund
is pleased to provide a monetary grant
to your organization. Are you sitting down?
Oh my God, amazing.
Merci énormément.
Congratulations.
Education Fund ifasha abana bacu.
Turayishime Imana umugisha mwinshi birenze umutima wanjye umwana wanjye avuye mu rugo akava mu bwihunge akaba azajya bari kumwe n'abandi bantu.
I firmly believe that part of our payment for being on this planet is to think about other people and be able to support them.
That was so fun. Jay, you had a little Oprah moment. I mean, you were kind of psyched out a little bit there. What was it like for you, one, to know that they were coming to have a conversation about what you were doing, but then to have the big reveal in that moment?
I'm usually the type of person where my head is down and I'm doing the work. And I think that being able to partner with such an amazing organization, the FIFA Global Citizens Education Fund, is such an amazing opportunity, not only for me, but for the other 27 grantees. One thing that I know to be true is that more than 60% of nonprofits have a budget of under $250,000. And what that means is there are organizations out here that are supporting hundreds and thousands of kids on a very, very small budget. So being able to be a grantee and also to be a representative of the work that so many of us do each and every day is such an honor.
Did you have fun with that, Michael?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, what Jay is saying is so important. You know, at MetLife, and the MetLife Foundation, we believe in our purpose, always with you, building a more confident future. And what comes back to us when trying to live that purpose is that financial security, education, resilient communities are the things that really matter. But the challenge is how do we actually deploy our resources effectively in order to solve those problems? And so one of the ways that we think about that is to make sure that we're partnered with organizations that can bring resources from all different sectors, and that's what Global Citizen can do. But the other part of it is that we want to find ways to actually activate locally. And the trend in corporate foundations is to give bigger grants to fewer organizations. Now, as Jay said, 60% of these organizations are running on small budgets. And so the question that the Global Citizen Education Fund, the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund, answered for us was, how do we actually deploy dollars at a local level in order to access a part of the NGO community that's generally not available to us?
Yeah, I think about, Jay, your personal story. Hit the Books is at the intersection of sports and education. And, you know, for so many of our communities, it really is a tandem ride between the two. How did your personal story impact your involvement and you in this growth moment?
Yeah, so I have experienced sports firsthand, and I used to say that I was a former athlete, but I think that there is the athlete that participates in sports, and then there is the mindset. And what we do at Hit the Books is really cultivate the mindset of an athlete. And we do that through the discipline. As you can see, we actually don't do soccer, football, but we actually do mixed martial arts. And on the mat, what we are really leveraging is the foundation of what a young person needs in order to build character, to build discipline, to build confidence. And so we're able to leverage that and take that into the classroom for them. So when they are doing hard things, we have been able to cultivate that through, so we do a lot of exercises with them, and they have to do these different challenges. And so they have their own personal records that they are trying to achieve, and we are then able to take that for them to do the really hard things that they're gonna have to do in life and also in the community as well.
Yeah, you know, Michael, MetLife isn't just a donor. They're a founding donor along with Bank of America. And resilient communities, I would presume, look, companies do things because they want to have strong communities, because stronger communities then become better consumers. So when you think about building the resilient community and the purpose of what FIFA and this global fund is doing. How are you able to measure those sustainable conditions and or solutions?
Well, first of all, it starts with kind of having focus. And for us, one of the key enablers of a resilient community is education. Education is the foundation for confidence. And you can hear it in what Jay said about the mindset of the athlete and the challenges there. And so the first thing we think about is what are we focused on? And in this case, it's education. The second is how do we ensure that we are both convening and catalyzing action for impact? And the way that the fund is organized, it is focused on specific impact and the measurement of that impact.
Measuring, that's so important.
And what we have now is we have catalyzed the fundraising. So we've donated the $9 million, and Bank of America and us are the founding sponsors, but now we're also focused on catalyzing impact, and it's already happening, and that's why Jay's sitting here next to us.
You know, Hit the Books describes itself as a second home for the Harlem youth who are members.
Yeah.
How important is that? And what does that really mean?
So I think home is not just a place, it is a feeling for many of our young people. Harlem has a very rich history and culture. And I think also at the same time, it's gone through a lot of transition as a community. And so being able to leverage the work that we do to create a safe space for young people and also to provide the additional resources that they need. From an educational standpoint, our resources also include people. We also want to make sure that all of our young people have a caring adult who are there to support them and are champions of them not only today, but also for the future. There is a saying that I heard that I always say at our orientations for our parents. Community takes care of you even if you're not friends. And I think what's really important about that is that we want to ensure that the community that we're building within our four walls extends into the larger community in Harlem. And then we are also building leaders, champions of the future who are able to kind of step into my seat as they mature.
Pie in the sky beyond what MetLife and Bank of America are doing. What is that need that folks here in the audience can provide you with? I mean, do you need more volunteer work? What is that pie in the sky goal for you beyond just the dollars and cents?
I think when I think about investment, I'm not solely talking about money. We have to invest in our young people, and they have to authentically believe that there are people who believe in them, that will also support them and create safe spaces for them. One of the things that I realize for our young people is they have to have permission to fail. And so for different people in the audience, I think what is incredibly important is find an organization, find young people, find something that you can be passionate about, that you are willing to give your time to. Because the thing that is most important, that any person in this room who has a young person around them, they know more than anything, what they want is you. They want your time, because that is an invaluable investment. So if you want to come and volunteer at Hit the Books, I will probably put gloves on you. But also, what I always like to say too is that Hit the Books is a double entendre, right? So we genuinely hit the books, but then also at the same time, we want to make sure that we are building the whole child as well.
Yeah, attention is key. It is what matters. I love that, Jay. So Michael, before we go, you've got a campaign called Not Handwork for the Future, as you see, he's a little under the weather, but footwork for the future. And it's something everyone in this room can get involved in to help raise even more money for the fund. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, so with Global Citizen, we've launched a campaign called Footwork for the Future, not handwork for the future.
Or handiwork.
Or handiwork for the future. And it's really simple. Everybody in this room can get involved today with this. So all you have to do is juggle a soccer ball or football, I'm translating for the Americans in the room, on camera upload the video to social media, tag it with Footwork for the Future, and MetLife will donate $5 for every video uploaded to the Global Citizen Education Fund.
Oh, this is like the ice bucket challenge. A little bit?
A little bit, but we want to make sure that people understand the connection between sport and education and the fun that you can have with both.
Aw, don't you love that? Oh, I feel like I've been, here, aw, don't you love that, folks? The whole room, I've been neglecting this side. Listen, Michael Robertson, Jay Thompson, you with MetLife, you with Hit the Books. Guys, thanks for being here. I'm Michelle Miller. I'm thrilled to be here. And now I can go take a nap.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome environmental reporter for The Guardian, Oliver Millman, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, His Excellency Gaston Brown, Member of the House of Lords and COP26 President, the Right Honorable Lord Alok Sharma, and filmmaker, storyteller, and President of Media Indigena, Priscilla Tapajawara.
Hi there. It seems like every year it's the same story, record-breaking temperatures, catastrophic weather events, tragedy followed by trauma, rinse and repeat. How many years are we going to continue to recycle these statistics? I say, let's make this the last year of that. Joining us today are some leaders who are working on the front lines of the climate crisis to deliver solutions that deliver real, lasting impact on the ground. So I just want to turn firstly to Prime Minister. Hi there. We keep having these conversations as extreme weather becomes the norm. It's been 7 years since Hurricane Irma devastated your country. Why haven't we made more global progress, and how do debt and financial barriers still leave small island states, such as your own, vulnerable?
Thank you very much. As you indicated, in 2017, Hurricane Irma destroyed our twin island state, our sister island, Barbuda. About 95% of the properties were either damaged or destroyed. And we had to evacuate all of the residents of Barbuda at the time in order to protect them, to protect lives, and to protect livelihoods. Unfortunately, the recovery, though we have made significant progress, it has been slow in the sense that it was difficult to raise the necessary funding in order to recover Barbuda fully. But we have made significant progress. The island today is certainly far more secured in terms of the infrastructural work that we have done. And we also have transitioned into renewables to the extent that the island is now powered about 12 hours a day by renewable energy. Unfortunately, the transition has not gone as fast as we would love because of the lack of access to concessional funding. Antigua and Barbuda is considered to be a wealthy small island state, so we are not eligible for concessional loans, low interest over long terms. So we have had to borrow at commercial rates in order to repair the damaged infrastructure. And it is somewhat of a vicious cycle in the sense that, we have had to borrow repeatedly to repair damaged infrastructure from these storms, and it impacts on our capacity to, let's say, accelerate the transition. And that is why we continue to ask for a fairer transition. We continue to ask for funding to help us to build out more resilient infrastructure, because at the end of the day, we cannot continue with this imbalance, these structural imbalances in which we are on the front lines, that we are paying disproportionately for the damages of climate action. And we're hoping that as we continue to advocate, that we'll get these large polluters to help to play their part in providing funding to accelerate the transition and to make sure that it's a just transition. And even the issue in terms of international funding from the international financial institutions, that too has been a challenge in that their credit instruments are not fit for purpose, and certainly they preclude small island developing states that are considered to be wealthy. And again, we are fighting for adjustments to the international financial architecture so that it could be more inclusive and to take into consideration vulnerability, because Antigua and Barbuda clearly is one of the most vulnerable countries globally. And it's important too that we are part of this just transition, that are able to access financing over long term at a relatively cheap interest rate, instead of had to rely on short-term expensive borrowings. So those are some of the impediments that would have slowed the rebuilding of Barbuda, but in any event, we're making progress. We're building bigger and better, and we hope to continue to advocate globally in the various fora. Even CHOGM this year, for example, that is the Commonwealth Heads of Government, will make sure that the issue of climate is central, one of the central themes that we'll discuss. And I certainly want to take the opportunity to invite those of you here to the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting that will be held in November of this year in Antigua, as we continue to fight for a just transition and ultimately to save our planet. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Prime Minister Brandt. Lord Sharma, you've pointed out that 78% of Green Climate Fund money flows through the big international institutions. Only a fraction of that reaches local communities directly. What has to change for that to change, would you say?
Yes, Oliver, I always feel this is a Groundhog Day moment when we discuss climate finance. So I went to the Prime Minister's country back in 2021, and we went to Barbuda and had a look, and it was the same discussion then. And the reality is that there is not enough money in the right quantum and the right speed going to climate vulnerable countries. I mean, and that really, in the real quantum, hasn't changed. Now, one of the things we did try and do at COP26, we recognize this as an issue. We set up a task force on access to climate finance, and that came up with a number of principles and recommendations, and I sort of summarized that in 3 points. Firstly, we said that actually we needed to cut the bureaucracy. So, to get accreditations for the GCF and some of these other funds, it just takes too long. Right? We wanted to make sure that instead of donor countries and donor organizations always having to adhere to different criteria from the MDBs in terms of before they could get the money, can't we streamline this? So that's the first point. The second point was that instead of getting money on a piecemeal basis, it should be programmatic. So you should be looking at what that particular country needs and their climate plan and delivering the finance against that. And thirdly, to make sure that there's a strengthening of the infrastructure and the ecosystem within individual countries to give confidence to donors that the money is going to be well spent. And there has been progress on that. We've had a number of pioneer countries, 7 of them, Rwanda, Jamaica, a number of others, where work has been going on. And a number of them have set up climate finance units within their government to do precisely this, to make sure that they can get the money directly, they can channel that to where it's needed, and the confidence in terms of fiduciary duty with the donors. And I think there's even been some streamlining with some of the big funds as well. But the reality is, just not enough is happening at the speed that's required. And that's what, one of the things that I would say to all of you here is talk to your governments, particularly if your governments are shareholders in some of the big multilateral development banks, right? You are the shareholders, we are the shareholders of all this money. We should be driving the pace at which this money goes out of the door. So that would be my one ask to the audience here.
Thank you so much. Priscilla, hi. You spent years documenting the Amazon and the Tapajós people through your films and photography with Media Indigena. What would you say the biggest gaps are between the way the climate finance is discussed and what communities like yours actually need?
Well, I have been traveling across different indigenous territory in Brazil, not only in Amazon. And I saw different cultures, different realities, but there's one thing in common. We not access the same way of the climate finance. The climate finance is not going direct to the indigenous people. And less than 1% the climate finance reaches indigenous community. And because of that, we need to access and to be in the places where we can make a decision. Of course, now in Brazil, we have ministers, indigenous ministers. We have 3 indigenous in the Congress National, but that is the start. We need to chant more. We need more indigenous and occupy different spaces. And in my region, not only my region, but another place, but I want to say about my region. In the Tapajós River, we have a big problem with agribusiness. The government and also the international company, they want to destroy the river. They have a project to create waterways to exploit the mineral in the territories, in the forests, in the Amazon. They want to facilitate to the big company to come to the Amazon and exploit our miners, our biodiversity, and because of that, we have been dying. Not only us, our bodies, but the forest and the river. And for us, indigenous people, we are one finger. You know, we are part of the river and are part of the forest. And that place is not the place we can get the resources, get the food, get the money. It's our life. If you don't have our territory demarcated, we can die. And because of that, we have been fight. And I'm here speaking English. That's not my language. Because we believe we cannot have a climate justice without indigenous justice.
Well said. Prime Minister, 3 years ago now, you stood on the Global Citizen stage and announced your support, your country's support for fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, which is kind of pushing beyond the age of fossil fuels towards clean energy. How do you connect that push towards the immediate needs of your country, would you say?
Well, fossil fuel non-proliferation is actually quintessential in addressing the climate crisis. We all know that the burning of fossil fuels, that is what is the prime driver of the climate crisis. And a country like Antigua and Barbuda is on the front lines of the climate crisis. So we have to advocate for a reduction and eventual phase out of fossil fuels and to fight for the acceleration of the transition into renewables, because ultimately that's what will protect our civilization and ultimately all of humanity. So it's very important for us as all of humanity to have an all of society approach to encourage these large polluters to reduce emissions by transitioning into renewables that are becoming far cheaper. In fact, within the next couple of years, renewables generally will be cheaper than fossil fuel energy. What is required, obviously, is a global commitment. At the national level in Antigua and Barbuda, we continue to transition into renewables. But again, the pace of that transition is limited by the accessibility to funding, which my dear friend Lord Sharma just spoke about. But again, this all-of-society approach is important because at the end of the day, the impact on small island states like Antigua and Barbuda, the impact is actually disproportionate. I mean, when you look at, for example, the situation in Iran today and previously the war in Ukraine and during COVID, we've been subjected to the vagaries in the movement in oil prices, and as a consequence, it would have had devastating impact on our economy. Currently, for example, we have had to literally pay a subsidy of $1.50 for every gallon of diesel imported into our country. And that in itself creates a significant fiscal problem. So though we are negligible polluters, absolutely insignificant, we are literally paying disproportionately. And as a consequence, I think that the issue of the non-proliferation of fossil fuel is absolutely critical, not only to small island states like Antigua and Barbuda, but ultimately to all of humanity. So it's an issue that we will advocate at the upcoming Commonwealth heads of government, the Commonwealth heads of government, and we certainly want to invite you to join us in Antigua and Barbuda in November as we continue to advocate for a clean transition, an urgent transition into renewables, and ultimately to protect our planet and lives and livelihoods globally. Thank you.
Thanks. Lord Sharma, we're seeing at the moment how geopolitical conflicts around the world are driving up oil, fertilizer prices, affecting farmers, low-income communities around the world, higher energy costs for pretty much everywhere around the world now. How is this, briefly, would you say, causing a rethink when it comes to renewable energy?
Yeah, so I think one of the consequences of the energy crisis that we've had, first Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and of course the most recent one, is that countries have realized that actually their energy security, their climate security, and their national security are totally interlinked. And you cannot be in a position where you rely on hydrocarbons controlled by a hostile country. I mean, you can't do that. So over the last 5 years, we've seen some progress. So we've doubled the amount of money globally going into clean energy, over 2 trillion. The slightly challenging aspect of that, of course, is twofold. One is that not enough money overall is going in, because the estimates suggest it should be 3 times as much by 2030 going into clean energy. But also, if you look at the money that's gone into clean energy, over 80% of that has gone into China, it's gone into Europe, and it's gone into America. Less than 3% has gone to the least developed countries. And if you take China out of the equation, and you look at developing countries and least developing countries, they represent around 30 to 35% of global emissions. My fear is that unless we get help to those countries, we may win the battle on renewables in the developed nations, but actually we're going to lose it and lose the climate war because we're not doing enough to support developing countries. And so there are probably 3 things that we ought to be doing, is getting more blended finance going. We need to make sure that the multilateral development banks, in fact developed countries as well, provide guarantees to support financing for developing countries. And thirdly, we need to be doing more in terms of negating currency risk as well when the private sector is investing. If you do this at scale, I think you can make a difference, but I go back to this point, is that I think the multilateral development banks are doing more than they were previously, but I still think it's too incremental. You need to really step up on this. And again, I come down to this point, is that this has to be driven by the countries that control these institutions. I know there's many things that are worrying them in the world right now, but unless you're prepared to act on this, I'm afraid you're going to find that we're going to be in a far worse position climatically in the next few years.
Thank you. Just finally then, Priscilla, we know the climate crisis doesn't affect everybody equally. I think everybody here would acknowledge that. Women on the front lines are often those worst affected by the impacts of the climate crisis. I just wonder, from what you see in your community and through your work, how are women being impacted, and how are they leading a response to the climate crisis?
Well, that's a big problem, because I start to talk about Malaysia, you know. In Tapajós River, we have a big problem with illegal money. And because of that, the women bodies are contaminated. The river are contaminated, and also the fish. And the fish is our traditional food, and we cannot eat because our child has been born sick, and the women lost the babies. And we saw our lands, our river have been violated. But it's not only our territory is violated, it's also our bodies. We have been violated in different ways. Sexual violated. our leader spirits have been killed because they know the spirit is very important for us indigenous people. We cannot to be here and to fight if we don't have our connection with our ancestors, with their spirits, and that they have been killed because they know if they kill the leaders' spiritual women, they can give us sick, and that we don't have been stronger to fight. And that because of that, the indigenous women saw there is a really important to occupy different space inside and outside the territory to defend not our land, but our body, our cultures, everyone, and also the country. And with our wisdom, with our ancestrality, with our love, because we are women, we have a lot of love. We care our baby, our family. And because of that, we understood it's really important to occupy different space. Each voice, each territory voice, to reforest minds, to change and to aid the territory voice to defend our territory and also the world.
Well, thank you so much, Priscilla. Thank you, Lord Sharma. Thank you, Prime Minister Brown. And thank you all for attending today. If today's conversation has sparked your interest, you can head to globalcitizen.org and take action on green futures and green jobs. But thank you so much.
Worldwide initiative. A worldwide initiative.
Working to raise $100 million.
$100 million. That's a lot of dollars.
All to expand access to quality education to children around the globe.
Because learning and football are universal languages.
Which is why,
in Australia, we call this KPIs.
In Hindi, we say ball ko nachana. In the United States, we call this juggling.
In Japanese, we call it lifting.
And a global citizen. We call it Footwork for Futures. Because for every video posted,
MetLife will donate $5 to the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund
with the objective to raise $100,000.
So grab a ball,
tag your friends,
and show us your fanciest footwork.
Please welcome to the stage award-winning chef, restaurateur, author, and activist, Marcus Samuelsson.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Great. Nice to be here. As a chef and restaurateur, I understand the power of food to transform. It's a vital as medicine and critical tool to lift entire communities out of poverty through agribusiness. It remains one of the most powerful but under-leveraged drivers of economic opportunity. If we truly want to defeat poverty, we must invest in rural communities and in smallholders of farming solutions. Our next Global Citizen Prize recipient has a deep understanding of this concept because she is a product of rural community and farming. Her family used farming to send her to college, and she decided to use her knowledge to pay it forward for about 150 farmers in her community, using innovation, resilience, and climate-smart business solution. Tawanga Neyarayanda. I got it. Tawanga Neyarayanda, yes. It's empowering the next generation. We're going to check out the video, but unfortunately, she could not be here with us today, but we honor her vision and innovation with this award. Beautiful. And I'll make sure it doesn't stay with me that she gets it. Let's take a look at her story and celebrate her incredible work.
If someone told me 5 years ago that I would be dealing with small curly insects, I would have been like, no, no, no. But I guess I just instantly fell in love with them. Smallholder poultry farming came into my life at a very critical moment when my parents had to find alternative incomes to take me through university. I also gravitated towards poultry farming, but the feed cost kept rising. I couldn't sleep thinking about how am I going to keep going. And then as I'm scrolling, that's when I stumbled upon the black soldier fly. So the black soldier fly is a very harmless insect, yet very remarkable. It feeds on waste and then turns into a biomass which is very high in protein and fat. And then the byproduct that is left behind becomes organic fertilizer.
Look at how happy my chickens are. They're having a party.
I want to see a family that couldn't take their kids to school being able to do so because they got into poultry farming in a country where fertilizer is priced well above the minimum wage. Innovation is not optional. 1 in every 4 Malawians still faces crisis-level food insecurity. Africa doesn't have a food shortage problem. We have a system inefficiency problem. We need to rethink how we use the resources that we already have. Some people think it's creepy. I tell them trash is cash. I look at the flies and they give me hope for the future.
Please welcome back to stage Marcus Samuelson, and artist, actor, author, activist, and global citizen ambassador, Common.
How's everybody doing?
Great, great. Peace. How's everybody feeling? We good? Yes.
They put this thing right in between us, right? So I represent Harlem, you represent BK, so we're in the middle here in Tribeca.
Yes, for sure. Well, I mean, I'm a Chicagoan born and raised at heart, but I love Brooklyn. Brooklyn has embraced me as home, and we right in the center of the world, right?
Yes, yes, yes. So Common, just talk to us about coming up in Chicago, community, dreams. Take us back to like Chi-Town, late 80s, early 90s, you were coming up. What was it like?
Well, I grew up with my mother, who's an educator. Chicago is a very complex city. It's a beautiful city. Our roots are Southern, so you got that Southern warmth and down-to-earth blue-collarness to it, but you also have a city slickness that's progressive. Chicago had jazz, it had blues, it had comedy, it had the churches, but it also had gangbanging culture. It also had, you know, drugs and violence like many other inner cities in the United States. But man, the thing that got me was the dream. Like, my mother put me in front of different things, and I had a dream, not to sound like Dr. King, but I had a dream. And I didn't know that dream was purpose at the time, but it was a dream. It was something that I valued. Something that I felt like I could be something. So growing up in Chicago, Marcus, for me was like, I was around a lot of stuff that was tough. But because I had that dream and purpose, it led me to saying, I'm not going too far over there doing the craziness. You know, I can be cool with some of my people, but I have to elevate myself. I have something to live for. I have a purpose. And that's what's been the catalyst and the center for everything I do, like when it comes to philanthropic work or encouraging people, and my activism is based around helping people find their purpose, their light, and their dream. Yeah.
So Free to Dream was really starting from that energy, but then you have to create it as an org, and you gotta build a team. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about the organization and why it speaks so much to you.
Well, why does you saying building a team speak to me?
Yeah,
really?
I mean, Free to Dream is it's more than just we can think about it as something that you like to do, but then working with kids in the community, inspiring others.
Oh no, that's like once again, my mother, like being a teacher, I watched her go beyond the classroom. I watched her like do work in our community that meant something to people. And those examples, like, that we get to see mean a whole lot, brother. Like, seeing my mother do, like, she had kids coming to our house sometimes that was from the projects, that was from the low end, as we called it, and man, she just was like, yo, this kid is brilliant, man. And like, that was encouraging them. And also, I had friends who I'm really close with that I'm no smarter than, really no more talented than, that didn't have certain things in their home, like a mother who was pushing them to elevate and to excel, or they didn't have a family structure really at all. So I always felt like I owed them, and I owed the kids who I knew didn't have some of the same opportunities that I had. And I just felt good having a mother. We wasn't rich or nothing, but it was just like, just having a mother there who was there to love me. Like, what inspired you though? Like, because you've come from difficult situations, and like, who was the person that made you see that you could be something?
Yeah, I mean, our community in terms of culinary, we've been blessed with mentors, mentee. It's like an unwritten rule, like, you're a chef, you're gonna mentor somebody, right? So, once, in stages, being born in Ethiopia, being born on the countryside, being born into tuberculosis, but was fortunate enough to be able to be adopted to Sweden. It really transformed my life, right? And it was really my Ethiopian mother that, she gave her life to that. She passed away. But once I got to Sweden, starting culinary, dreaming big, and having mentors that saw something in me way before I saw it in myself. And I think also the blessings of being Black, but also because that gave me a focus. You know right away that you have to work hard, you have to be disciplined, and you have to go and get it. And it was also the fear of my mom. I did not want to disappoint my mom,
I feel
right?
you on that.
But having mentors, having that structure of my parents, and they always said, you can dream. You're allowed to think bigger than this. It was difficult to put it together because in my community in cooking, no one looked like me. So I had to look at role models that was non-linear. My first big role model was looking at, like, I remember looking at Jean-Michel Basquiat. How can this young Haitian American kid from Brooklyn be in galleries in Manhattan? How do you do that? So he was there. Prince was always a big inspiration to me, right? I looked at art a lot, and I worked in Japan and France and Switzerland. But once I started to hear Tribe Called Quest, because, Q he's just a couple of years older than me, so I was like, if he's doing it at that level, there's no excuses. I have to go to New York. I have to cook in New York in a complex way, right? Not just being a line cook, but actually at the highest level. And I think Q-Tip and Tribe was such a big core for me to say I can do it. And think like what you do, Carmen. You inspire people way beyond. You can't meet all the people that you inspire, right? But there is a kid like me that takes inspiration from you, from how you give into your community. I've seen you on stage, but also seen you in smaller stages where you actually just go up and inspire the street musician. And you give as much at that moment as you would do if you would perform at Madison Square Garden. And that, for me, is truly what sets you apart, Carmen.
Thank you. But I appreciate that. And thank you for your work. Now, like, we both been blessed to be in places that we never would have, never dreamed. I said dream, but we didn't know, like, we would be, at the White House, seeing the first Black president and first lady, and being able to interact with them, or Oscar awards, or different things. Like, so being in those rooms, what do you feel like you bring to those rooms? Because you're proximate with some powerful people now.
Yeah. I always felt like my magic key has always been food, right? So whatever room, my confidence in speaking in front of you guys is built, you have it through your pen and how you spit, right? That craft no one can take away. So I enter the room through cooking. I know I can add value in this room, but also my own curiosity, right? Like I'm curious, what's next? What's coming next in food? And being both arrogant enough to understand that I belong, but humble enough to also say I got to do the hard work, and still being curious. Yeah. Once that curiosity, I know you talking to young kids coming up in the industry, because sure, you want to mentor them, but you also want to know what the young fellas are doing, right?
For sure, yes. Like, I mean, I think like staying proximate and in tune with people that's not like you too. Like, you know, of course, I'm that older hip hop artist that be like, man, I don't listen to a lot of new stuff, but I like being able to hear it and be in tune with some of the young people just so I'm aware of what's going on. So I love to learn, I love to grow, and I think like being in those rooms for me, like I remember I was approached by the CEO of Starbucks to meet with him and everything, Howard Schultz, and this is right after the Oscars and the John Legend and I won, and I was like, man, I can't believe like some of these people are wanting to talk to me. But what I found was so beneficial was, and this was important for me, I wasn't really effective in those rooms until I learned to be myself, my truest self.
Yes.
And that meant the whole South side of me that has evolved. That meant the God spirit, the believer in God in me. That meant the person who loves, the person who's also goofy, because some people would be like, oh, Common, you cool. No, I'm goofy too sometimes. You know? So,
we like that.
Yeah, but being in that space, I got to meet with Howard, and I remember he was talking about some things he wanted to do in the community, and this is where I see we can benefit in many ways. How we benefit being in these rooms is he had some ideas, and some of them were good, but it wasn't things that was going to move the needle in the neighborhoods that I come from. And I knew that because I had just sat and talked with some teens, and I didn't go to them like, yo, I'm gonna do this for you, do that. I said, what do you need? What do you need?
Yes,
and they started talking to me about jobs. They were talking about money, and they need to take care of themselves. These are teenagers. So I know Howard, when he told me all his ideas, I said, yo, Howard, I just sat and talked to these young people on the south side of Chicago, and they told me they need money, they need jobs. He said, okay, so how can we do that? He called some of his CEO friends. We put together a 10,000 job initiative in the city of Chicago and had kids from all over the city come who didn't know about filling out applications, who didn't know how to tie a tie. We had a holistic thing about them getting jobs, helping them improve in interviews, all of those things. They came with aunties, grandmothers that brought them there, 10,000 kids. And it was a beautiful thing. And we ended up getting so many jobs for young people. I was on the streets of Chicago months after that, and I saw these two young ladies coming off the train, and they were like, Common, we coming from a job that we got from the 10,000 job initiative. And that just touched my heart, man. I could feel it. I felt like it was effective. It meant something. So, you know, my point is like, we've been blessed with an opportunity to be in these rooms, to be associated with Global Citizen. I want to show up at these things because I'm not only here to learn, but I'm also here to affect, and because we are proximate, you stay proximate, bro. You there in Harlem. I tell people sometimes, man, it don't take a lot to be in tune. Like you could just like have certain conversations. You can be in certain environments. It's necessary. And we got to go to the lowest of places, the places where people are deemed like as forgotten and overlooked, and make sure we being in the uncomfortable places that we feel uncomfortable, but we end up being some type of change for that community, or being some type of transition or a light, the same way you saw somebody that mentored you and it was the only reason I was able to do things was because of my mother and me looking at Muhammad Ali.
Yes.
You know?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I mean, for me, we take pride in it. We pull up and create jobs in communities. Like we're in the Fourth Ward in Atlanta. We're in Overtown in Miami, right?
Yeah.
We're in Harlem. We've done a lot of work and create jobs in Newark, right? Communities that very often feels like you can live in the communities, but the great jobs is somewhere else. I'm like, let's change that trend through jobs. There's nothing more powerful than having meaningful jobs. And also like flipping it, like when I was coming up, my artist friends that went on residencies, we now just created the Rise Residence Program,
what's up
where
with that?
young chefs can go upstate, collaborate with artists.
What's it called?
The Rise Residency.
Yeah.
And, you know, creatives, we need to be in rooms together, and beautiful things will be created. So in the Rise Residency, you know, we partnered with Denison Hills and Julia Merhetto. 3 chefs going to be able to go upstate, stay for 2 weeks, cook as little or as much as they like, but come back to us with a path and plan how they can activate themselves and have meaning in the food industry. And things like that, that again, going back to dreaming, these things were not, that was something I wanted to do when I was in my 20s, but there wasn't available for us, right?
Yeah.
To be able to create that, or, you know, right next to our restaurant in Addis, my wife and I, we partnered with a school, so to be able to teach the craft of modern cooking in Ethiopia, you know, it's for me, the biggest give back is the biggest possibility for me that a young student can now work in a restaurant and 2 years later travel abroad and see the world, like just the way you've seen the world through your art.
And that's so powerful. And like,
yes.
And like you saying about those connections, like I've been able to Free to Dream, we've been able to team up with Brightbound, and what they've brought, like, it's important that we team up with people and organizations that sharing the vision. And our vision has been like to make sure that we see a just and joyful future for young people. And that is through education, that's through health, that's through jobs. And man, we've gone to prisons and opened up studios. We just was in the juvenile center a month and a half ago. Our studio opened up, and to see these young brothers just like with bright eyes, like thinking about what they could do musically, thinking about what they could do creatively. And me knowing that creativity, like, I didn't know when I started creating that creativity was the thing that would help me heal from different wounds. I've been through different abuse when I was a kid. I've been through things that I didn't even like know was trauma. And it came out through my music as a healing mechanism. Music was like that healer. So for us to be able to bring that to people who are incarcerated and see like, these are people, because we've done visits to prisons and I've done concerts in prisons, and I've met some of the most enlightened and beautiful individuals in there. And when I say going to the places that we don't normally go and uncomfortable, I wasn't initially like, yeah, let me go up in this jail, it's gonna be cool. I was really like, what is this gonna be like? Yeah. But when I got there, I met people who had committed some of the worst crimes, but their lives had changed. They went from the darkest place you could ever be in life to one of the lightest, to some of the brightest.
Wow.
And us being able to bring these programs, man, I think, I'm thinking about it now, man, we should bring some type of like chef program to the people that's incarcerated.
I would love that.
We have to do that. Like.
No, and that's how collaboration, everyone in this room, right, have access, has power. So I think, you know, collaboration, whether it's the Rise with the Dream, with Global Citizen, I know it's going to be delicious, right?
Yes.
But these are the ideas as you guys meet outside this room too, right? People, the beautiful thing with Global Citizen is putting great people together, but the power of it is when we truly start changing cards, when we truly start turning these polite, nice meetings into actually, this is truly borderless, right? Great ideas and great execution and bringing community together is always a need. You know, whether it's in Chicago, in New York City, in Addis, wherever it is, right? There's always a cause that can be extremely supported. And I think the privilege of being in this room and the excitement of being in rooms like this is great, but it means nothing if you don't go home and partner and create something. Otherwise, it's selfish, right? We're all excited when we got invited, right? That's step one. Check, yeah, of course. And it's okay to say, hey, I'm going here, it's all good. But then the opportunity and the challenge is go out and create something and come back to next year Global Citizen and be like, we met here, we did this, we are now doing that. And that's going to inspire the next community.
Yes, and last thing I'll say is, what are you willing to die for? Wow. What are you willing to die for? Live for that. These were the words that Ambassador Andrew Young from the Civil Rights Movement, the right-hand man that Dr. King said to us at our first rehearsal for the movie Selma. What are you willing to die for? Live for that. He said we were willing to die for freedom, justice, and equality, so we live for it each and every day. I'm saying that to encourage us because us here, we want to do something, but I encourage us to live for it each and every day. As much as I put towards my acting and my music, which I love, I have to put towards elevating the people and bringing peace and love and joy to the people. So I just want to say I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be here with you. And thank you guys for your time.
Thank you so much.
Our time is up.
Thank you so much. And enjoy today. I can't wait to see the next collaboration.
Across the world, small business owners are committed to tackling big challenges.
We are on a mission to fight against catastrophic wildfire, to clean up the short commute,
to manufacture building materials using single-use plastic.
Our goal is to end period poverty
and food waste and hunger and social exclusion.
The Global Citizen PayPal Small Business Impact Awards were designed to celebrate businesses that use commerce as a force for good.
Impact is at the forefront of what we do.
We want to make a difference.
Serving people and planet.
Our 5 inaugural winners are redefining what entrepreneurial success looks like.
Winning this award will amplify our mission.
It means that a small mission-driven business can make a difference.
Proving that purpose can be just as powerful as profit.
We really want to inspire a shift on a global scale.
We want to protect communities.
Our goal is access, access, access.
Because small businesses don't just drive economies,
they drive equality.
Social change,
dignified jobs and opportunities,
biodiversity,
and quality of life.
In the tradition of great artists like Harry Belafonte and Nina Simone, I've always tried to use my platform to marry art with activism. And as a Global Citizen Ambassador and board member, I've had the opportunity to do just that. And I've seen firsthand the impact taking action has made. That's why I keep showing up. I know it works. I believe that education is the key to defeating poverty, and that's why I'm committed to advocating for every child to have access to quality education. The work of Education Cannot Wait is especially close to my heart. They support children whose schooling has been disrupted by conflict, instability, and climate-related crisis by giving them access to education they so desperately deserve and need. Global Citizen is committed to taking action to help kids around the world receive safe, free, and quality education. And we are so excited to share this announcement with all of you today.
Around the world, crises are becoming more frequent, and it is young people who are being hit the hardest. When conflicts escalate, when climate disasters strike, when families are forced to flee, education is often the first thing to disappear. But education is not a luxury. It is a lifeline. It protects, it empowers, and it creates hope where there is uncertainty. That is why Germany prioritizes education in emergencies. We are proud to support Education Cannot Wait, the global fund working with partners to deliver education in crisis context and aiming to reach 10 million children. And today I am pleased to announce Germany will provide 100 million euros for education cannot wait between 2027 and 2031. Because investing in children's education means investing in peace, in stability, in hope, and in the future of an entire generation. Let us act together to ensure that no child is left without a chance to learn.
Please welcome to the stage actor, producer, and global citizen ambassador, Rachel Brosnahan.
It is always such an honor to stand on this stage and celebrate young people who aren't waiting for the world to change. They are busy being the change that they want to see in the world around them. And our next Global Citizen Prize recipient, Anushka Sinha, has been changing the world around her since she was just 10 years old. What started locally has now grown into an international movement, with her advocacy leading to legislative change and access to justice for girls and marginalized communities around the world. Her organization has directly impacted over 500,000 young people in over 40 countries. And her dedication to empowering her peers is shifting the narrative, and it's giving those who have historically been excluded from the conversation a voice and a pathway to equity. Please help me welcome Global Citizen Prize recipient Anushka Sinha. Now, let's hear her story in her own words.
Your voice is your power. Do not let anything dim your light or tell you what you can or cannot do. I grew up in a very small town in India. Growing up a girl, you were not treated as a human. You were treated as a lesser being. We had no rights of our own. My mom told me very quietly, always use your voice. That's the one thing no one can ever take away from you. And never, ever stay silent when you see injustices. I faced incessant bullying and a lot of difficult times. It was very, very difficult. The only male supporter I had was my father. He was the one person who always unfailingly believed in me. But tragically, during my teens, I lost him. And it was very difficult because the day he passed away, people told me that I should get married off because who else is going to protect you now that your father is gone? I did not give up. I did not stay silent. I do not want any girl to go through what I did. The aim of our foundation is empowering girls to get access to education. I want to flip the script and I want to be a human rights lawyer and empower women with the tools that they need to fight their own justice battles. This award is the perfect amount of loud and boisterous and bold that you can expect a girl to be. It tells you to be your truest self and it rewards you for being that.
Please welcome co-host of Morning Joe and founder of Know Your Value, Mika Brzezinski. Former Prime Minister of Norway, Erna Solberg. Global Citizen Prize recipient and founder of the Anupam Foundation, Anushka Sinha. And actor, producer, and Global Citizen Ambassador, Rachel Brosnahan.
Thank you. The global education crisis is urgent. A staggering 250 million children are currently not enrolled in school. And joining me today are three remarkable women, all united by their tireless advocacy for a quality education for every child. It's good to be with you all. Congratulations. Erna, I want to start with you and kind of get the macro view. There are so many reasons why children are not in school. What do you think the prevailing ones are, the driving force behind it?
Well, there are, of course, the absolutely biggest driving force is conflict. War and climate change, which makes movement of people, disrupt education, is the biggest cause. But we still are lagging behind after the pandemic. Before the pandemic, nearly all girls enrolled into school. They left earlier than the boys, but it's been a cutback after the pandemic. And that probably has to do with the poverty issue. When there's a priority you have to make, in a lot of cultures, parents will have a priority to the boys instead of the girls. And then if they have to make that priority, then it ends up with girls staying at home. And then there is the need for domestic help. I mean, there's a subtle thing which girls do more than boys do. Domestic help is much more a girl's work than boys' work, so you'll be kept at home. And then you have the big challenge that is a lot of girls attend school, but when they are 4th, 5th grade, they fall out because they're getting sexually mature, because the period starts. And in a lot of countries, parents are afraid of leaving their girls in an unsecure place. So this security issue, the cultural issues, is enhanced by more war, more conflict, and we are going backwards, not forwards these days. I think I've been in these fora a lot of times before the pandemic. We could celebrate moving forward. Now we have to say it's getting worse.
So let's talk specifically about girls. Anushka, congratulations again on winning the Global Citizen Prize. Certainly very, very deserving. According to the UN, 122 million girls remain out of school globally, and adolescent girls in South Asia are 3 times more likely than boys not to be in school, work, or training. Can you reflect on your own experiences, as we heard a little bit of before, growing up, and tell us how your foundation is working to close this gender gap?
Thank you so much for that question. And I want to begin by addressing all of the girls, women who are here in the audience today, and all of those who are watching me online. This is exactly what happens when you don't listen to the people who try to diminish your voice. You sit on a stage with the former prime minister of a country, with a global icon, with a global host, and you get to make decisions about your own future without people telling you what you should or should not be. So always, always continue to believe in the power of you. And coming to your question.
That was a good start.
Coming to your question, I actually firsthand have experienced this inequality where, girls are put as a second base and boys are favored more because they're seen as a better return on investment, as if girls are some commodity. And so growing up in a very small town in India in a patriarchal community, I see these differences every single day. And I asked my mom as a 10-year-old, what can I even do about this? Is my voice even going to make any difference? And she said that they can take away everything from you, your freedom, your choices, but the one thing that they cannot take away from you is your voice. It's something that can never be alienated from you. So I used my voice. I did everything in the opposite direction of what they told me to do. I became one of India's youngest radio show hosts. I created a documentary with young people around education and human rights. I went on to record 2 music albums as a teenager and sold off all of the proceeds to fund education for children. But then, in my teens, I unfortunately lost my father. So even after all of that defiance, everything boiled down to the question of whether or not she should pursue her education or whether or not she should be married off. And if you see me sitting on this stage, it is very much an answer that I did not listen to them. Mm-hmm. And so the whole idea of this foundation that I created is so that no girl has to fight for her rights, so that every girl around the world has access to her education without having to fight for it, without having to go the legal route for it. And what we do is we provide access to scholarships, mentorship opportunities, capacity building, because education is not a single issue. It is an intersectional issue. There are compounding barriers that prevent these girls from entering into schools. So we are working to ensure that they not only enter schools, but they stay in schools. And then they become whoever they want to be with our programs.
Excellent. Thank you. So Rachel, thank you so much for your advocacy and your work in this area. You have personally witnessed the impact of conflict on children and how it impacts their lives, often permanently. Tell us about your experiences and what you've seen in these children's eyes, the impact on them.
Yeah, it's one of the great privileges of being able to sit up here today is, I have opportunities like the one I had above to visit Peru during the height of the Venezuelan migrant crisis in 2019 with Global Citizen and Education Cannot Wait, which you all just heard a little bit about in the video before we came up. And I mean, as you can see here, we witnessed families, a lot of women and young children who had left a situation of great danger. They were very fearful, had gone great lengths to arrive in Peru. Peru's systems were being sort of overwhelmed with this influx of migrants that they had received into the country. And, I think I was really struck by how with just a few small shifts in circumstance, and this is something that I think we're seeing in real time all over the world right now, any of us could be in a situation where we're in need of additional support and aid. And these are just families, women, children, like so many of us here, who are fighting for their futures, fighting for their, themselves and their families to survive and thrive and have opportunity, break generational cycles. And we had the privilege of bringing these stories back to many different governments, the US, the UK, Ireland, requesting support for Education Cannot Wait, which is one of these organizations on the ground that's making an impact, that is traveling to places that need it the most to support some of the world's most vulnerable children and try to close so many of the gaps in education that these two wonderful panelists have been talking about today.
Wonderful. So Erna, we talked about the challenges in the beginning. Can you share some examples of emerging tangible solutions and how people can help?
Well, I think there's a lot of things that can be done. One of the things we did a lot of work on education when I was Prime Minister was to try to reach out in refugee camps, reach out using new digital tools to do that, to make sure that you could continue at school even if you were on the move, and trying to get all of the communities working on different type of digital learning things to address this, so that you could continue to, if you needed to. This was with the big Syrian crisis, for example, to make sure that there was a possibility, even if there wasn't a school or a teacher nearby. Second thing, if you want to do something about poverty, you have to look at how you can mix education and food. Meaning, or these days, gasoline, yes, or, and some of the programs that are successful is paying by food stamps or help to parents for getting their kids and girls to go to school. And getting school meals, yes, but also giving subsidies and help on the term that your children are attending school. And we know what this happens if girls go to school. It's less child marriages, it's less young births, it's better control of the population in the fact that you don't get that large families. And you know that when girls get education, it gives a bigger ripple effect to local communities because they stay, they work, so you can, and it's really well documented. So that's why I sometimes think it's so strange that it's not a part of the development programs for everybody to make sure that girls get the education, don't marry before they are 18 years old, and that they, in fact, can have enough knowledge both to take care of themselves, but also to take care of their family. It should be a nonsense thing. Yes, it's obvious. It's obvious for all of us if you just look at the facts. But we have to fight some culture. in some countries, and we have to use the new digital means that makes it possible to learn even if you are in a refugee situation.
Speaking of digital, Anushka, you managed to reach over 100,000 girls across India on digital literacy and STEM education. What is next for this program?
I mean, I want to start by saying that I might not know every one of you here, but I do know for a fact that all of you here have two things in common with me, which is you care about making a positive difference, and you use technology every single day in your lives. Correct me if I'm wrong. So when we think of living in a world that's driven by technology, by AI, by data, by your phones, and then you think of a world where you don't even know how to access it or use it. Can you imagine living in a world like that? You're instantly locked out of opportunities, access, economic freedom, justice, learning, leadership opportunities, and that is sadly the reality for so many girls around the world, and that is what we're trying to solve with Girlitical, is to provide young women in the Global South access to opportunities so that they can get access to digital literacy, STEM mentorship, where they can see women astronauts, doctors, engineers, and they can learn from them. Because they have been made to believe for such a long time that they do not belong in these spaces, and they can never be these STEM professionals. So our program is really bridging that gap, that white space, where they're not only providing them with access to literacy and boot camps and STEM learning, but also providing them with the positive role models that they need. And we have heard throughout the day how much of a positive difference role models have. Marcus Samuelson just said that he always had role models in his industry that pushed him to do better. We were at the Global Citizen office yesterday where Michael Sheldrick, who's the co-founder of Global Citizen, said that he had a teacher who pushed him to do better, and he said that he believes in him. So that is how we can just see how important role models are. So that is exactly what our program does, connecting young women with role models, with peer-to-peer communities, and with the mentorship that they need to become excellent STEM professionals in the future.
And Ernie, it's so true. You talk about how it's so obvious that investing in a girl is investing in more than just that individual girl. It's in her family, in the life that she leads that ends up being a community. And yet so many times, Anushka, girls are kind of told that they don't have value, that their value is lesser than. So it must be a challenge even just to get them to the table at time to believe in themselves. What do you think?
I have to believe in that 100% because I started my advocacy journey going around Indian villages, rural areas, communities, and the first thing was not even a barrier to entry into education, was not the fact that they suffered from financial setbacks or they came from families that couldn't afford education, was the fact that they did not believe that they could actually become leaders or could pursue education. It was the fact that we actually had to show them that you're capable and that you can actually pursue education and become an individual who's free and independent. So I think that is a big part of the work that I do, and that is why we involve role modeling so much, so that these girls can get the confidence and the tools to become leaders, just like the one sitting here.
Yeah. So Rachel, through your work with Global Citizen and as a board member for Covenant House, you've seen firsthand the hardships faced by youth in crisis. How have those experiences and your travels shaped your work, especially given your career?
Obviously, this is a room full of people who are here because you care. You care about what's going on in your community, you care about what's going on in the world around you, but even the people who for even the people who care the most, it can be easy sometimes, especially as some of these crises are escalating globally, to read these articles, to watch the news, and to see all of these statistics flashing across the screen, and it starts to feel very impersonal. I think I've had the great privilege of getting to put faces and people and stories behind these statistics. And as a storyteller myself, as somebody who's an advocate but not an expert, I've been so inspired by the many experts that I've had the privilege of sitting on some of these panels with and learning from in over, God, this is a scary number to say, 14 years as a Global Citizen Ambassador and more than a decade working with Covenant House. And it's through giving humanity to these statistics and reminding people that there are people just like you and me all around the world who need additional support, that I think we can make the kind of impact that we're all striving for. And I've been reminded over and over and over again that every single one of us, to Anushka's point, has a voice, and we're able to make an impact with it. It can feel sometimes like these global crises that we're facing are so large and overwhelming that we can't possibly make a difference. But Global Citizen in particular exemplifies the idea that if we all do just a little bit, we can do an awful lot. And it can feel so overwhelming, but there are organizations like Global Citizen and so many others that make that kind of advocacy accessible and remind us that we all have the power to make a difference. And so I encourage all of you, I'm sure you're already doing so many things, but to keep making advocacy accessible for everybody, because it keeps us from feeling the kind of apathy that feels like one of the largest epidemics that we're facing as a global community.
Absolutely it is, and I can attest that watching the news is absolutely overwhelming these days. Let's conclude with a call to action. With education outcomes dwindling here in the US and these numbers around the world not going in the right direction, give us some direction. What's the call to action to those here in the audience and watching?
Well, the biggest call to action is to engage, and to engage politicians, to engage people to understand that, you know, individual development is also human development, is to understand that when you educate young people, when you educate children, it gives a better basis for any country to develop. And in times where truth is challenged, knowledge is also an important part of democracy. To understand what forces you are fighting against in extremism, in misinterpretation, in all of these arenas that we are feeling is very difficult today. Education and enlightenment is extremely important. So it's just to go to work.
Madam Prime Minister, Erna, Anushka, Rachel, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Parkchester is very diverse. It's like a city within a city here. So you see the same people every day, and this key food means a lot to the community.
There's some times where people come here just to talk.
It's like walking into my living room.
I'm a Red Sox fan, and everybody's Yankee fan here, so they come and bother me every day. And I love that. We're family, we're family.
My name is Sal, and I'm the manager here at the store. I've been here at Key Food since '97.
Do you want to back? It's awesome working with Sal. My experience is biased because he's my uncle, but I feel like he's kind of like everyone's uncle.
Every time you see him, he's always got a smile on his face. He makes sure he acknowledges everyone that comes in.
And it's weird because I'm not too much of a talker, but here it's like incredible. I try to run this place with kindness and provide customers a sense that they belong here.
A lot of employees and customers are on first-name basis. The cashier behind me, I call her my second mom.
There's a trust between workers, customers, even vendors. They come and talk to you about certain things of their personal lives, and this store created a family here in Parkchester.
When my son was 12 years old, I taught him how to shop, and I told him, you always come here because they're my guys.
As a social worker, I shop for senior citizens, and they donate prizes to our seniors during the holiday parties.
We have turkey drives, and every year when we're trying to get 200 turkeys, Sal is on it. I know they're going to be here for us, and that's why we're here for them.
Parkchester helps each other out. Being together and growing together is something beautiful.
Community is key.
Community is key.
Community is key.
It's key.
It's key.
Food.
Please welcome back to the stage, Josh Martinez.
Everybody still feeling good this afternoon? Make some noise. Hey, listen, it sounds like you're gonna need some caffeine in your system, and we got you in just a few minutes, all right? I promise. As you just saw, Global Citizen, PNG, and Key Food are partnering to celebrate local business owners like Sal and their impact in uplifting communities across all of New York City. Look out for ways you can take action and earn rewards for your support in the lead up to the 2026 Global Citizen Festival at a key food store near you across New York City. Now, we are all here for a reason, and this is a room filled with impact. And I want to make sure that we all recognize the people who are taking action and making change globally. For example, we have Brian Tippins, Chief Social Impact and Inclusion Officer at Cisco. If Brian's here, just raise your hand, Brian. If not, it's all good. Brian, appreciate you. He's driving equitable opportunity through one of the world's most powerful technology companies. Also, much love to Pam Sandonato from the Covenant House International. There's Pam here. You can just raise your hand as well. Oh, hello, Pam. Rachel Brosnahan as well. She was just talking about some of the work she's done with this organization and people like Pam who are working every day to make sure young people facing homelessness have a safe place to land and have a path moving forward. We also have our 2025 Global Citizen Weislitz Awards winners, Osei Boathing and Joshua Ekor. Are you gentlemen in the room right now? You can just raise your hand. Much love. Thank you, guys. Congratulations on the award as well. And finally, I want to recognize GQ Raoleka, the co-founder and CEO of Pele Energy Group, helping power Africa's clean energy future while expanding economic opportunity for communities across the entire continent. So for all the names I just mentioned and everyone else helping on a global scale to make a difference, thank you. Now, we are going to take a very short break. I said before, it sounds like this room may need some caffeine, okay? Because the next time I'm on stage, I need more energy than what you guys gave me just here, all right? So if you could hear my voice, clap twice. I got that from my 2.5-year-old daughter, by the way. We will see you back here after the break, so please don't go too far. Thank you.
Still to come on Global Citizen Now New York. You'll meet more of our amazing Global Citizen Prize recipients and a powerful performance from Kat Graham. Plus, the one and only Shakira is here for a special FIFA World Cup final halftime show announcement. All that and more after the coffee break.
It's a big shotgun and he'll everyone. This is baby daddy cheese, such a dump.
Now.
Now.
Just say now.
Now. If I had to describe Global Citizen in one word, I'd say action.
Global Citizen Now is a gathering for action. It brings together leaders across sectors and markets
for meaningful, measurable change.
The world's problems are too complex for a person or company to solve alone. We need partnership and collaboration to make lasting change.
Global Citizen Now is where leaders turn urgent conversations into action.
I've had the privilege of seeing how an individual can bring forward a great idea and how companies provide mentorship and resources to solve some of the biggest issues around the world.
People in this room take action to turn ideas into impact.
No one organization has all the answers or the tools to solve global challenges, but together we have the scale, the expertise, and the influence to move the needle.
So just say now.
Just say now.
Global Citizen Now, are you ready to get moving? From Dog Pound, please welcome to the stage owner Lily Gatien with trainers Arena Nicolescu and Reggie Robinson.
Hello everyone! My name is Lily, owner of Dog Pound, and these two are my amazing trainers, Arena and Reggie. Woo! Did you know that Global Citizen is the biggest movement of action takers in the world? It's a little ironic considering we haven't done much physical movement today. We've been sitting through big ideas and bold conversation, but here's the reality. Small movements matter too. Throughout your day, with just a little action, you can support long-term heart health, mobility, posture, energy, and overall wellness. Who better to lead this movement than Dog Pound? 3 simple lower body exercises right from your seat. No equipment, no excuses. Let's go. Each exercise runs 40 seconds. Are you all ready? I want to hear you louder. Are you guys ready? Woo! All right, first up, fast feet. Stomp those feet as fast as you can, right from your seat. Speed is everything. The faster you move, the more force your body generates. And the same is true for global change. Faster action, greater impact. Let's go. Come on, guys, faster. I don't see you moving. Come on. Nice work. Shake it out. Come on, shake those feet. 15 seconds. Come on, I see you guys. Faster. I love this side. All right, last 5 seconds. You got it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, people. All right. Chair squat. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Follow the trainers. Squats build the biggest muscles in your body. Quads, hamstrings, glutes. And stronger legs are directly linked to longer, healthier lives. Yes, I love this energy! Longevity matters on and off the stage. Keep going. Come on, everyone in the back, I'm watching you. You're all doing amazing. 10 more seconds, everyone. Up and at 'em, come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We saved the hardest for last, the hold and the hover. Are you guys ready? I believe in you guys. Hover above your seat as close to it as possible without sitting down. For 40 seconds, follow the trainers. Go! Look at Arena's perfect posture. Come on, guys. Look at Reggie. Let's go! 30 seconds, everyone. Hey, what's going on this side? Let's go. Come on, guys. What's going on that side? Look at this side. If your legs are shaking, good! That means it's working. Brace with your arms if you need to, and if you need motivation, look around. This room is full of people holding on with you. 5 more seconds, you got this. And done. How awesome are all of you? In 3 minutes with just a chair, you moved your bodies and your energy. That is what Dog Pound is all about. And that is what Global Citizen is all about. Thank you, and I'm excited to see all of you at Dog Pound soon.
The Cisco Youth Leadership Award was established by Cisco and Global Citizen to celebrate the power of vision.
We found people who believe in what we do.
Our purpose is to power an inclusive future for all.
And it means we can now turn our steps to strides.
Throughout history, the passion of youth has been a catalyst for change.
And this award is a step forward in our mission to break the cycle of poverty.
Young people, we can change the world.
There is something revolutionary about how a young person sees things.
Today I would like you all to imagine a world free of suffering and disease. And it is my life's mission to make it possible.
Be open to ideas and adapt.
The power is in your hands. Now this is Global Citizen.
Thank you so much for this incredible honor.
It's been amazing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Wow.
Change begins with us.
Please welcome to the stage Cisco Executive Vice President and Chief People, Policy, and Purpose Officer, Fran Katsoudas, and artist, actor, author, activist, and Global Citizen Ambassador, Common.
Hello, everyone. When Cisco and Global Citizen joined forces in 2018, the intention was to empower young people to solve global challenges by using technology to positively impact the world. And out of that mission, the Cisco Youth Leadership Award was born. Since then, we've awarded 7 young leaders, and I am so excited to introduce you to the 8th. This year's recipient, Diana Vergachova, is a young visionary who co-founded X-Atoms, a company that leverages AI to purify water and create amazing solutions.
Diana's revolutionary work is already impacting people worldwide, reducing cholera outbreaks to removing E. coli from rivers and working with indigenous communities in Canada to provide access to safe drinking water. Now that translates into 3.1 billion liters of river water and 1.3 million liters of drinking water and counting.
Isn't that amazing? I think some people see a problem and others solve it, and Diana is firmly in the second category. Please welcome the 2026 Cisco Youth Leadership Award recipient, Diana Vergachova. We're in for a treat. Let's look at Diana's story.
Sometimes feels sci-fi because you're building something that no one has ever done before. My name is Diana, and I'm the CEO and the co-founder of X-Atoms. I'm super passionate about deep tech technologies that can change the world, and that's exactly what we do at X-Atoms. When I was 13 years old, I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. I believe it was caused because of the water we were drinking. That's when I realized I want to see the world. So I convinced my mom to go on a backpacking trip around India. I saw young girls getting sick because of water pollution, and I realized that this is a global problem. At X-Atoms, we're combining quantum chemistry and AI to discover new types of materials that can purify water using sunlight. I don't think we have enough time to explain what quantum chemistry is, but trust me, it's incredibly cool. When we take this powder and put it into contaminated water and expose to sunlight, we can eliminate different types of chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, biological pathogens. We can also reduce heavy metals. It breaks down the contaminants into safe byproducts, which are then safe for human consumption. What I really love about the Cisco Youth Leadership Award is that they're interested in tangible scientific solutions. They're investing in innovations around the world that otherwise would not have such a platform. And so it's really bringing us from our lab on this world stage where we can share it. I just remember being in my town in Slovakia, just looking at the sky and dreaming. It doesn't matter where you grew up. Your voice matters.
Please welcome back to the stage Cisco Executive Vice President and Chief People, Policy and Purpose Officer, Fran Katsoudas, and winner of the 2026 Cisco Youth Leadership Award, founder and CEO of X-Atoms, Diana Virgovichova.
Let's hear it for Diana one more time. How are you feeling?
Amazing.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So Diana, let's jump right in. When we first talked after you received the award, you shared that there was a part of the story that you hadn't put out there more publicly. And I was wondering if you could talk about that and a little bit of your journey.
Yes, of course. The story I'm about to share, I've actually never shared publicly. That's because I'm a scientist and I wanted to prove that my technology has a potential to create a huge impact, but I feel like it's a time to actually tell my story. So when I was 13 years old, I stopped getting my period and I came to a doctor and doctor told me that I had ovarian cancer. And he told me that the size of the tumor was of the size of a small child's head. So the next day, one of my ovaries was removed. And I've learned that this cancer was actually linked to the industrial activity happening around my village in Slovakia, specifically when it comes to emerging contaminants in water, PFAS, heavy metals. And that's when I realized that a part of my body was taken from me because of polluted water. And I don't want more young girls to go through what I went. So I begged my mom to go backpacking Asia because I told my mom in the hospital, if I make this, Mom, you promise me we are going to take a train across Asia and we will see the world. And so we took 1,000 euros and we backpacked Asia for 6 weeks. We backpacked India and we took trains all over the country. And there I had a chance to meet other women and they shared their stories with me. They shared about how they got sick because of the water they had to drink. They shared with me that they are getting infections during their period. They shared with me the number of hours they have to walk to find clean water. And that's when I learned that this is affecting a small girl in Slovakia. This is affecting health of a girl in India. This is causing a girl in Madagascar to walk 8 hours a day just to bring one single bucket of water. So I decided to take a technology and solve this global problem. And so I connected with a professor back in Slovakia, and he told me about quantum chemistry. And I started researching, and I learned about the fact that we can use new science to discover new materials which can clean polluted water using sunlight. And when I was 17, I made my first discovery. I won an award from the Swedish royal family, and I ended up in Canada where I started my company.
That is just amazing. Go ahead. I think there are other young people watching, and they see you with such strong clarity and agency. What recommendations do you have for other people that have bold ideas and how they step into opportunities and their vision?
I think I'm a very stubborn person. I think many people throughout my journey told me that, a young woman should not go into quantum. You don't have a PhD yet, you don't have the degree. How can you build something like this? And I took that feedback and I wanted to prove to every single person, every single time I was told something negative, something that I could not be capable of achieving my dreams, I wanted to prove to them that they are wrong. And I think it's very important for young people to believe in themselves. If someone tells you you're incapable of doing something, no, you are. I believe that every single young person has the potential to be amazing at something. It doesn't have to be quantum chemistry. It can be something, but just go for it. Just tackle your goals, tackle your dreams. And I am an example of that. And I take every single day as potentially my last day. And I told myself when I was in hospital at 13 that if I will ever go back to hospital, I will make sure that I've lived every single day and I've had an impact, and I will be grateful for what I've done.
Diana, there's a lot of worry about AI and even quantum and what it means, but you're a beautiful example of how technology can be used for good. Tell us a little bit about what quantum and AI have allowed you to do that perhaps you couldn't before.
So with quantum chemistry, we can understand molecules at completely fundamental levels. So we can understand how these atoms within molecules interact, what are the properties of the atoms, and that helps us build new molecules. That helps us build drugs for cancer, for instance. And so I truly believe that if we combine these two powerful technologies, such as quantum and AI, we can really tackle some of the world's biggest challenges. For instance, when we're able to connect AI to quantum chemistry, we would be able to discover new molecules even 1,000 times faster. Usually it takes 10 years of work in a lab to discover a new material. But if we do it computationally, we can actually do this within 30 days. And so with these molecules that we design computationally, we can actually customize them for specific contaminants in water. And something that we've been able to do is tackling pesticides, herbicides, PFAS, heavy metals at the same time. And every single time we design a new molecule, we can actually understand which contaminant we will be able to tackle. So far we have made 66 discoveries of new materials, and we just keep going.
So, go ahead. So Diana was at the Cisco offices a couple days ago, and I heard her pitch our chief product officer, and this is where I saw some of her strength on the intersection of your work and data centers. Can you just explain that a little bit as well?
So data centers use a lot of water, and we need to make sure that this water is clean. And so we've seen a lot of contaminants in water, such as E. coli is a huge contaminant when it comes to data centers. So something that we've been exploring with Exatoms is actually using our new materials to tackle these contaminants. We have also been looking into textile industry, so working with some of the most famous brands in the world and actually working on reusing the water that's used for making textiles. We've been looking into agriculture. We work actually with indigenous communities in Canada on different projects. Can you believe that indigenous communities in Canada still don't have access to clean water? It's 2026, and I feel like many of these minorities and these communities have been cut access to clean water, and that's something that we want to change with Exatoms. We've been advocating for clean water, and I want to make sure that also no girl has to spend long hours every single day searching for clean water. It's enough. It's 2026. Please, let's change this.
So in our final minute, I'm so impressed by the fact that by 2028, you plan to positively impact 1 million people. Tell us a little bit more about your future plans.
Yeah, so with our technology, we are aiming to become one of the world's leading water technology platforms. I think many of water technologies that we've seen, or big water companies, are using technology that's been around for 30 years, and it's time to make a change. At the same time, water is actually one of the most underfunded sectors within climate tech, and that's something that I would love to change. Many times when we speak to investors, they tell us, well, this is not scalable enough, but come on, like every single person has to drink 2 liters a day, right? So like, I just don't get it. So we want to make sure that we will be able to change this, and we can actually highlight the fact that with these new technologies, we can bridge the gap between the technology that we create in the lab and the communities that we can reach. And the fact that we can use the power of sunlight, we can actually impact communities that have a lot of sunlight, but just have also a lot of polluted water. And so we've been trying to advocate for this, speaking thanks to Cisco and Global Citizen, we're able to have this platform now. And we want to make sure that 2 billion people that number of people that don't have access to clean water is going to be less and less as we speak. And I believe that when my children, my grandchildren will look at this, they will not know what polluted water means.
Diana, I want to thank you for the amazing work that you've done. I think on behalf of the audience, I would say we all can't wait to celebrate your success. You're truly an inspiration, and we thank you for what you're doing for the world. Diana, thank you.
Please welcome to the stage actress, singer, and humanitarian, Kat Graham.
How y'all doing? Ready to change the world? Yeah. I can't tell you how inspiring it's been to be in this room today. I feel so fortunate that I get to present this award to such an amazing human being who is truly making a difference in this world. What began as a very personal, tragic experience transformed into a purpose-driven mission to make sure no one would go through what her family went through. After losing her brother to malaria, Crystal Barji dedicated her life to finding solutions through genetic research. The vision is the total elimination of malaria and providing accessible, affordable, and innovative answers to a problem that affects millions globally. Can you imagine a world free from malaria? Then please put your hands together and help me welcome this visionary to the stage. Crystal Barji. This is Crystal's story.
My entire career has been driven by one core memory. My youngest brother, he was 5, and I remember him having seizures all night because he had malaria. And my mother was wiping him down with a cool cloth, trying to keep his temperature down, trying to keep him alive. And I knew that there was a medication, but I also knew we couldn't afford it. So all we could do was pray. And this was our reality, that you get malaria and you may die, and there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, sorry. I shouldn't be crying on camera. It seemed deeply unfair to me, and I decided that I was going to do something about it. Amazingly enough, here I am, and the project I'm working on is using genetically modified mosquitoes to reduce malaria. We use specialized injectors, and someone actually injects the DNA construct into a mosquito egg. Winning the Global Citizen Award is definitely not simply a prize. I am a mom now. The fact that I'm a scientist almost makes my fear worse, that I know what the real risks are. Now I'm worried that I need to stay away from all mosquitoes, and I live in a country where we have millions. We've got about 200 million cases of malaria globally, and over 95% of those are in Africa. If the world decides those lives matter, then we can eliminate malaria in this generation.
Please welcome to the stage co-anchor of MS Now's The Weeknight and Clock It with Simone and Eugene, Simone Sanders Townsend. 2026 Global Citizen Prize recipient, Crystal Barji, and actor, producer, and activist, Sophia Bush.
These chairs are unusually comfortable.
Ooh. Yeah.
I'm so happy to be here with you all. Okay, a year of harms. That's how Refugees International describes the state of maternal and child health care after $740 million in U.S. international aid was cut in 2025. The loss of funds has forced the closure of healthcare facilities, and it's led to a reduction in life-saving medicines and vaccines. But the women on stage with me right now, they are not giving up. They are stepping up, and they're stepping up to ensure that women and children get the most critical services that they need while pushing governments to keep those dollars flowing. So that is the conversation we are gonna have today. Crystal, I wanna start with you. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Yes, we can clap for that. It's okay. I mean, it's a Global Citizen Prize, okay? And I saw the award in the back. It's fabulous. The issue of maternal and child health care is at the core of your work to reduce the transmission of malaria. Talk about the ripple effect on families and communities when this specific disease is left unchecked.
Yes, definitely. Malaria is a disease that really disproportionately affects women and young children.
Why?
Because when you're pregnant, you're more likely to die if you get the disease. It's one of the leading causes of miscarriages in Uganda and also maternal mortality. And it is the #1 cause of the death of children under the age of 5. In fact, Uganda is still #3 of all the countries in the world that contribute to over 200 million malaria infections. And that's out of 5 African countries that are contributing 50% of that load. So the disease is real for us. It really is. But it's more than that. It's more than the fact that the children are dying and that the pregnant mothers are falling ill and losing their children. It is that women are still the primary caretakers in our families. So it means that when a child is sick, it's the mother that is going to lose out on days of work. It's the young girls in the family that are going to stay home to look after their siblings. It means that if a family has to choose between educating their children and treating them, it's the girl that's not going to get educated. Because let's face it, we're still majorly a patriarchal society. So there is no issue that is excluded from the impact of malaria on our continent. And to think that it is a disease that has been around for decades and continues to exist, we continue to lose a child a minute, really makes us wonder, why is that? Why don't we do more? Why is it that our children still have a 1 in 26 chance of dying in Uganda from malaria? And yeah, so it is not something that can be isolated, but also we have to think about the fact that this is a disease that not only affects the poor, but keeps us poor. So I'm poor, I cannot avoid the disease, I can barely afford to treat it. And then every time I get it, I cannot educate my children, I cannot go to work, I can barely feed myself, and so I remain poor. And therefore, if we really want to see a better future, a world free of poverty, we will have to eliminate malaria.
It's a cycle. You know, I think you are a shining example of taking an experience or your pain and turning it into a purpose and helping others. I mean, Sophia, we saw in the video how Crystal's activism was shaped by her younger brother's battle against malaria. Is there a particular moment in your life, because you are also an advocate on all things, but specifically women's health. So was there a moment in your life that inspired your advocacy around women's health?
Well, I think advocacy really is a more polite way of saying you're willing to be a pain in the ass for the things that you believe in. And Simone knows for a long time, I'm willing to show up to push those buttons. I learned that as a young student by happenstance, having attended an all-girls school and going to my first gathering sort of like this of 4 high schools in the area and realizing that the women who were attending co-ed schools didn't raise their hand, but the girls who went to my school did, and that it was such a social steeping in that patriarchy, as you mentioned, Crystal. And I think as we begin to analyze the world around us through the last 25 years of my career and my advocacy, anywhere that I've been, whether it is a town that is environmentally devastated on the Gulf shores of Louisiana in our country, or whether I've been able to spend time with incredible mothers in Uganda or Ethiopia or Alaska, women are always the first ones affected, women and girls, by an environmental disaster, by a budgetary crisis, by rising fascism, in the world. And to know that we, in the year 2026, are having to speak about increasing maternal mortality in the United States of America, and that's a 4x rate for Black women, like, are we joking? That this is where we are? We know better, we know how to do better, we have the resources to do better, and yet we wind up, as you said, Simone, in this kind of cycle. And so for me, much like your work, Crystal, I think the goal is to always try to connect these issues to each other and make sure people understand that each of our issues, each of our circumstances, each of our geographies is interconnected. So hopefully by 2028, we are not having conversations that are this ridiculous.
You know, when I worked at we can clap for Sophia Bush, okay?
Thank you.
I've been clapping for Sophia since I met her, okay, years ago. When I worked at the White House, one of the things that the vice president that I worked for used to say is you can tell the vibrancy and the health of a country, of a community, of a nation in how their women and children are treated. And I think that your comments about malaria and Sophia's comments really go to the heart of that, Crystal. And resources are very important. So there's been some progress, right? 25 countries across Africa, they now actually include malaria vaccines in their immunization schedules. That did not happen by happenstance. It is after Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, provided funding to support that rollout. What other tools or innovations allow you and other malaria researchers to scale impact? What else do you need?
Money. But okay.
How much? How much?
Let's get to it. So it is so much more than just one issue. I'll give you an example. So for me, in the situation that I grew up in, where we had about 1 in 3 children dying from malaria, and that kind of repeated experience of that trauma of not knowing whether you would get it, and then if you got it, if you would live, it's a situation. And so many times you get into this space where it's just accepted that, you know what, some kids die. Some people get malaria, some kids die, it just happens. And that's where people live. And you know, that was initially a situation for me growing up, when I was going through that and I was looking at it and I was like, okay, it's unfair and it sucks, but there's nothing we can do. But all that changed when I was 14 because the Global Fund was started. Mm-hmm. And this was an organization, people said, we are going to raise money and we are going to fight malaria and eliminate it, it's going to go. And I saw the effects almost immediately. With free mosquito nets, drugs, and people who are trained to treat in the villages, like right next to you. So that difference that the access made me think. It didn't just stop there, it was a knock-on effect. Because it made me think, this is not impossible. We can do something. And so I decided I was going to do something. And today I'm an entomologist. I'm working with a consortium that's working on developing genetically modified mosquitoes to fight malaria, to eliminate malaria. I'm trying to save lives.
Now, when are the mosquitoes going to be available? Because I was fascinated by this. Because I'm like, oh, who knew that this was a possibility, to your point?
Well, our goal is by 2030, so we're going to need a lot of work from everybody, policy, advocacy, because there's a lot to make this happen. But key to point to that, when you get to an organization like Gavi that has made sure that children are being immunized across the whole of Africa, and now is going to be spearheading the rollout of the malaria vaccine. These are the differences that it makes when people are seeing these changes on the ground. They are seeing that someone cares, but the solution exists. And so we're going to need a lot of input from the world, because all new innovations are fought by misinformation. When people don't know enough about something, it leaves a gap to be told the wrong thing. People get scared, and then they don't use tools that people have put so much money and energy and, we're putting our lifeblood into developing these tools because we want to save lives. But if we do not make sure that the policymakers understand it, that the people receiving it understand it, then people might not use them. And can you imagine the tragedy of a child dying because their mother didn't understand what the technology was? There is a solution, and people are just not using it.
Sophia, here in the United States, the National Institutes of Health have had about $2.3 billion with a B worth of medical research programs just terminated. And that's specifically just in the last fiscal year. A portion of those funds went to research specifically on women's health. I know that you are trying to close that gap. You're an investor, you have a venture capital firm. Tell us more, and $2.3 billion, it's no small piece of change.
It's really not, unfortunately. It's pretty crazy when you see the sort of pipe dreams that some of the tech bros have been able to spend tens of billions of dollars on that no one asked for, but that women, who are 51% of the population, have been deemed DEI. That's fun for us. It makes me crazy. And I think it's incredibly important for us to consider that our budgets, what we invest in, is really a reflection of our values. And to be told that women and children are not worth investing in the richest country in the world is appalling. And I had to print out some notes because I thought, this is sort of crazy to think about the fact that between 2018 and 2023, according to Silicon Valley Bank, venture investment in women's health has increased more than 300%, which sounds like a great number. But when you consider that women weren't even included in clinical trials until 1993, which was the same year we won the right to wear pants on the floor of Congress, we're so far behind. We are not starting from a level playing field, and you see that whether you're talking about what women and children are suffering with in your home country, whether we want to acknowledge what's happening here in a country where we had nearly eradicated the measles, and now people don't believe that vaccines that have saved lives are safe for their children when we know that they are. We need to close these funding gaps, and we also need to figure out, to Crystal's point, how to make sure that facts matter and that science is being communicated in ways that people can understand and that they know they can trust their children's health outcomes to the doctors who've dedicated their lives to saving their children and other people's. It's part of the thesis at our venture fund at Union Heritage. We really think about where we can be critically helpful to support the future of public health, of the American and the global economy, and very often that means centering technologies that are doing better in arenas that matter, whether that's in AI, whether that's in the future of farming.
Tell them about the engineer, because I was fascinated by this, the engineer who was working on something that had nothing to do with women's health, but found that this particular technology could be helpful.
Yes, an incredible engineer that we have invested in, who I really do love to brag about. Her company is called Nova RNA, and she was working in the automotive industry. Incredible Black woman who made it to the upper echelon of an industry where not a lot of people looked like her or had her experience set. And she started to realize that the technology she was helping to develop could probably be much more effective for human health if it were applied in the medical field. And if you can imagine reverse engineering a key for a lock that a locksmith has never been able to open before, that's what she's using AI to do to help create pharmaceutical drugs for previously untreatable diseases. It is literally what this technology should be used for, not for the bros to undress us on the internet. But again, we're gonna keep pushing for progress, friends, while we try to set some guardrails for the world.
Thank you, Sophia. Crystal, you said last fall that reducing the risk of malaria not only saves lives, but it saves futures. I think the stories that you've shared with us on this stage today absolutely underscore that. As you continue your work, I want to know what makes you hopeful for the future and the work. I'm sure the mosquitoes, are part of it, but what gives you hope?
What gives me hope is that the world keeps going. We've seen a lot of troubling things, I think, and challenges over the last few years, especially for global health funding and so on. But people keep going, they keep showing up. Scientists keep working. We are at a really, really key point in time for a disease like malaria, because for the first time we've got new vaccines after decades of work. We've got new insecticides after decades of the same insecticides that were not working anymore. We've got new drugs. We've got people working on genetically modified mosquitoes, SC Johnson producing spatial repellents. We've got people putting in the work. Now we need people to put out the word. We need this momentum to keep going, because if we do nothing today, we're also at the precipice of climate change and moving, migrating species of mosquitoes that are spreading malaria in places where they were not seen before. For the first time in 4 decades, local malaria transmission in the USA. So it is possible to go backwards, but right now, it's also possible for the first time in a long time to get ahead of the fight, to stop playing catch up. And I want us to be the generation that ends malaria. We don't want to let down what came before us, that started this fight, that have put in billions of dollars. We want to be remembered as the generation that finished the fight, not the generation that gave up. And I am hopeful that our sense of unity, our sense of justice, our sense of togetherness will supersede any selfishness that we have. And we shall do it. We shall stop the unnecessary deaths of children and pregnant women.
Crystal's energy makes me hopeful and inspires me. Give this panel a round of applause. Thank you so much for this important discussion. Before we go, we do have a major announcement, because as Crystal said, they put in the work. Now we need to put out the word. This announcement has the potential to transform health security, industrial, and job creation across Africa. Here now is one of the world's leading champions for global health equity, the CEO of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, Dr. Sonia Nishtar. Take a look at the video.
For African vaccine manufacturing to truly flourish, we need to build an entire ecosystem, not just fund individual producers. That is why we are looking to launch a new initiative called AVMA Plus. Through AVMA Plus, we aim to unlock $189 million in targeted investments that will build on AVMA's early momentum and accelerate Africa's journey towards vaccine sovereignty. AVMA Plus will help make the world better prepared for the next outbreak or pandemic. AVMA Plus will also catalyze economic development, creating quality jobs and new opportunities for Africa's growing population. And AVMA Plus will enable us to purchase as many as 70 million Made in Africa vaccine doses by 2030. This is our commitment to Africa and to you. Help us make this a reality.
Wow, $189 million, helping enable as many as 70 million Made in Africa vaccine doses by 2030. Now that is nothing to sneeze at. A huge thank you to Dr. Nishtar, Gavi, and all the partners making this vision possible. We can give a round of applause for that. If you are wondering what you can do to strengthen health systems around the world, well, you can go ahead and download the Global Citizen app, folks, and pledge your support to the community health workers who are providing this very much essential care. Sign the petition, stand with these workers. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you, Simone.
There's something we all have in common at Delta. Hi, guys. Some call it our spirit. It's the difference between believing and doing, where helping others reach their potential unlocks a path of our own, where our journeys aren't measured by miles flown, but by the moments that shape us.
Please welcome featured co-host of CBS Mornings and anchor for CBS News 24/7, Vladimir Duthier, Minister of State for Youth Affairs, United Arab Emirates, His Excellency, Dr. Sultan Al Niyadi, President of Delta Airlines, Peter Carter, and Senior Vice President of Public Affairs at YMCA, Sharon Levy.
All right. Exciting. So let's begin this. Citizen action has always been at the heart of real change. And yet, at a time when global challenges feel overwhelming, it can be hard to know how or when to show up. The leaders joining us today are changing that. They are breaking down barriers, mobilizing communities, and turning everyday action into impact on the ground. So let's jump right into it. Sharon, you see service up close. In many different communities, what gets in the way of people being able to volunteer, and what helps break down those barriers so that more people in this room and who are watching on the live stream can take part?
Great question, thank you. So as a mother of 4 with 3 dogs and a full-time job, time is what gets in the way most, right? For most of us, I assume that's also the case. So making sure that the process by which people can volunteer is as easy as possible. So the idea that someone would have to fill out 18 forms, go down for an interview, perhaps name your firstborn child after the organization, that could be problematic. But if you just have to fill out a simple form and have all of the information at the ready, it really does make it easier. And I think that once you've started the process of volunteering, once you've felt that feeling of joy from giving back, it's sort of easy to go back. But it's that initial threshold, it's that first step in that needs to be made as easy as possible for people to actually get their foot in the door.
Minister Al Niyadi, you made history as the first Arab astronaut to perform a spacewalk during your 6-month stay on the International Space Station. Congratulations, what an honor. Yeah, give it up. At the time, the vice president and ruler of Dubai posted on X that you open new doors for our youth and represent a bright part of our future. So for the young people who are inspired by you, how do you help them turn that inspiration into action?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having us. I think it's a great platform, great opportunity to share some ideas. Yes, you mentioned space, and I cannot think of a better place where humans can live in harmony and peace than space, and particularly on board the International Space Station. So I served on board the International Space Station for 6 months. I was accompanied by 3 Americans and 3 Russians. No politics. It's all about conducting missions, conducting science for the betterment of humanity. And that, again, as you mentioned, it was with the great support and help of our leadership that believe in the youth, believe in empowering the youth, and my mission is a testament to that. But we have so many examples when it comes to conducting something big. So from dealing with building satellites to sending probes to another planet. In particular, we've sent a probe to Mars. And that was a daring, really challenging mission, yet we have believed in the power of youth when you give them opportunity and chance. So we're just doubling down on that, and I think the doors are open to any Emirati youth to go and conduct in space or in any other fields. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the idea of not having those divisions in space is something we'd like to see here on planet Earth a little bit more. Peter, Delta has made service central to how you engage with employees all around the world. From Delta Difference to your work with the Red Cross on disaster relief, what is Delta doing differently when it comes to mobilizing people at scale, and what impact do you hope that it has globally?
Well, Vlad, thank you, and good afternoon. It's great to
to be here. You know, at Delta, we have a noble purpose. We seek to connect the world. And, you know, when you think about connecting the world unifies the world, and we believe that unifying the world makes the world a better place. And so what that means is, because it's important to us as a company, we end up hiring people who care about making the world a better place. And the best example of that is, and by the way, we provide all of the support and encouragement and systems in order to make sure that our people are able to volunteer in the community, so there's no friction at all. Last year, our people donated 134,000 hours of community service around the world, and they contributed over $18 million of their treasure. So it's time, it's treasure. And the reason why I think our people are the best in the world in terms of taking care of our customers. But more importantly, our mission, our value focus on connecting the world is something that resonates with them. And as a result, it unleashes them.
Love that. Minister, let me ask you, you often describe young people as co-designers of your country's future. What does that look like in practice, especially when a government treats youth service as a core part of national identity?
Well, absolutely. I think you can do it in two directions. You either believe in the youth and enable them and give them the ability to make decisions, or maybe just try to react to any problem that might happen with the youth. So we're doing the first option. We're enabling the youth. We're bringing their skills up in a way that they can perform, be it preparing a relief box to go somewhere to help people, or maybe engage them in youth councils. Youth councils are I think it's the black horse of the Federal Youth Authority. They're doing every possible thing in the ministerial level, in the private sectors, and even outside of the country, where we have students studying outside the country. They form these councils, and they give, they perform, they engage in volunteering. And all of that is actually accounted for. So we have a KPI kind of system that actually help us identify their impact when they work. As you may see the videos, they're engaged in so many things. And believe it or not, that actually helped us when we gave the trust to these councils to maybe reduce even the cost. So 50% of the Federal Youth Authority's initiatives were done by these councils.
Wow.
So it was really like an eye-opener to us, that the more you enable, the more you get in return.
The more you enable, the more you get in return. I absolutely love that. So Peter, from your perspective then, why are volunteers from the corporate sector so important to meeting global challenges alongside governments and nonprofits?
Well, we at Delta are true global citizens. We have employees in 53 countries. And as a result, it is really important for us as an airline. We don't exist in a vacuum. When you think about the success of any business, but especially an airline, we're only going to be successful if the communities that we are in are successful. And how do we do that? We make contributing to the community a core value of our company. And again, we empower our people to do that. One example is we, as a corporation, give more blood to the Red Cross as part of the global Red Cross movement than any other corporation on the entire planet. And we have done that 8 years in a row. When there is a, thank you for the applause. When there is a disaster, we are usually, the airline industry is good about supporting disaster relief, but when there's a hurricane in San Juan, we are there with rescue flights almost immediately, and our people are lining up to try to be a part of helping people and bringing in supplies. So I actually believe it's important for corporations, because as leaders, and you know, Delta is a leading corporation in America with 108,000 people. If we can be a part of an effort, let's say disaster relief, the governments, the nonprofits, it's going to help drive the entire effort. Leaders need to lead and create that collaboration and coalition in order to solve the big problems of the world. And we'd like to be a part of that, Vlad.
Yeah, I love that. Has that always been part of Delta's DNA?
For 100 years, it's always been part of our DNA, and we're proud of it. And hopefully you feel it when you fly with us.
Fantastic. Thank you. Sharon, you work with young people every single day through the YMCA programs. I am a member of the YMCA, by the way.
Good to know.
Yeah, of course. I have been practically my whole life. What are you seeing from this generation that gives you the most hope about youth and civic action?
Thank you for that. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. Look at them. I would ask you to all follow me when this is over, as some of our young people are actually taking over the halls of City Hall to debate bills and really try to impact their future. So what gives me hope every day is young people like that. We give opportunity, us, other nonprofits across the city and across the country, give young people these opportunities to learn about how to impact their communities, whether it's through advocacy work, going to their elected officials and asking them to make changes in their communities, or to create bills and policies themselves that they then take to those elected officials. So for example, this evening, one of the bills being debated on the floor of the City Council has to do with SNAP benefits and making sure, or hoping to make sure, that they will be able to be used for menstrual products. Right now, today, not possible. So these young people looked around their community, looked at things that they thought they could change or wanted to change, created these bills. They're going to take them to City Hall and they're going to debate them. And when and if they pass, they will be taken to their elected officials, and hopefully it will impact their communities directly. So what gives me hope is knowing that there are 150 teenagers in Lower Manhattan right now who could be doing a million other things in the city of New York, but have chosen to do this instead. So for us, seeing that happen every day really is inspiring. And hopefully for all of you, knowing that that's happening is also sort of a little bit of inspiration for your day.
I would say so. And the crowd, I think, agrees with you. Well, if today has sparked something in you, don't leave it in this room. Don't leave it in this room. I can tell the enthusiasm that you've shared throughout the course of today is here. Take action through the Global Citizen app. Volunteer in your area and join people online around the world to do your part to create a better future. Together, through advocacy and through local action, we can change the world. Thank you very much.
Please welcome co-founder and chief communications officer of Influential, Chris Diedert, mental health advocate, digital humanitarian, and global speaker, Zachary Daranowski, content creator, model, and host, Haley Bailey, and creator, founder, and CEO of Jesserco, Jesse Rydell.
Afternoon, everybody. In a world where most of us spend several hours a day scrolling on our smartphones, some of the most powerful voices right now are the creators we follow on social media. I'm here with some of the most influential voices online together. They have more than 115 million followers, to explore how that influence translates into tangible impact, from building credibility to mobilizing audiences, and how it can ultimately turn attention into action. Let's get into it. All right, Zachary. Your content rewards everyday acts of kindness in a powerful way and earns millions of views. In your opinion, what makes people stop scrolling and emotionally connect, and how can that connection be turned into real-world action?
So I think, first of all, thank you for having me.
Of course.
People want to help people. That's like the real core of what we do with the social media content that we create. And there's one story that really sticks with me a lot that allows people to act in their own life. So one day I was surprising 100 local kids with bringing them to the water park with like 2 chaperones. It was a terrible idea. And this dad came up to me with his 3 daughters. They were 10, 8, and 6. And the 6-year-old, she said, "My dad shows us your videos every single night. And I just wanted to let you know that last week we were at the grocery store and there was a guy that looked like he was hungry. And I went home that night and I took my piggy bank and I cracked open my piggy bank and I broke it and I took the money out of that and I went back the next day and helped the guy that was hungry at the grocery store because of your videos." And it was that moment that I realized there was an energy transfer that must have happened from the videos to the dad to the daughter. And that small act is so powerful. This was 4 years ago, so when I first started, that it isn't about the money or the size of the act, but with the intent that it has. So to answer your question, everyone can do anything as long as it comes from their heart. Doesn't matter what size it is.
Love that. Haley, your content is often described as funny and authentic by your millions of followers. Why do you think authenticity matters so much when trying to inspire people?
Hi guys, it's an honor being here. Oh, I'm so addicted to the internet. I just love the internet. I love the internet because I got to see people that were so much more like me than anyone that came from maybe Hollywood or from, a family that had entertainment background. I got to see real people with like real ideas, real creativity, talking about real things, whether it's like the spot you miss when you're shaving your legs or like something deeper and more powerful. I think authenticity is the reason that creators are here. I think it's because we went to the internet and we said, where's my community, where's my audience, and who do I want to follow, who sees me, who understands me, who lives similarly to me, and that's all I try to do. I just post my life, I'm just a girl with a phone. I've always been just a girl with a phone and way too many ideas because of my ADHD, but creators are just normal people with stories. And I think that's why I love the internet. It's why I became addicted to the internet. It's why I had to make it my job, or I would have been scrolling and not had a job. So yeah, I think it's the community and the authenticity that keep creators creating and keep people watching.
Well, you are very good at it. Jesse, you've built a massive community around sports and entertainment content. What changes do you notice in how people respond when you use your platform to create beyond entertainment?
Yeah, I think when we're making videos, like we are making entertainment, but at the end of the day, like each video can be so much more than just an entertaining video. It's all really about like the themes of the content. For me, doing sports content, I think we really try to share like the joy of sports and friendship and competition and different things like that. And when you're making these long videos that can be like 30 minutes to an hour, the audience is spending so much time with you every week, and they're gonna pick up on those themes. And a lot of times they're gonna wanna replicate the challenges we do or go out to the park and just have fun with your friends playing sports. So I think those things just go beyond just the entertainment factor, but especially when you spend so much time watching it, you're gonna do those things as well. So it's important, like in the content you make, to do things that are like good for the world, like sports, being active, because it's gonna translate and kids are gonna wanna replicate it.
And for you, what got you into creating all the sports content?
I was playing sports at the time. I tried everything, honestly. Like I was doing Minecraft videos, everything, and then I did sports gaming, and it started popping off, and I was like, this is perfect, because I played sports as well, and then just kept with it.
Very cool. Zach, social media algorithms have been known to favor rage bait or conflict-driven interest. Why do you think kindness-based content has gained such visibility, and how can other creators leverage their platforms for a positive change?
So I started making videos in 2020. When you say 2020, you think of COVID, the pandemic, and like a lack of connection. I was in medical school at the time, and I was really depressed one night, and two women came up to me, and they kind of saved my life. I was really questioning everything, and I felt seen and heard and wanted to help somebody else. Can you repeat the question again? I was going somewhere with this thought. There was a reason why I was going there.
Social media algorithms have been known to favor rage bait or conflict-driven content. You good? Or, yeah.
I lacked connection at that time with like the world, with COVID and everything, and I wasn't the only one that lacked connection. It was millions of people across the world. So I think that content really resonated with not just myself who needed connection, but with like the world that needed connection at that time. And people can create the similar content. Like I've done a lot of videos with other A-list celebrities or other influencers where it's been social, philanthropic, like feel-good videos, and the coolest thing is to watch them cry and be like, I want to do more of this, and it's contagious. So it doesn't have to be like your content. It's just like about being a good person. And the smallest acts, like I used to give away blindfolded hugs for free, matter just as much as sometimes crowdfunding hundreds of thousands of dollars for individuals. It's just making people feel seen, making people feel heard, and being genuine with your actions.
You may be better at making people cry than anybody. You do it to me all the time.
I love you, babe.
Love you too. Yeah, let's clap for that. Here's to tears. Haley, creators are often told to stay consistent and protect their brand. How do you navigate the tension between giving people the content they expect and using your platform for a broader purpose?
I think that if you are actually true to your authentic brand, you will always use your platform for a broader purpose. And I think that that's something that you learn as a creator. Because obviously, at first, you're scared to say anything because you're scared to say the wrong thing. And then you learn very, very quickly that you've been given a responsibility when you're given a platform to speak out for people who might not have access to the same platform. The only reason I'm sitting up here, the only reason I'm wearing pants, the only reason I'm doing any of this is because people came before me to pave the way. And they were brave, and they had to take a moment where maybe everyone didn't like them, or everyone in the room was opposed to whatever they were saying, but they were standing on their convictions. And so that's something that I think is really important for anyone with a platform who wants longevity too, is to be as authentic to yourself, your passions, and the things that matter to you, which are the charities that you donate to, or the missions that you have, or the words that you can share that can help a younger woman. So for me, it's like the less you commercialize and the more you are yourself and you talk about the things that matter, the more I think in general people will be drawn to you because you are doing the thing that we all want to do, but we're all a little scared to do sometimes. So you just have to use your light and shine it and hope that it hits the right people and they find your page. And that's like your page. I love watching it because it's just like the most beautiful light comes off of it. It's really nice to just see people in a creative space like helping each other. And we need a lot more of that. So the more creators can do that, the better the world will be.
I agree. Also, one thing for you, you create so prolifically. I've seen you post multiple times in a day. Talk us through your creative process. What motivates you? Do you just do what you feel like in the moment?
I just love the internet. I can't even stress it enough. I'm so addicted to the internet, you guys. Everybody who follows me or knows my content will be like, Haley, do you have a team that comments on people? I'm like, nope, that would be me. I don't have my screen time turned on because if it was, I would probably need mental help. I just love comedy. I love short form comedy. I was an SNL fan growing up. I was a Comedy Central, Keenan Peele, all the short form comics that came before me. And so I just love creating something that a young girl could watch and it could get her mind off of school, stresses, parents fighting. Maybe she's in her first relationship and I'm posting about how I'm heartbroken and she's like, okay, this is a normal feeling. This is something I can giggle at. This is something I can understand. Because I'm seeing it through somebody who's an older sister. People call me mother, which I'm thrilled about because that means I get to have kids without having them. It's amazing. So it's just putting that out and making a community, and I'm so honored that I get to do it every day. I'd probably do it even if it wasn't my job.
Don't tell the brands that.
I know, right?
Jesse, younger audiences are spending more time with creators than with traditional media or celebrities. What responsibility do you think comes with having that kind of influence in how people see the world?
Yeah, I definitely think it's a major responsibility, and it's definitely interesting because when I first started making videos, I never thought about that. I was literally a kid, 12, 13-year-old making videos. And now doing it for over a decade and having so many in-person moments with fans and just seeing families watching me or young kids watching me, I'm like, whoa, this is really people actually watching this, and it has a big impact. So definitely in the last couple of years, I had that realization. I was like, whoa, it's not just me making videos with my friends, it has such a bigger impact. And seeing that is really gave me a sense of responsibility. Okay, let me make sure my content is family friendly because it's a lot of kids watching. So definitely feel that responsibility and know that okay, even though it just feels like I'm making videos with my friends, it actually has a real impact on people and a lot of their decisions. So definitely feel it heavily, yeah.
Very cool. So a question for all of you guys. What advice would you give to young people who want to have their own platforms for good, even if they don't have a huge following?
Should I start?
Yeah, I think you're a good first start on this one.
If they want to they want to be creators, but they want to...
So they want to use their platforms for good, even if they don't necessarily have a big following.
I don't think a following matters.
Yeah.
I think it really matters just being okay with your vulnerable, authentic self. If you can actually do that and show up as that and be okay with being, seen as that, you're going to relate to so many more people and relate so much more authentically that your, following will grow, but your impact will just be abundance. And I think that's the biggest thing. when I was 27 and I was really depressed and I went on the streets and I blindfolded myself and hugged strangers and was in med school and told my parents I want to make TikToks and quit med school, that was scary. But that was the first time where I didn't care what people thought about me.
Yeah.
And once I didn't care, it was like an ultimate unlock. And I hope that people can reach that in their life and try as many things as they can to find out what they don't like so they're left with what they love, and know that you're enough.
How did your account grow in such a way? Was it dramatic or was it sort of a steady growth?
It was like immediate.
Yeah.
It happened right away because it was just, I think, the right messaging at the right time. Yeah, September of 2021 is when I really started, and but it's grown and evolved the content from, like I said, blindfolded hugs to what we do now, but all just by connecting with strangers and really authentically storytelling. But yeah, I love it.
And Haley, how about you?
I also agree. I don't think that the following matters. I think sometimes it can be a pressure to start doing it, like what you said, where, you know, when a little girl came up to me for the first time and I was like, oh, there are 8-year-olds watching my content and learning from me. You get hit in the face with like, this is so important. And it's like, you don't even realize it at first because you're posting to your friends, like, which helps you rationalize posting to millions of people. You're like, it's just to my friends. They're the only ones who are gonna see it. It's totally fine. And then you have these young people come up to you and you're like, oh, I can actually help her, or I can actually be a good role model for her, or be a voice for her, or show her that like, this isn't that scary, or you can stand on the things that you believe in. So I think that that's what started it for me. But if you don't have that following, just start practicing it in your everyday life. Like if you're around a group of people and they're talking about something that you don't stand on, you know, voice it in that room because you might feel more comfortable. They might be your friends, they might be your family, they might be your cousins. And then the more you do it, like you said, the more comfortable you are with who you are, and the more you don't question it, and then the more you're able to defend and stand on it because you are so confident in who you are. And I think followers sometimes can give you that confidence, but it's something that starts in those small rooms. And then if you do that, I think your audience will grow because people are very attracted to authenticity. It's what we all crave, especially in the era of AI and all of these things that are changing in the world. We crave human connection and authenticity. And when you're standing on business in such a loud and proud way, people are drawn to that. And I think your following will grow.
And Jesse, for you, I mean, I'd imagine especially because sports is such like a universally connecting thing, you probably get a lot of kids who approach you and, you know, are inspired by you. Tell us what you tell them when they ask you, like, you know, what they need to do to become like you.
Oh, to be like a YouTuber? I know it's crazy because like when I started, no one wanted to be a YouTuber, but now everyone does. I always tell them, like, when kids ask me that question, like, how can I become a YouTuber? I always tell them, like, make videos with your friends. I always emphasize that because that's kind of how I started. And I feel like now, especially since every kid knows you can be a YouTuber as a job, they, like, look at it kind of like, oh, I need to do whatever I can to make it. But when you do that, you're not going to have fun with the content and you'll burn out, or you're not going to make 200-300 videos. And usually you got to make a couple hundred videos to get your first one to really pop off. Sorry, what was I saying? No, no, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, I just tell them make videos with your friends because that's how you have fun. Like my videos are with my friends. I have so much fun doing that. And I think if you're gonna make videos, you should do it with your friends because it'll make it more fun. And then if it's fun, you're gonna keep doing it.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this about all of you guys, and you're all my friends. You guys are all very authentic, and you do it with such a passion, and it really comes through. And we're wrapping right now, but I want each of you guys to tell everybody where they can find you on social so we get a bunch of new followers.
MD Motivator. If you just type in MDM on any social platforms, they'll pop up. But more importantly, thank you guys for listening. It's an honor to speak with both Haley and obviously Jesser and Chris. So thank you for your time, and I wish you guys nothing but the best in your life, and keep being amazing.
Haley?
Oh, great, I have to follow that. No, I'm kidding. So it's at Haley Bailey with like a bunch of Y's and E's. I made my Instagram not thinking I would ever do this. So I was like, oh, it's the first username available? Perfect. 17 Y's and a couple E's. HALEYYBAYLEE. Yeah. But also echoing what you said, grateful to be here, grateful to be a part of this. And thank you guys for being here as well, because you're a part of it.
And yours is simply just Jesse R, right?
Yeah, Jesser. But yeah, thank y'all for listening in. Appreciate it. I hope it was good.
Well, thank you guys all very much. Looking forward to doing more with you guys in the future. Take care. Thanks.
What I love about the Global Citizen Festival here in Central Park is that we bring together 60,000 people from all over the world to celebrate the things that make us better together. But that's also a challenge. We need to be able to make sure that we've got fast, stable, secure connections in the middle of the beating heart of New York. How do you bring in all of the equipment that you need in order to be able to power a show for 60,000 people quickly, safely, and efficiently? It's all possible because of the technology that Cisco helps provide.
The entire festival is powered by Cisco. Our networking, our security, our cameras are here.
Cisco is providing internet access and wireless access for not only the festival operations, but also the fans here on site. We're working closely with Claire Global, CES Technologies, and Cisco Networking Academy to enable them to stay connected and upload high-definition content that helps amplify the festival's message.
The goal for us is to have seamless connectivity throughout the whole VIP festival site.
We're setting up APs, cameras, running cable.
Overseeing the hardline scanners, scanning your wristbands coming in. We definitely would not be able to do what we're doing here today without Cisco and their partnership.
Hey, Cisco. Whenever I'm on stage, seeing all of the amazing people that are here, it's proof that you can bring technology together with purpose and truly have impact.
As an EdUcad student, I love doing events like this. It really shows how businesses can affect change in our community in a good way.
We know it's only possible to achieve the future that we all want to create if we're doing it through the power of connectivity.
And we realize that truly together we can power an inclusive future for all.
The Global Citizen Festival is wired,
and wireless
for impact.
For impact.
Please welcome to the stage NBC News entertainment correspondent, Chloe Melas.
How's everybody doing? Today's event included a series of announcements, commitments, and campaign launches expected to continue on Global Citizen stages around the globe. Global Citizen hopes that these initiatives will have impact throughout the year with a focus on basic human needs, including education, sustainable energy, economic opportunity, nutrition, and access to healthcare. As the day ends, let's turn to something that has always been at the center of Global Citizen, that is music. Our next guest is a leader, actress, music artist, and humanitarian. She is also a longtime UNHCR Goodwill Ambassador, and today she is going to be giving us all a sneak peek of her new album, Pele, which is rooted in her West African heritage. And here, it is my honor to introduce you to perform a powerful rendition of World Song featuring the Global Citizen Prize recipients. Please welcome the one and only Kat Graham.
This is a world revolution, get away.
got the weight of the world on their shoulder. Hands up, 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 put your hands up, up, up. Everyone come together, together in love. Everyone come together, together in love. Away, yo, 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 away, yo. This is a new declaration. Wake up. Bang on your drum if you want your freedom. For the sons in the deep favelas, to the cells of the new Mandela. For the kids come strapped like soldiers, got the weight of the world on their shoulders. Everyone come together, together in love. Everyone come together, together in love. I want y'all to sing this. Away, yo, everyone. Away, yo. Come on. Away, yo, away, yo. Come on. Away, yo. What? Away, yo. What? Away, yo, away, yo. World of change, feel the climate rearrange. Ice caps melting fast, gotta act, can't debate. Amazon cries to the sea, we stay. Time's up, rise up, innovate, get it right. War torn souls seeking peace in vain. Refugee runs, gotta go, can't stay. Gotta ignite because we're all the same. Erase the hate, erase the pain. Power to the people, let's ignite the flame. Justice forever, cause equality's insane. The enemy's test to a rigged game. Stand together, build a future frame. Tech going fast, AI's domain. With great power comes great refrain. Let's rise, innovate, build a planet sustain. It's our world, let's break the chain. Ha! 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 Love is, love is, love is life. Love is, love is, love is life. Love is, away, yo, 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 away, yo.
Thank you, guys. Let's be the change, right?
Please welcome Z100 New York radio host, Josh Martinez.
Check, check. One more time, let's show some love to Kat Graham. So throughout the morning, throughout the afternoon, I have been coming onto the stage and I have been telling you that we got to get the energy a little higher throughout the entire morning, and we're not going to stop, okay? I know we've been here all afternoon, all day, but we are here for the final countdown to the FIFA World Cup special announcement that we have all been waiting for. All right? We've got some major surprises for music lovers and football fans, including Shakira. Pero coño, I said including Shakira. That's more like it. I said Shakira. It is my pleasure to introduce this group of elite football jugglers, Freestyle Soccer Inc., who will be escorting us down to the 5th floor. So right now, I would like to have our footballers come on in and show us the skills that they possess. So if you look to your left, look to your right, you will see these talented jugglers. Oh, hey, woo, okay, okay, okay. Clap, 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 hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, clap, 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 woo! There we go. The real football is right here. Woo! Here we go. If you can hear my voice, clap, 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 clap. Woo! The coordination is insane. Look at them all go. And you know what? Let's keep the energy going. Let's keep the vibes high. And let's make our way towards the 5th floor to keep the celebration going. Show some love to our football jugglers. Let's make our way downstairs. And I'm taking the microphone with me, unless I'm told otherwise.
Sports host and reporter, Jenny Taft.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. What a crew. This is exciting. This is great. Well, as we all know, every 4 years, the world comes together for the final match of the FIFA World Cup. 5 billion people tune in to watch their favorite teams play for a chance at securing the title of global champion. This year, the FIFA World Cup final is predicted to be the most watched sporting event in history, and in celebration of the beautiful game, Global Citizen is producing the very first FIFA World Cup final halftime show. How about that, right? And it all began 2 years ago on the festival stage in Central Park when Global Citizen and FIFA announced a landmark partnership, the Global Citizen FIFA Education Fund, with an ambitious goal of raising $100 million to expand access to quality education for children around the world. Another applause for that, right? And thanks to the leadership and early support from founding donors, MetLife Foundation, and Bank of America, this initiative gained the momentum needed to accelerate meaningful impact around the world. And thank you to Cisco for their significant donation as well. And it has all led us here, a historic halftime show rooted in purpose, improving access to quality education for children worldwide. With just 66 days to go until the biggest game on the planet, we are about to meet the artists who will help make history as part of this once-in-a-generation global moment. This will be iconic, it will be unprecedented, and personally, I'm incredibly honored to be a very small part of all of this. And as you may have heard, there was a pretty big announcement earlier today, so let's take a look.
Heads up! Whoa!
Wow!
Elmo!
Nice catch, Mr. Chris! But you don't play football with your hands.
Oh, that's what I was doing wrong.
Right.
Elmo, I need to ask your help with something.
Elmo's always happy to help.
Well, this year, for the first time, there's a halftime show at the World Cup final.
No, a
Yeah.
halftime show?
Yeah, halftime show.
A halftime show?
A halftime show.
Wow! What's a halftime show?
Well, I'm glad you asked. It's where people get together and there's singing and there's dancing and there's music, and it's a chance to show how amazing all different kinds of humans are.
Oh, and monsters too, right?
Yeah, monsters, aliens, it's one big family, really. And we get to raise some money for children's education.
How can Elmo help? Oh, Elmo knows Mr. Chris wants some singing lessons, right?
Well, I definitely need some singing lessons from you, and I'd love that. But what I'd really like to ask is if you could help try and find some giant stars to be part of the show.
Madonna! Yeah, Elmo loves Madonna.
That is a fantastic idea.
Thank you.
What about BTS? Butter, me favorite song. And cookie ingredient.
That's a brilliant idea. The only thing is, how do we get hold of BTS? Wait, who's on the phone, Elmo?
BTS. Elmo has him on speed dial.
Hey, Elmo. Hey, Chris. Hey, Cookie.
V, RM, Sugar, J-Hope, Jimin, Jungkook, and Jin. Elmo and I were wondering if you guys might want to join us on July 19th.
We'll be there, Chris, for sure.
Thank you so much. Okay. We just need one more big star.
Did someone say big star? I'd be happy to help.
Gee, who are you thinking of, Piggy?
Obviously. This whole show's gonna be about me.
Good grief. But this show's more about we than me. I mean, it's about togetherness, really.
Well, I love togetherness, yeah. As long as I don't have to share a dressing room.
Oh, Chris.
Yes, come.
Will the show have any surprises?
Absolutely.
Surprise!
Animal
what?
Shakira.
I mean, we can dream Shakira.
Shakira? I mean, I'm sure she's just way too busy to do...
Shakira's in and she's bringing cookies.
Wow.
Cookies.
Shakira.
Cookies.
Shakira.
Can you believe it? They're doing a halftime show during the World Cup final.
That doesn't sound half bad.
Well, it doesn't sound half good either.
Hey, Statler and Waldorf, you guys are invited too. Everyone's invited, right?
Yeah. Sure, why
okay,
not?
so let's go. All right, Animal, take it away.
Madonna! Shakira! BTS!
Oh my goodness, what an incredible lineup. This year's FIFA World Cup 2026 final halftime performers are Madonna, Shakira, BTS, all curated by Coldplay's Chris Martin. How about that? All right, fellas, let's bring up the chairs. We're gonna have a little conversation here all about how this all went down. Thank you, guys. I just want to rewatch that video over and over. It gets me so excited for what's to come. And now I have the distinct pleasure of welcoming two visionaries responsible for this amazing partnership. Please welcome FIFA President Gianni Infantino and co-founder and CEO of Global Citizen, Hugh Evans.
Hello. See you.
Thank you guys so much. We also have a little bit of a surprise for everyone here. And as a football fan, I'm a little excited about this one. He is a FIFA World Cup winner with the FIFA World Cup 2026 Winners Trophy. It's football legend, Kaká. We are also so fortunate to have one of the co-headliners from this historic lineup here with us today.
She has dedicated 3 decades of her career to improving the lives of children all around the world. And she's one of the few artists who's actually built schools. She's worked tirelessly to give children around the world access to quality education.
And we are so immensely proud that her new song, Die Die, is the official song of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, supporting the Global Citizen FIFA Education Fund.
The one, the only, the amazing Shakira. We'll talk a little football. Oh, I guess we do have assigned seats, so.
Good evening.
I like how Kaka's being very careful. That's very good. Good job. It's so good to see all of you guys.
Likewise. Good to see you all. Wow. House is full, huh? Que viva Mexico!
Shakira, when I think about all the amazing performances you have had throughout your career, it really is incredible to think about. But this is special and unique, a FIFA World Cup final halftime performance. How excited are you about this opportunity?
Oh my God, so much. This is amazing. You know, since I was 18, I've spent my entire life doing two things, making songs and building schools. So finally, during this World Cup, those two paths meet, come together, and I'm very excited. I've created the song Die Die specifically for this World Cup, but also for so many kids around the world who don't have a voice and who are waiting for an opportunity. Kids who don't have access to quality education and kids who are being left behind. So we're planning to reach, and we're ready to reach, so many of those kids through the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund. And it is honestly very exciting. I, well, along with Global Citizen and FIFA, created this campaign called We're Ready, along with the song. It goes hand in hand with Die Die. And yeah, because we are ready to gather as much help as we can to give all those kids visibility. And we're ready to work for their access to quality education. And they are ready too. They're ready to learn, to grow, to thrive. So I can't wait to be on that stage. And I hope that on the world's biggest stage, finally, the importance of investing in education steals the show.
Yeah. Oh,
well said.
Well said. We're so lucky to have you, and you have done so much, so truly, thank you for your impact. And Kaka, when I think about you and the game that you love so much, how does it make you feel that you and billions of fans love this game, but also we're going to be supporting children's education along the way?
Well, good evening, everyone. So nice to see that a lot of Brazilians are here.
Brazil!
Yeah. It's really nice because football is part of my education. So along my whole career, the values of football had been very important for me. So I can use that in my life, with my family. So this value it's really important. And see what FIFA is doing with Citizen, the Global Citizen, it's really nice because the World Cup, it's an incredible platform that we can see and we can shout and we can change a lot of these values and use this platform to increase the education. For me, it's a huge and a big impact. So I'm so happy that I'm part of this group that using the World Cup to increase the education around the world. So I wish these kids can have a very good opportunity to go to dream and and also we can see some of them playing one day in a big stage like a World Cup.
And I know your fans are here. They're here to represent. President Infantino, the FIFA World Cup final is watched in every corner of the world. Every single person will have their eyes on this World Cup experience. How will this final halftime performance show enhance that experience for your fans?
Well, hello everybody, as well from my side, of course. What a blast it is to be here with I mean, Shakira. How fantastic is Shakira, isn't it? Come on.
I'm okay.
Come on. So, you know, to organize a World Cup is already incredible. To bring people together from the entire world is fantastic. We'll have 7 million people in the stadium. We will have 6 billion people watching the World Cup. And a couple of billion will watch the final. So this is definitely the biggest stage ever. The biggest stage ever where people feel the emotion of the game of football. And we thought we can put together, together with Hugh and many others, Chris Martin, Shakira and others, we can put together music and football, touch the hearts of the people. And when you look at, I mean, Shakira, Madonna, BTS, in the biggest stage in the world, the day of the World Cup final, the 19th of July, actually here in New York, New Jersey. But when you combine that with the purpose that is even bigger, to make sure that thanks to this, we can raise money to enhance quality education of children all over the world, well, this makes it really worthwhile, and the emotion is even bigger.
Emotion is, I'm excited. I'm counting down the days. 66 days, is that where we're at? I'm counting down. Hugh, you know, when I think of Global Citizen, you truly have produced some of the biggest events, incredible live music events all around the world. Could you take me into the planning of how this halftime show came about?
So how it came about was 4 years ago at the last World Cup. Chris Martin from Coldplay was watching it, and he called me right afterwards, and he said, wouldn't it be amazing if there could be a halftime show for the World Cup final? And 2.5 years ago, I had the honor of meeting Gianni Infantino at FIFA's headquarters in Switzerland, and I'll never forget that meeting because Gianni said to me at the time, he said, Hugh, I want my presidency to be marked by the impact we have on the planet. And he was so true to his word, because right after that, Global Citizen and FIFA launched the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund with the goal of raising $100 million for quality education all over the world. And so far, we've raised $47 million. We announced that today. And
That's amazing.
And we announced the first 27 beneficiary organizations, many of whom are in the room here tonight. And thank you for your amazing work. It's so inspiring. And then when Chris Martin and Gianni and I started working together, everyone believed that who better to co-headline than the one and only Shakira. I mean, her song...
Yeah! Let's clap hands for Shakira!
I mean, we all know that from Waka Waka through to tonight's song that is about to be released. I mean, it's absolutely extraordinary. And Shakira once said to me, she said, the two things I care about is making music and building schools. And I think that's the heart of what we're doing tonight. You know, we're bringing together this once-in-a-generation opportunity to unite the whole world at once behind this mission of educating millions of children all over the world, bringing together sports, music, at the most incredible moment that will be the most watched event in history. Not just the most watched halftime event, but the most watched event in history. And so this is that moment where we can change the world together, and $1 from every ticket sold to the entire World Cup goes to the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund.
Shakira, I'd love to ask you a little bit more about Die Die. The song has over 50 million views on Instagram alone. I have watched many times. I definitely am part of that views. There's a bigger meaning behind the song. Could you please go into the song's meaning?
Yes, this song, I think, is much more than a World Cup song. It's a message for every child who's once been told that their dream is too big. And this song also honors football legends like Pelé, Ronaldo, Messi. It also mentions you, Kaka. He's mentioned in the song. And only to remind us that, that every champion started as a child who struggled, but didn't give up. And especially when there was someone behind that child who believed in them, who fought for them. And it takes a village to raise a child. It takes all of us to provide our children with the opportunities that they deserve. And that opportunity, the most valuable one that we can offer today, is education. I've seen it with my own eyes, how education transforms the lives of kids and communities in no time. Like, kids grow really, really fast. So we have an obligation. We owe it to our kids. And that's why we've all come together. And when I joined the FIFA and education board, I did it with the hope of also sharing a little bit of the experience that I've gathered throughout the years on working on education. But that's the reason why I think that all of our efforts as all of the sectors of society have to come together for our kids and to put them at the center of the discussion, to make sure that they are everyone's priority here in Rio, in Uganda, in Mumbai, in Mexico. These are very troubled times, and it's important that we all come together to remember and to remind everyone how important our kids are and their education. And that's why I'm donating 100% of the proceeds of Die Die to the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund. So every time the song plays, starting from tonight at 8 p.m., every time the song plays and every time the video streams, we're all going to be helping the cause. We're all going to be providing and creating new opportunities for children around the world. And also, I'm going to be performing in the US one more time this summer. So I'm going to be bringing my show to most of the cities where there are going to be games. So wherever the games are going to be happening. So the good news is that we're going to be donating $1 per ticket sold in all of these shows. So, you know, we're trying to do as much as we can to help. But very, very excited. This is a lot of fun.
Well done.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, the years that I've worked on education, it's one of the things that I enjoy the most, because you really see the changes. You really see, it's really tangible, you know? So, yes, again, I'm really happy to see how investing in education is becoming the center of this World Cup. And hopefully it'll be a legacy for future World Cups as well. So we continue to grow, we continue to gather more efforts, more money, more resources for kids' education.
Okay. Well said.
Well said. That was awesome.
Kaka, I'd also like to ask you just, how does football provide children with the life skills to succeed?
Well, as I said before, the education is part of my life through football. So values like discipline, teamwork, respect, faith, a lot of them came to my life through football. So that is the importance of football in my life too. So to build my character, to help me to in different and difficult situations. So it's really nice to see how football can improve the education of a lot of kids, giving quality of education through the World Cup. So it's really nice. When I say about education, it's good for. I say with a very important word, because now I have 4 kids. So it's different ages, from 3 years old to 17 years old. And I know how important it is, education. So, and there is a big difference between education and teach. So education, it's when we can transfer to them the good values. So when we have this good quality of education, we can transfer for the kids the good values, and through football, through music, we can do that. I love this combination between music and football. So you can see all the time that football players goes with listen some music. It's because it's part of our game is to listen some music, and put these two platforms together to help the education. For me, it's really important. So it was really important for me. So I want to give it back, this opportunity to different kids. As Shakira just mentioned, in Brazil we need it a lot, in Africa, and of course in Europe, in America, in Asia, everywhere. Someone needs a good quality of education. So be part of this, help these kids, and give the good quality of education. It's what we can give back to the community right now. And so FIFA is giving this platform to everyone. So everyone that wants to help. Sometimes you want to help, but you don't know. So this is a good cause to help now. So you can help listen Die. You can help buying tickets for the World Cup. So there is many ways to help this great project that we are talking about today. So thank you very much for those that create this project. It's been part of this. It's been really, really nice. And so I think everyone can help in some way.
President Infantino, you just passed 10 years as FIFA president. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I'm sure it's flown by, right? Just super easy. No. What motivated you to use this year's World Cup and the first ever halftime show to support FIFA's Football for Schools program? Why this one?
Well, you know, as everyone here was saying, you know, we need to, when we are here and when you have a position of responsibility, you want to do everything you can to have a real impact. Now, my job, and huge job, is to make things happen, but we cannot have a real impact without the commitment, the help, the support, and the passion of legends like Shakira or like Kaká, who are embracing this incredible project. So, football itself is a school of life. When you start playing football, when a girl or a boy starts playing football, kicking a ball, she or he starts learning how to behave. You learn that you cannot kick someone, you have to kick the ball. You learn that you cannot touch it with the hands, you have to play it with so there are rules, there is a referee, and you have to respect the decisions. And you learn to be a team as well. You learn to win as a team, you learn as well to lose as a team, so you learn to be with others. And that's why education is so important. FIFA is present in 211 countries in the world, more than the UN. And this FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund, the objective has been, and is 100 million until the World Cup, but we want to go above that, and we want to continue even after the World Cup. We want to raise 1 billion, because it's worthwhile. There are many worthwhile causes in the world, but education is definitely the most important one because it impacts our future. And we want children, not everyone can become Kaká, a world champion, but everyone can become a little bit better by having the right education. So we embrace that, we work on that, and we put all our heart and our passion in this project.
I love that.
Well said. Die.
When people look back on this 2026 FIFA World Cup final, what do you want them to remember from this halftime performance?
Well, when I think about this halftime performance and what we want people to remember when they look back, you know, but let me start by saying that the thing that makes this panel so special is that Gianni, Shakira, and Kaká are all on the board of the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund. So they're all responsible for both raising $100 million and for making sure that grassroots education projects around the world benefit. So when they each speak so passionately, it's because they give of their time so generously. I dream that, Yes, the performances of Madonna, Shakira, and BTS will be absolutely extraordinary, but my big dream is that in 10 years from now, because I know, we get to travel around the world from time to time, I dream that we'll meet that kid in 10 years from now, a young boy or a young girl who's received education through the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund. It's changed their life, it's lifted them out of extreme poverty, and they've gone on to make a positive impact for everyone's future.
I promise we're close to wrapping up here, but I maybe should have started with this. I want to hear from everyone who you'd like to see play at the final. Kaka?
Well, I would like to see Brazil in the final, of course, and I wish Brazil can win another World Cup.
Okay.
So.
I'm Australian by background, so I'd like to see the Socceroos in the final.
Guess who I would like to see? I'd like to see Colombia in the finals. Lucho Diaz.
You have an opinion over there?
Well, I'm the president of FIFA. I'm in charge of handing over this trophy on the 19th of July to the winner of the World Cup. So, I have to be very, very, very careful. I want everyone to be happy. So I say Colombia, Australia, Brazil, United States, and every country in the world.
We can say everyone. Thank you all so much. I do want to thank President Infantino, Hugh, Kaka, Shakira. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
This is going to be one of the world's biggest events with an even bigger purpose. All of the world will be watching, so make sure you are too. And as we wrap up, check out MetLife's footwork for futures activation. You can grab a ball and show off your moves as well. Each video submission will lead to another $5 donation from MetLife for the FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund. And that is a wrap on Global Citizen Now, New York City 2026. Enjoy the refreshments. Thank you all. We'll see you on the pitch.